Hello, welcome back to another episode of Shatterdaze. Venom 420. I'm Venom 420, and we're hanging out with some cats, even though they're sleeping on me. So, hopefully everyone's doing good. Feels weird hitting a bog with a mustache. Not gonna lie. Maker. Doing good, buddy. I hope you're doing well as well. Hope everyone's doing good. Driving right now, but I'm listening. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Liam, hey dude. Mickey D, what's up? It's Rick, by the way. Nick. I don't know which Nick that is, but good on you. Change the username. Oh, Nick. Okay, Nick. Gotcha. I'm like, I know a couple Nicks. Which Nick? But I know which Nick. Good to have you. Nothing wrong with changing the username. Eric. Boubiar. I don't know how to say your name. But Eric, good to have you. It's good that everyone's here. Hopefully everyone's doing real good. Do I have any sort of pedals? I do. All right. Mickey D, did you hear about the Michael Keaton being Batman again? He never stopped being Batman, god damn it. Michael Keaton was Batman all along. We just stopped believing. No, I didn't hear about that, but that's really cool. I got no problem with that. All right. Nick, those are super cool. Yeah, I'm a big fan of pedals. I wish I had more, and they're expensive. Just coming back from the cabin. Had some yard work that needed doing. Yeah, hey, shit, that's probably never ending. Michael Keaton's one of my favorite actors. Interesting to see what they got. Interesting to see what they do, if that's true. I could see Old Man Batman. Old Man Batman. Yeah, Michael Keaton's cool, but they kind of need to have Tim Burton directed again. You know what I mean? To get that same feel, because it was a feeling with those ones too. But Mickey D, he said he'd never do Batman again, while Joel Schumacher was alive. They announced it the day he died. True to his word. Hey, I say this. You got to be true to people even in passing. You know what I mean? Like, if I died and we're not friends, we're not suddenly friends because I'm dead. You know what I mean? People are like, respect the dead. Respecting the dead is respecting how they were when they were alive, not changing that. You know what I mean? So good on him. Mickey D, he wants Tim Burton to direct it. He's gonna be in the new Flash movie. He's gonna be in the new Flash movie. Michael Keaton's cool. I don't know. Has he disappeared for a while? He was still. He looked older the last time I saw him, and that had to be 10 years ago. He was in Spudman. I think he's gonna be in the Batman in a Batman Beyond movie. Batman Beyond movie. Or what's that one where Batman's all old and he's got a protege? Is that? I can't remember what that was, like Batman 3000 or some shit like that. But I could see him doing that too. Nick, they're gonna have to have Jack Nicholson as the original Joker again. Just them like kind of old man fighting. At the end, they'll just be change all over the floor. That is Batman Beyond, the old one. Okay, I didn't know the name. That makes sense. I never watched it, but it was kind of cool, the idea of like an older Batman, and he's got a protege and all that. Batman's great. Batman's DC's saving main like money maker, that's for sure. Can't deny that. I won't say saving grace because they've had good stuff, but I mean, without Batman and Superman, there's no DC Comics really. It's kind of like no Spider-Man and no, I don't know. All right, he's gonna be fully stuffed for the Flash, suited up for the Flash movie. I don't know, man. Okay, I'm trying to think what movie it was I saw him last in, and he looked old as fuck. Like he's not a young man. He wasn't. I don't know, but he's got something to him. Mickey D. Then a. Oh yeah. Then a mentor to a bunch of younger characters. Yeah, see that makes sense. Yeah. Now, I don't know. I think Michael Keaton's my favorite Batman, probably for sure. Yeah, I mean, Batman movies are interesting. They don't hold up amazingly well, and I don't want to go watch it. Well, although the Michael Keaton ones do, those still hold up pretty good. But the other ones, like the George Clooney ones and the Val Kilmers, I loved them as a kid, but I don't know. He was in Spider-Man last. Yeah, I just can't think. You know what I always think of him as is have you ever seen Jackie Brown? He's always chewing gum. He's fucking obviously coked out of his mind, or at least he's acting like it. He's chewing gum. And he's like, okay, Jackie. I don't know. We're gonna bust your head. I don't know. Old movie, great movie. All right. Yeah, I mean, he's in the like a leather jacket that's just a little bit too small for him. He's just fucking like, I don't know. He made a good Batman for not being that big of a character. Jackie Brown was like looking down at him. So, all right, Liam, the Nolan movies are some of my favorite. Oh yeah, but Christian Bale was still a poor choice in my opinion. I thought Christian Bale was really good. I think he's a good actor. He made a great Batman. I just didn't love the Batman voice. It was a little over the top. Like I can't take that shit too seriously watching it. It's like just bad. It's bad. It's real bad. Nick, I have a Chase Bliss warped vinyl record, and that makes some beautiful 1980s-esque sound. A Chase Bliss warped vinyl pedal. That's kind of cool. I don't know of that pedal, but that sounds cool. I love pedals. I'd have so many if I could. And music stuff. I have a lot of things I like to collect. But the music stuff I actually use, I shouldn't be packing my fucking bowl down my finger and then touching my bass. But it's a never-ending thing. Mickey D, yeah, Mr. Mom was awesome. I don't know Mr. Mom. God, I don't know too much with Michael Keaton, but everything I never disliked anything he's ever done. So there's that for him. We're gonna spin the wheel of dads here. Hold on. Nick, 1989 Batman has a lot of rewatchability. Yes, those ones actually hold up really well, I think. And the reason is they were shot very classically or whatever, but they weren't trying to be like, I don't know, they had like a retro feel to them, you know what I mean? Like it didn't feel like it was in current times. It even felt like a little older. I think they touched that, like, because Batman's from the 50s and shit like that. And I think Gotham and that part of the universe, when I think of Gotham, because, you know, that's right across from Metropolis, they're twin cities, or at least it's been speculated that, like, Metropolis and Gotham are both pretty much clones of New York. So in the DC universe, they're both kind of in the ocean right by each other. But I always thought that both of them had kind of retro feels, but Gotham had a real retro feel. I mean, it had a Arkham Asylum's based off of like H.P. Lovecraft books and shit like that from the 20s. Everything has that Gothic styling and shit like that. I always thought that was really cool. That's my I don't know. And he was a detective, and I don't know. I like the retro one. If I were ever to touch on like a new rebirthing of fucking Batman, it'd be cool to have it feel like Sin City. You know what I mean? I thought they did that really well with the old styling. It doesn't have to be black and white, but maybe a very dark movie like that, I think would be done very well. That's why I think of Batman. And less gadgets, which I know is like a blasphemy, but like maybe a little bit less gadgetry, and I don't need him rolling around in a tank and shit like that. Although that's all good too. I do like the new ones. Fucking Dark Knight's, I think, one of the best installations in all the Batmans. So Arkham Asylum games still look amazing at max settings on a PC. Watchmen style, dark and grimy. Yeah, there you go. I want to see more of that. Although I thought that they kind of did that with the new Batmans. That's one thing I love about DC. Everything we're touching on, they have is DC. They had a darker edge to it, a grimier side, and I do like that. Because it's the comic books have their own universe, and I love that aspect. That's one thing I loved about Quentin Tarantino. All his world, he created a universe that all his movies take place in. And when you are watching his movies, you are joining in his universe. H.P. Lovecraft did the same thing. A lot of musicians and bands I like kind of create their own universe for themselves, and they're just a part of it. You know what I mean? Fucking Harry Potter created a universe for himself, and everything in Harry Potter. That's why you can make a sequel before or after, and it still fits because he's in that world. I like people who have a concept of the world they're in. Don't like the Marvel energy. The big thing with the Marvel thing is it's geared towards kids. You know what I mean? The one time they kind of broke away from that with Venom, they still pulled the reins because that was supposed to be a rated R movie, and they pulled the reins and didn't do it. And it still broke all the records and yada yada. But one thing I will say is every new movie will continue to break all the records. That's just how it is. They've set it up to do so. And they always, if you notice when they say break the records of a movie, this movie broke the records, box office, 72 million first day. And it's like, yeah, that's money. How much do tickets cost nowadays? That'll be $67 for you and one person. That'll be a $20 popcorn, and you know what I mean. Like, so of course, as long as prices for movies keep going up, those records will keep getting shattered. You know, so that makes a difference on those as well as because if the price didn't go up like that, no one's watching movies like they used to. Or what about this year? Every movie that comes out is just gonna flop because the pandemic. So it's a weird thing. Personally, Marvel can fucking flop the next 20 movies in a row and they'll still be fine because they're owned by Disney, which is kind of like Star Wars and everything else. There's no pressure for them to do well. There's pressure for them to make their billion or whatever dollars back in investments. That just means they're not pump out movies. They don't really have any standard that they have to hit to make that money back. You know what I mean? They're not like, we're going to make this. They don't give a fuck. They could piss on your favorite fucking childhood fucking comic books, Star Wars, whatever else they own, and they'll eat it. They'll eat the money. They can take your favorite movie, put a shitty version of it out, destroy it, run it through the mud, and they're like, oh, well, it didn't work. Oh, well, we own everything. Ha ha! Fuck you! You fucker! So I think that kind of killed a little bit of the inspiration to do well. But it is what it is. I don't really watch a whole lot of movies. Does anyone remember Captain America 1990? That was edgy, LOL. No, I don't. I know there was a Fantastic Four in like the 80s or like something there, and it looks so bad. So they've tried it. You know what they all owe everything to? The first Marvel that really broke records and like said, oh, maybe there's potential in making legitimate Marvel movies, was the first Blade movie. They really, I mean, other than the Marvel intro, that they always do, Blade was the one where it was like a #1 box office hit. They made millions of dollars. It was a vampire movie, but that was a straight up comic book character that Marvel made. And I've heard them say if that movie flopped, it would have been really hard for other ones to come in. All right. Oh, shit. Let's see. Nick. Red Skull cuts his hand off. Captain America steals a car, and they murder. And then they had murder, all that stuff. Yeah, well, they stopped showing murders a long time ago. Comic books were a little, even the Ninja Turtles when they first came out, they have fucking swords and fucking, weapons. Fucking people got fucking slashed up. It's kind of amazing. At some point, all cartoons, if you notice, like, it's not bullets, like they're shooting lasers or something. It's like, pew, pew. I don't know. Liam, some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. Blade's badass as fuck. Yeah. So I think the movies got progressively worse. That being said, they're all still pretty good. But Blade's fucking the first Blade, dope movie. Second Blade was pretty good. My biggest complaint about the second movie is the stoner is a traitor and he gets killed and murked. And I'm like, oh yeah, make the stoner a bad guy. That's classic media for you. That's like, you know what I mean? Got to kill the stoner and make him a jackass. I don't know. The beginning of wisdom. No joke. Well, wisdom is understanding what you don't know. And in that case, I'm very, very wise because I'm aware of how much I don't know. All right. Sandy, playing more music these days. I've been trying. To be honest, I got really out of it, really, disheartened with everything. So it was hard to get back into it. All right. Stoner stereotypes are stupid, says Nick. My dad, somewhat conversative, has a friend who, somewhat conservative, excuse me, has a friend, I can barely hear that, who is a stoner, and he's very well off. I remember, was it Natalie Portman was talking about, she's like, my friend's dad was a stoner, and he was one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life. He was Carl Sagan. You know what I mean? Smoking pot does not make you lazy, make you not want to do things. It just, emphasizes sometimes maybe the present moment, and you realize in the present moment you'd rather not be doing those things. It also doesn't, fix apathy. If you're just a lazy person, you're going to be a lazy stoner. If you're a very ambitious person, you'll be a very ambitious stoner. I think that smoking pot has many, many different uses. And what's weird is I've gotten different results from pot at different times throughout the day with the same strain. You know what I mean? It wasn't indica in the morning and sativa at night, and I was tired in the morning and awake at night, or vice versa. It was just a matter of when I first wake up and I smoke a bowl, it wakes me up because I'm like, oh shit, I'm back at it. And when I'm going to bed, I smoke a bowl and it's time for bed. You know what I mean? Like the same pot can have different therapeutic effects at different times. You know what I mean? It seems to be like a formless puzzle piece that kind of clicks in where you need it. You know what I mean? If my arm hurts, which I have a lot of problems with, I smoke a bowl and my arm stops hurting. You know what I mean? If I have a different problem, it seems to kind of fill in where it's needed, which is nice. I'm sure it's doing all those things at once, but one thing I've noticed about pot is it makes you very aware of your body. You know what I mean? It makes me aware of my body. Like when I get stoned, sometimes I'll get really high and realize my belt's on too tight. My shoes are kind of uncomfortable, so I'll take off my shoes and take off my belt and be like, oh God, that's so much better. It's so weird that, you go through your whole day not realizing these things. And then a drug, which is supposed to make you, out of it, centers you in your body, and you start realizing, different things. And with hallucinogenics, I remember I couldn't wear rings. I can't wear necklace. I used to have a piercing in my eyebrow, and I had my tongue pierced. Can't see it, probably. There's a hole still there, but nothing will go through it. So I had my tongue pierced, my eyebrow pierced. I'd wear, all the jewelry I usually wear, which is quite a bit, I think, for me. Bracelet, all this and that. I could not have that shit on me tripping. It would just be weird. I'd feel constricting, like something's around my neck. My tongue, I was always afraid I was going to play with it so hard that I'd rip my tongue or something. So it's weird how those things actually make you very conscious of your own body sometimes, for me. Smoke a bowl and my arm stops. It stops doing this. See, it's doing this right now, and I smoke a bowl. It's fine. It's fine. But yes, my arm stops hurting, I should say. which, it's not bad when I'm sitting down, but when you have a bass strap around you, it just kind of fucks your neck up too. So, all right. So it's about that time for this first spin on the wheel of dabs. So that's what we're going to do. One day I'm going to get a very professional, high-class, dope-ass glass blower who can do all those crazy rigs. I'm going to have him make me a wheel of dabs dab rig. So it'll look like the wheel of dabs, but it will be a dab rig. It'll have the wheel. It'll be great. And it'll be the wheel of dabs, and then we'll take a dab out of the dab of wheels. The wheel dabber. I've seen crazier things made. They can do it. Nowadays, anyone can make anything out of glass. Yeah. Well, not anyone, but fucking I've seen them make some crazy shit. All right. So, the wheel of dabs behind me there, as such, has a bunch of different dab rigs on it. We spin it, whatever it lands in, on, we smoke a dab out of, in, on. Here we go. All right. Did I wake you up, cat? I woke up the cat. All right. What we got? All right, we'll, what is that, 7 to 10, which is nice, because it's right there. Oh, man, I hate having a mustache and a beard. Uh-oh, traffic is moving again. Here I go. All right, here's to getting to your destination, wherever that may be, hopefully home. Kick back, smoke a bowl. I'll be here for a minute. I don't have anything else to do. I should be making music. That's why I'm playing it. I should be shooting videos. That's why I'm shooting it. I figure this is a way of getting around all that. Sandy truck. It's a Sandy. What is it? Trunks? I've never actually read that part, but Sandy. Purple shark. Purple shark in it. Yeah, that one's right there too. I'm glad I have a bunch of them in range. Obviously, I just smoke out of them and then set them down by me. I should put them all away. But I figure I'm the only one in here and I haven't knocked them down yet. Nah, me wrong. Yeah, it's actually 7 to 10. We're 7 to 10 in it. If I ever get around to it. Try not to break anything on the way. Oh, but that's what glass does. It breaks. Just like our hearts. All right. you much. Cheers, everybody. Liam, Oscar's two-legged brother. I don't know the reference or the question, so I'll have to say no. Whenever I don't know the answer, it's probably no. Arctic Monkeys. I don't know any Arctic Monkeys. Can't play a lot of music offhand, full songs. I know a lot of riffs, but they're usually I'll be playing something and I'll be like, oh, that's this song, or that's very close to it. I am a harmonizer in the sense that as a bass player, one of the things I've tried to get myself good at is if you're playing a melody or a riff on a guitar, to just find out what your root notes are and then play along them, you know. Pretty much I'm figuring out what key you're in, whether you're in a major or minor, what mode of major or minor you're playing around in, and then fuck around with harmonies either above or below. You know, your root, your major, a major third, shit like that. Is major that. All right. Any Cage the Elephant? Oh, what's the Cage the Elephant? They do. What is it? No Rest for the Wicked, which I'm sure if I was listening to it, that wouldn't be too bad. But I just can't actually hear the riff in my head too much. Yeah, it's mostly it's a very like Roger Waters. Now Roger Waters, I had tickets to see him, and I got fucking what I just opened. I just opened some Moby. Oh, God, what is this? Moby something shatter. Moby Dog. Moby Dog. Some Moby Dog shatter. Another gram. Another gram. So I had tickets to see Roger Waters. Not going to happen because all this shit going on. And Roger Waters is my favorite, dude. So I've seen Pink Floyd with David Gilmour because he and at the time Nick Mason and I'm drawing a blank. But anyway, yeah, they had the band. And God damn. But anyway, so I've never seen Roger Waters. Oh, meaning you're harmonizing like Roger Waters. Well, Roger Waters is just a pimp. Huge fan. I thought he was the band. As soon as Roger Waters left Pink Floyd wasn't the same. The albums they made afterwards, what is it? Yeah, are just not the same. I don't even know them that well. Although I went and saw them. I saw the Division Bell tour in '93, I want to say, right in there. And it was really cool. And then I've seen Brit Floyd every year. This would have been my 6th year in a row seeing them. Pink Floyd has been up there. When I was a kid, they were my favorite band. And they've always been in my top 3 bands of all time my whole life. So Pink Floyd, huge fan. The Wall is probably my favorite concept album of all time. It's just so good. I mean, it has a movie with it, and the movie is so good. It's just really deep, and it reminds me of my father was a huge fan, and that shit's good. I wish I had got to see Nirvana live. Yeah, I never got into Nirvana much, but they seem like decent. I have what is it? It's right here. I got too much shit. I have a lot of books, but I have Kurt Cobain's diaries, which something tells me he did not want those published. So whoever got those and they're like, let's make a book out of this. I mean, it's kind of cool, but anyone who says that guy's not didn't kill himself or thinks that Courtney Love had anything to do with it, yeah, Courtney Love might have just been around, but that guy was very suicidal. Read his diaries. Or don't. Sandy, I think the guy you were trying to remember was Richard Wright. Richard Wright on keyboards. Yes, you're absolutely right. Your dick right. Richard Wright, that is. Call me Richard. Yes. Yes, Richard Wright, Nick Mason, Roger Waters, David Gilmour, Sid Barrett. There you go. God, Richard Wright's still alive, right? Which means I've seen him, though. I should know that because he's sick, too. Although the keys aren't as predominant as, say, like the Doors, but still good band. Still, I mean, for keys. They are and they aren't. Is it Richard Wright? Yeah, yeah. That sounds right. That sounds right. But you're right. So let's spin the wheel dabs again. And dab upon the wheel. Because I have more shatter than I do pot. So usually I'm smoking more pot. Oh, wait, no, 7 and 10 again. Son of a bitch. All right. Yeah, I miss going to music, seeing live music, I should say. Jeez, can't talk again. But I miss going and seeing live music. No, Richard Wright's gone. And you know, I thought I remember that he had passed away. Got into that psychedelic disco in the sky, you know? Yeah, him and the Doors, Ray Manzarek, he passed away too. And Ray was he was a very predominant part of that band. I mean, keys were huge. And they were two big ones. I already saw that on Reddit, which is a funny name. But have I ever taken acid? I have taken acid. Not necessarily my drug of choice. I haven't done it in a long time. But I did. I took acid. I've taken acid on several occasions. I can remember at least 2 or 3 times in particular. Like I distinctly remember 3 times, like off the hand, being really fucked up. I was really fucked up. I don't know. The thing with all hallucinogenic drugs is I feel like whether it's shrooms or acid, and those are the 2 I have the most experience with. So I'll leave it at that. But on shrooms and acid, it seems like weird shit happens. And I don't mean weird shit because you're tripping, like, oh, that looked really weird. You know, I mean, like, shit happens that would have been weird sober, and you just happen to be tripping. I'll elaborate on this in just a second. So cheers, everybody, especially if you've ever done some vitamin. No. Well, that guy's gone. 2 for 2.
You know what crazy is? Crazy is Jordan rules. Yeah. Germs, for example. 18th century, no such thing.
I'm sure I'll find it. What bands?
Woohoo!
Woohoo! Took 4 tabs your first time. All right. Well, I think that really is gone for the moment. Oh, there it is. All right. This is why I'm going to put hardwood, or that like paneling hardwood, my whole fucking house, especially this room and everything. No more fucking carpet. All right. And I'm gonna get like a bunch of those robot moppers and just have them like with cat toys on top of them, mounted on them, and they'll do their thing and go around and play with the cats. It'll be great. Liam, careful Ziggy doesn't find it first. Yeah. Well, he'll just have it stuck to his. Dude, I've seen him like, this thing's so covered in fur if you look at it. But I've seen shit stuck to him. I'm like, God damn it, were you on my table? I can see a fucking something stuck to you, dude. So I don't think he has the desire to eat it, but I don't know. They've never gotten too into any of my pot or nothing. Seems like cats aren't that interested. Really, they don't even like to be around it. I've only had one cat that's ever, like, when I would smoke a joint, he would pop out of nowhere, you know what I mean? The exact opposite, where if every other cat was hanging out and I smoked a joint, they'd, like, take off. So it's not a very good ratio. They seem sensitive to shit like that. I think literally the smoke of it bothers them more than anything. So, all right. All right. Jason, what's up, y'all? He says, hey, y'all, but I say, hey, y'all. I say, sup, y'all. Because there's y'all with two L's, and then there's y'all with a W if you're from the South. And you can say, howdy, y'all. Which is fun, too. So, acid. I was talking about something. Now, I did it a long time ago, and acid's one of those things where it was discovered in 47 by Albert Hoffman. Is it Albert Hoffman? God, I'm stoned. But anyway, Midnight Gospel, I haven't, but I should. Sorry, buddy. But it was legal for 20 years, which is the longest any hallucinogens had time to be legal. So during that time, it was made properly. To make lysergic acid properly, it takes about $40,000 worth of lab equipment. Well, you could do it with less, but to do it properly, you need about $40,000 of lab equipment and a week's worth of time with someone who is a professional. And you can produce so much in the millions of hits if you wanted to. It's impossible not to be detected at this point, but it's a crazy thing. So it was only legal for 20 years. During those 20 years, the tests on it were crazy. The people doing it, how many people in the world were doing it, when millions of people were doing acid at that time, million plus. Shit was really changing. They made it very illegal, and nowadays, so when I did it was 15 plus years ago. People like the serious old school people I knew would be like, that shit's not like what we used to have. And we used to have orange sunshine, window pane, fucking all these crazy shit that's like, dude, legit. God, I'm missing it. Feel free to join in because there were some amazing cool ones. I used to get green and orange Nikes, which were these little. They looked kind of like Tic Tacs, and they were usually in like a Tic Tac thing or something, but they were jelly. They were clear. They looked like little NyQuil pills. The Dayquil and NyQuil. One was green and one was orange and green. One was one hit and one was 4, I think. So you have a single and a 4-doser, and they're both these little tiny gel packs. It only takes 50 gamma to feel the effects of acid. It's crazy how little it takes. It's one of the most powerful hallucinogens in the sense of how little you need of it. So anyway, I used to get those, and people would be like, oh, that's nothing compared to. And nowadays, I hear people getting acid, And they're like, oh yeah, I took it at this party or at the club or at this thing and tripped fucking balls, and then went home and had some food and went to bed. And I'm like, oh geez, that was how long was that? They're like, oh, 3 hours, 2 hours. I'm like, okay, that's not acid that I had. So I think it's progressively getting changed. It's harder and harder to produce because the government watches everything you say. I'm sure maybe some words I've said, keywords of production, of manufacturing, of felony at the highest degree. You know what I mean? Manufacturing LSD is the equivalent of gun exchange or something huge like that. It's no joke. So I don't know. It's hard to get away with these days, and I think it's just become degraded. But I don't know. I haven't done it in a very, very long time. So, Sandy, embedded in AI on those robot vacuums to fuck with your cats. You will be absorbed. See, you got it. I mean, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna have one with like a laser and one with like just a springy thing. So every time it moves, the cat's. Otherwise, it'll probably scare the show. Ziggy's right here. See this chair? He's on the chair, so he's hanging out. All right, Reddit. Reddit. It's been 7 months. I still feel it mentally. Well, yeah. So that was one thing. That's one thing I didn't love about acid. One of the many things. So that brings me to one of the things. So when I hear that people can do acid and they trip and then come down in a few hours, that's cool to me because one of my problems was is my shit would last a really long time, like minimum 5 hours, maximum 12. 12 hours is a long time to not feel right. If you don't like it, you're in for the long haul. It's kind of like being strapped into a roller coaster. If you don't like that roller coaster, there's no getting out. Nothing you can do short of death is going to get you off that roller coaster. So you have to put your hands up in the air at some point and enjoy it, or else you're in for a bad time. If you don't, if you French fry when you're supposed to pizza, you're going to have a bad time. And so that was one thing. So that's cool. But at the same time, and then I hear about people in the 60s and they're like, yeah, 12 hours is a minimum. So it seemed like the effect was a lot longer. Acid, I didn't see hallucinations. One of the big things that I started seeing was distortions of shit. But that's different. All right. Sandy. Back in the late 60s, there was a guy in San Francisco called Owsley who made the best LSD ever. And he moved across the street from the Denver zoo, which is right across, not far from me. It's pretty far from me, but I mean, half in 20, 30 minutes. So at most, not even. So he lived in a house. So more acid was produced across the street, 20, 30 minutes from me than almost anywhere else. Anyway. Sandy, I heard he got scared away because of the mob. Could be true, but rumors are rumors. He passed away not too long, Owsley's been passed away for a while. I'm thinking of someone else. I'm thinking of Bear, the Bear, who was friends with Owsley. He's the connect of Owsley to the Grateful Dead, I believe. He's also the guy who drew the skull. His name was Bear, I believe. I should know that better, but all right. Owsley, yeah, if you look at his, when I found out I've gone to that zoo. My great aunt, I just called her Aunt Margie. She lived so close to that, like within 5 minutes. All right, Mickey D, like those guys that pass out on roller coasters. LOL, yeah. Mickey D, I absolutely love shrooms. I feel like there's a big connection between the two roller coasters because they're similar. And I hate to say it, but I hate them both. And I love them both. I'm better equipped for. I'm not really equipped for either. I wish I was. I smoke pot like nobody's business, but for some reason, I feel like high doses of hallucinogenics make you feel like you're on a cosmic roller coaster. If you love roller coasters, and like I said, that's your two options. You either put your hands in the air and say, all right, I give in. And that's the only times I've ever had fun on hallucinogenics, when I was able to consciously say, okay. And for some reason, it's either you have it or you don't in those moments. You can't will it. But sometimes I just say, okay, I'm. It's not a. It's not even like I want to do this. Yes, it's never a hyped thing. Whenever I want to do it, it never comes. But if I just okay and surrender, it's all about surrender. I think that's the big thing about psychedelics that makes it a transcending thing, and that's why a lot of people don't want to do it, especially if you have really high standards of yourself and your ego and shit like that. Like, people aren't really willing to let go of that, and like, it's a surrendering thing of you have to give away every. I mean, at the core of your being, you have to say, okay, I'm willing to give up for a moment. I'm willing to let you let something else take control for a moment. What you're doing is you're allowing something to replace something else. You know, you're allowing one chemical to replace another, and you're saying, okay, what do you have to show me? You know, sometimes it's a mirror back on itself. Sometimes it's not. Michael J, what up, homie? I didn't mean to ignore you. Sandy, dang, I gotta go. Everybody stay well. Peace and love. See you next week. You damn right. I'll be here, hanging out. Eric, I found that for me that 2.5 grams of shrooms is perfect with a 6-pack and a few joints. I mean, that sounds like just a good time. You know what I mean? That's just having fun, which that doesn't sound bad. I don't know. I don't know how my shroomage will go. I haven't done shrooms in a long time. The last time I did shrooms, I did probably 1.5 grams of shrooms. You know, very low amount, to the point where I just started seeing trails, and I felt giggly and happy, and I was at a concert and had a good time. It actually went well. It was raining. I think if I wasn't that high and smoking joints and feeling that good and having that good of a show, is that Brit Floyd? Speaking of which, uh, I wouldn't have enjoyed that show because I was soaking wet. All right. Reddit, about to make some hash browns. That's what I need to do, is make some hash brown in this bitch. Brown up some hash. Um, I don't know. I don't know if I would do acid again. Acid's not my thing. I used to compare acid and shrooms to beer and hard liquor, where shrooms are like a beer. You know, you have to drink a lot of it, and you got to chew up some shrooms, and it takes a little bit, and it mellows into you, and you feel it. Where acid's like a shot, where it's quick, you do it, then you forget about it, but then like you'll feel it immediately. And one's a little bit harder acting. I don't know, but they're very different. I don't know. Unfortunately, my only problem with shrooms, and I've heard that this happens, people have different toxicity acceptances to different material. Different stuff makes you sick. Some foods make you sick, and some don't. Some smells. For some reason, every time I'd say 8 out of 10 times, it's always I throw up, and I don't like throwing up. I haven't thrown up in a very long time. The last time I didn't, but that was on like I said, probably 1.5 grams. So I'm thinking maybe I could build up a tolerance a little bit. I've also noticed that I haven't drinking much shroom tea, but the time I did, I didn't throw up. Something about that helped. I also want to make some blue juice, which is pretty much cold shroom tea, where you do ice extraction of psilocybin and through fresh mushrooms. So you have to make it. It's really cool, and I'll show you guys how to do it. I was going to birth a cake tonight of shrooms, live, a live birth on this putrid planet, a birth. But it didn't happen. Um, that's how I imagine birth, a putrid morton, another dropping. But so but you can do some cool things, and one of the things I want to do is make some cool blue juice. So and maybe I'm thinking that will keep me from getting sick because I hate throwing up. It seems like every time I do shrooms, I take them with other people, and man, in this room and in that bathroom right there, I remember throwing up fucking and just seeing all my shrooms in the toilet and being like, oh well, that really sucks. Feeling better, and then instantly tripping really hard, tripping balls for like 20 minutes, maybe 15, 20, maybe half hour, let's say. Really hard. I mean, color. I mean, it's just everything swirling and colors and fucking all this crazy shit's going on. My bathroom's bright and reflecting shit, and it's crazy. And then it's just gone. And then I get out of the bathroom and I'm done being sick, and I'm like, holy shit, that was crazy. And I'm coming down slow, and everyone else has just begun peaking maybe. And I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking done. I just threw it all up. It hit me really hard and it was gone. And I don't feel so good now. I'm a big bitch for a lot of that shit. Like I said, I don't think I could bungee jump. I don't think I could fucking skydive. I don't think I could fucking do a lot of crazy shit. Like, like I'd love to. There's a part of me that thinks that's the coolest shit ever. I genuinely, and every like 5 to 10 years, I get on a roller coaster or I get on one of those things and I'm like, God damn it, I just want to fly. I want to fucking like, you know what I mean? I want to go crazy. And every time I do, literally fly too. Flying is the same thing where I'm like, I just want to be in the air and fucking, I'd love to do those cool like flips and shit in a jet. You know what I mean? If I had the ability, like a superpower, it'd be just that'd be one of them, would be to just fly, dude. Flying would be great. But then every time I do it, 10 seconds into it, even as I'm strapping in, my body's like, you don't like this. My stomach, is just fucked. I used to get car sick as a kid. As soon as I start fucking, the first time I drop in a fucking roller coaster, up is all in the mind and anxious, but part of me says, all right, put your hands up. But my hands death lock. And then I'm like, okay, let go, get your hands up. My stomach hurts. And I'm like, oh God. And then I grab the thing. And then I'm like, oh, we're in it for the long haul. And it's pain. I'm in physical pain on roller coasters where I'm like, I'm so tense. And then I get off and my arms hurt because I've death gripped it. And I'm like, I thought I wanted this. Same with all that shit. Tripping is kind of like that too, sometimes. But it's a lot easier sometimes, or it was. I guess I did that a lot more. I've tripped balls more than I've flown, literally. You know what I mean? So I guess maybe I just got used to it a little bit more. Eric, a lot of people can't stomach shrooms. Me, I put them in my lip like dip, and I find it makes me the trip last way longer for me. I could see that. I don't hate the taste of mushrooms. Uh, I can distinctly, I know that taste. People are like, and I'm like, no, they're not that bad. I know that a lot of the shrooms I've eaten were grown in a house, not found outside and not washed probably, or who knows who washed them and then dried them, or yeah. So I've eaten those too, but I used to eat them in something like pizza was my main one. Put them on top of the pizza, and yeah, I have a picture of one where I mean just blue and purple mushrooms like crazy, and I put it. It's just out of focus, unfortunately. But this slice of pizza, I just covered every inch of it. It's like a blue pizza. It's great. I just wish it was different looking. Eric, I love the taste. It's magical, magically delicious. Brandon burritos. I kid. What's good, my guy? I don't know. What is IKK? I don't know what that means. But for some reason, I went to a kid. I'm sure that's not what it means. I don't know what it means. I'm an idiot. But what's good? Did I spin the wheel again? We're gonna spin the wheel of dabs. That's what's good. That's what's good with it. It means I know. Okay, I saw 2Ks. That's why I thought. Whatever. But anyway, so stomaching shrooms. My dad was the same way as what my mom said. He'd throw up every time he did shrooms, so he didn't like it. He was more of like an acid guy, I would imagine. Uh, I don't know. I just so I'm gonna try and drink it more next time. I'm gonna make blue juice. If you don't know what that is, search blue juice blue mushroom juice, and you'll see videos of it. Uh, I want to try doing that with the ice extraction. I want to eat fresh shrooms, see if that makes any difference, which I'm sure it won't. But I'm gonna try that too, and then I want to try teas. I'm gonna try it in all these different ways and see which one works best for me, and then I can tell people because I think I could handle it better if I wasn't like in pain in my stomach. This is before, and I'm sure it's anxious. You know, it's almost palm sweatingly like intense. It is really intense like that. But I think a lot of it is if I could just. I like to have. I mean, this time I'm gonna have shit ready. Like I remember tripping really hard and wanting to like roll a joint and being like, I'm tripping too hard to roll this. It doesn't look right. You know what I mean? Like I can't handle this. And I'm like, God, okay, joints, pre-rolled, have some tea or something nice, to like relax me. Uh, Little shit like that. Emergency phone with just have it like the ringer off, the vibration off, everything off, and just a speed dial of somebody just in case something goes wrong, and not the doctor or 911 because that's the only thing I can fucking find or something. Just like someone who knows what's going on and be like, hey, FYI, if I give you a call that night, I don't need you there. Just answer your phone if I need you. And all you have to do is say, everything's okay. Everything's going to be okay. Even if you think I'm going to die, even if it sounds like shit's really wrong, say, everything's fine. Everything's going to be okay. If you need me, I'll be there. But you don't need me. Everything's fine. Dude, that's what you're supposed to do as a sitter. Even if, like, hey, if you're really there and you're like, holy fucking shit, this guy's not okay. You say, man, you're good. Everything's cool. Everything's fine. Then you go in the other room and fucking, oh my God, but never fucking, you just make the situation so much worse by fucking letting them know. That's everybody. That's all problems. I don't know how people haven't got that throughout their life. It's like, man, it's like, I don't know. If you freak out, you're gonna die. Don't freak out. All right, Mickey D. I've been there many times with having to babysit, with someone having to babysit my ass while tripping. And like I said, I don't want someone to sit me like. Fortunately, I live alone in my own place. I can lock the doors on my front and back door. And I was going to put a note, possible COVID, skull and crossbones. Do not disturb. Violently sick. Don't touch door. You know what I mean? And be like, I'm not. I'm just don't just leave me alone. I should have done it when I had more time. Also, I think it takes like a good week to get off, like to really fully get back in the right headspace. Uh, but so I want to be alone personally, but I would like, or whoever's there with you, they got to be tripping too. And then they're not a sitter; they're just someone you're tripping with. So I always, like I said, little things like just having the phone number of someone who knows I'm tripping, and I have plenty of people I could tell. I'm like, dude, just please answer your phone and just, like I said, say everything's okay. That's all you have to do. And when I'm tripping and I say, are you just saying everything's okay? No, no, I'm not just saying that. Everything's okay. Like I said, no matter what, even if worse comes to worse and you have to come over there and check on me, it's all about just telling everyone it's going to be fine, because it is going to be fine. You have to tell yourself, okay, the LD40 of this drug is, how much, you can't overdose on it. The lethal dose is so high that it's okay. No one's ever killed themselves on shrooms. It's never been reported, so you're okay, you know. The biggest thing you can do is breathe. Don't crunch up in a ball like I do and freak out. This goes for getting high too. When you're getting stoned, people always react in the fear mode like you're being attacked, like someone's kicking the shit out of you, and you curl up in a ball and take it. But you have to, okay, open up, get those lungs open, reach up in the sky, get those lungs all the way open, breathe, think of something to sing so you can get good air circulation, shit like that. I used to always have like a go-to really funny movie, TV show or something. I wouldn't watch it all throughout. The plan wasn't to watch it. It was there as an emergency, kind of like my sitter. Oh yeah, I love this movie. Everything's fine. I can just focus on that a little bit. But sometimes that doesn't work great either, because it'll just make whatever you're watching really trippy. So, all right. Brandon Burritos. Mr. Burritos, what kind of weed are you smoking on right now? Indica or sativa? I don't even know if it says, because I'm mostly smoking on shatter. I don't have much flower right now. And my homie, who is supposed to hook up all my plants so I could at least be fucking growing something right now, still hasn't fucking hooked up. But, yeah. So I don't have much flour. I have a bunch of hash that I just bought legally from the store, which kind of sucks too. My goal is to not do that. I also got this guy and this guy for pressing out some rosin, but I don't have any flour. So I want to get into doing some funny stuff. Let me see if that even says what it is. Ugh. All right. Okay. So, Moby Dog. Moby Dog is what I'm smoking on. And it says it's a sativa hybrid. So I'm guessing a sativa dominant hybrid. Back on the floor you go. Usually that sends a cat running, but he's crashed. All right. So sativa, which is good. Let's go with my coffee and my lack of wanting to do anything ever. Oh, I don't need that. I need to spin the wheel of dabs. So, hell yeah. I don't know what everyone's smoking on, but hopefully whatever you're smoking on is tasty. My goal is to start supplying my own. Like I said, I thought I'd be birthing a cake tonight, but it needs, God, lasts a day or two more, which is crazy. Seems like here in Colorado, everything just takes longer. I think it's the high altitude. Boiling shit takes longer. Baking shit takes longer. Fucking planting shit seems to take longer for me. Letting shit grow. I'm like, man, what the fuck? So, who knows? All right, so the wheel is a spinning. And where it's landing is the purple shark. I don't know who said purple shark earlier, but here you go. Unfortunately, that is within my grasp. Although we are going to change the water in there because it's been a long time. And I have no clue the last time I changed it. So let's get to it. All right. I'll put this away. Oh. All right. Okay. So we're keeping it purple and sharking it. There we go. Still can't find any fucking rubbing alcohol. I should just go online and look for some, I guess. I've just kind of accepted it as a fucking gone thing. All right. Yep, still doing good. All right. All right. So I got this distillate. It's really good. It's very, very liquidy. So I've been sticking a piece here. That's a huge, beautiful dab. I really wish you could see just how pretty that thing is, especially without that cat hair in there. But I don't see that translating very well. Very pretty. And I forget what it was. It's some type of lemon berry or some shit like that. It's really fucking smells good. I love distillate. I just hate how it comes all liquidy. Of course, I bullshit for too long. This stuff's really good. Big fan. I don't always use the dab tool like that, but this stuff you have to. All right. Let's see what we got. Woo-hoo-hoo! Woo-hoo! Woo! Read it. Smoking on some swished keef. That's kind of cool. Like, either way, sounds good. Ah. Woo. Good stuff. Ah.
Would you rather I go out and rob some elderly person, steal?
Let me get
Either way,
warm stuff out of, you know.
I really hate having to resort to knocking elderly people in the head for their money. But
And what we'll do,
I do it. You know I do it.
get that sticky stuff out of me. Get them running. Uh-oh. Come on, Ziggy. Wake up. All right. Well, that feels better now that I'm with my co-host extraordinaire, Senor Ziggy. There we go. Wouldn't be a day without a cat in my way. So, or two. Oh. Woo. Oh. There's the guy. There's the cat with the most. I don't know where the other one is. There we are. No. Panda. We're doing treats. She snoozes, she loses wherever she's at. All right. Yeah. How goes it, Zig? Well, you heard it from the mouth of the caddy. There's a cat. There's a second one. Yeah, you know what's up. I know you like this stuff too, huh? Hey, cat. All right. There we go. No, that smells like tea. All right. We got ourselves some kitties. There we go. You're watching Tribble TV. All tribbles, all the time. All right. Whew. Ugh. Let me catch my breath there at least. So, daily dose of cats achieved. They are still doing good, keeping me sane as best they can by distracting me from all the other crap in the world. At least that's Ziggy's tactic. She's just a cute little furball. But they do their job good of being cats. One of my next big goals is to make a little catio for them so they can kind of go outside because I feel bad they're indoor cats. I have such a tiny home. So, did you eat all of those? Did you eat that whole thing? It's like eating a whole bag of chips. All right. Well, that's always fun. Ugh. Yeah, you're okay. I don't blame you, cats. All right. Good call. Ugh, now my fingers smell like fucking catnip. All right. Sure, eat and run, you bastards. Well, we're all catted up. I'm catted up like a someone who's catted up. Like an old crocheting lady. All right. It's time for bowl, even though I don't have much pot. It's bowl 30. Oh. So.
Perfect bitch, man. I'm the perfect, not my real son. She is something. She a bitch, man. That's all right.
Assimus Maximus. Well, it is nice being able to hang out and smoke a bowl. I don't get to do that very often. I wish I could do it more than once a week because I still miss hanging out and smoking bowls. One of my New Year's resolutions, I always have been saying the ironicity of it. It's very ironic that it was go out and see more people, have more parties and people over here, go to more concerts, go out to more restaurants, find new shit. You know, even to the point where I'm like, if someone wants to go see a movie, go see it, no matter what that movie is. If someone wants to go see a concert, go see it, no matter what that fucking band, genre, just go see it. You know, I'm not a drinker, but I was like, if they want to go out to a bar, go to the bar with them, a beer, and fucking just stretch that motherfucker out and just hang out. Fucking go out, do shit. And it really backfired on me there. I wanted to have at least some type of get together, but like as it is, my cat, she's turning 2 on 4th of July, so what, a week from now, the fluffy one. So she's not even 2 years old, and she's not good with people because no one ever comes over. It's kind of a bummer. So it's really nice having you guys here. I wish it was a big circle and she actually would come up and eat and hang out. She's right there looking at me while I talk about her. But I wish she would hang out with people here, but I can't blame her too much because she doesn't know people, you know? So I gotta fix that. Piece of shit. All right.
I remember when I was with Special Forces.
And I remember when I was with Special Forces.
Seems 1,000 centuries ago. Really, we can't not like.
Liam, good having you too, my man. Cats included. Quarantine wasn't so bad. Yeah. You know what's funny though? Like I kind of felt it during quarantine and all that shit was. It wasn't too out of the blue for me. If anything, it brought more people to me than normal with you guys hanging out. So kind of worked in my benefit more than anything. Because I just don't have a lot of people in my life. And that was one of the big goals, like I said, is to just get more people in my life one way or another. For me, it's kind of been hard to do. It seems like when I go out in public, I talk with people easily. Like in person, I do very well, but like putting myself in situations to meet people in person, I'm not so good at. So it is what it is. But I always enjoy hanging out here and talking. I've gotten just the coolest people, so it's more you guys than it is me, which is the goal. Finding cool people. So that just means I've done well. My goal has been accomplished on finding chill people to hang out and talk with on the regular. So I'm lucky in that aspect. I've felt very lucky. What are you doing down there? What am I doing? All right. All right. So.
Because they could stand the people that most of these women praying countries. These men
There we go.
for
That's a
food.
little better.
I think the strength. The strength. If I had 10 positions of those then our troubles here would be over very quickly.
Let's get this there. Perfect. We're bowling. We're bowling for something. All right, Liam. I broke a rib on Wednesday at work. So I'm back in isolation when everything's starting to calm down over here. It's a bit shit. No shit. Oh, that sucks, dude. I've never broke a rib, but it seems like it would suck. So here's to speedy, healthy recovery. You take it easy, my friend. Don't cough a whole bunch. So, cheers. Oh, you got hay fever, so sneezing is a bitch. I can see that really hurting. Just the breathing in part. It makes you just not sneeze, I bet. I try not to go into it too much, but I get a lot of pains in my chest. I have a bunch of weird shit. I have an elongated Q syndrome, so I just have a random rapid heartbeat, which I'm sure doesn't help when doing like hallucinogenics and shit that gets you anxious or fucking exhilarated or whatever. But it's never really done me too bad. But I just get pains in my chest, and I don't know if those two things are related. I haven't been told for sure because the symptoms with it are pretty much pretty much either just mild discomfort or sudden death. So there's no. They're like, yeah, it's fine, dude. You're fine. You're fine. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll go with that. So it's very rare that that'd be a problem, but sometimes I get that where I can't even breathe in. That's not happening. I also, if you notice, I don't smoke any that I go out of my way to cough. On 420, I was been trying to go out of my way to smoke big and cough, but I did such a big like 2 week buildup of doing it every day that my throat was just in shreds. So that wasn't either. I've become such a fucking out of shape slug with no cardio and fucking no endurance that I really need to get back into that because the better shape you're in, the more you can smoke. Need to train like an athlete for this shit. So no, I I just need to get back into doing that, but it does help. The better shape you're in, the more you can do. One thing I do always, the last few times I've been to the doctor, my oxygen levels were at like 100%, like 99.9, and they're like, well, that's really impressive, because I feel like I don't have that good of a lung capacity. I don't know exactly what that means, but I guess my oxygen levels are just, they're like, no, you have excellent, like, you're pulling in mad oxygen or whatever. So I don't know what that means, but I always ace that shit, so that's good. Maybe that helps for someone who fucking smokes and dabs all day long. But I also, like I said, I don't do really hot dabs anymore. It's been years. I don't take the biggest bong rips in the world. Every now and then I hit the 6 foot, wherever that's pointing to. I don't know where that's pointing to. The 6 foot wheel of dabs. It's weird that that doesn't feel right to me. When I point with my thumb, let's go with that away. It doesn't feel right. I have to like, that feels right. Like, let's go that way, but it looks so stupid. Like, my thumb's fucked up. Uh, I also noticed I was like, there's a picture of me I really like, and I'm throwing up the horns or whatever, but I noticed that like one of my fingers is like, it's not even the horns at some point. It's like, okay, you're like, what is wrong with your fingers, man? Like they go the opposite way at some point. I'm like, no, like, no. I don't know. It's not looking right, but I'm like, fuck, dude. I don't know. Fingers are weird. They really are. Really. They call them fingers, but I don't ever see them fing. Oh, there they go. All right. Yeah. So I'm a little bummed at my state of how everything's been supposed to be going. So as a little update on all that, I so it all started. My mom moved out of the house she'd been living in for over 10 years, 10, 12 years. I lived with her in that house for a long time. I moved out of that house into the place I'm at now. I've been here for probably 7 years. That sounds about right. Ah, that's so cool. Mickey D, what you cooking? No worries not being chatty, but hopefully you're cooking something good. I made a whole bunch of stuff for like, I made chorizo and beans and rice and corns and hominy and avocado dip and sour cream and cheese and like I have all the stuff. So I've been making burritos and tacos and little bowls and stuff. Ooh, chicken curry and rice. That's a big one for me. So that sounds good. What was I talking about? Totally forgot what I was talking about. No, but so I moved in here about 7 years ago, I would say. That sounds about right. Right in there. And I left a lot of stuff, like all my growing stuff, at the time at my mom's when I moved out. So yeah, it's got to be 7, 8 years or somewhere in there. But I just lost all heart in growing for a minute. I was working so much, and I just a couple of my grows went really bad. They were my fault from neglect and not putting in the time and effort to really do it properly. Tristan, hello. Hopefully you're doing well, dude. Uh, so I had him there for the last 8 years. My mom just moved out, and which is kind of cool that my sister actually moved into that house with her husband and my brand new born little nephew. And then my mom and her husband, my stepfather, moved into a tinier place and cheaper, and were able to do that. So they couldn't hold on to all my shit anymore. So I had a grow tent, grow lights, fans, fucking exhaust systems, all this shit to grow. And I'm like, fuck, it was just the right time and the right place and everything. I'm like, you know what? It's right when it was right after I started going back to work. Unfortunately, I wish it happened right when I took the time off uh, for the fucking stay at home shit that's been going on. But I got it right after when I started going back to work, and I'm like, this is the perfect time. Money's bad. It's been bad ever since this shit happened. And I'm like, growing would be great for the channel. I could actually tell people what I'm doing and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. So I here in Colorado, I've always used to have a hookup on clones. Then that hookup went away, and I started getting clones from dispensaries years ago, and I had a medical license. And I noticed that half my plants would just be shit, and the ones that did go well sometimes would have just I did not care for them. The clones were shit. Your 1 in 10 were great, you know what I mean, and the rest were subpar, and most wouldn't even make it. So I'm like, oh, well, that's weird because I've always grown and had no problem, but these clones suck. Um, I think so because there's like a clone bar and shit like that that is medical and shit like that. Probably for recreational too. So I try to avoid those fucking places like the plague. Plus, I know people who worked in the industry, still know people who work in the industry, and they tell me they just don't give away their best shit. They give away their worst shit because they rather you fail and go back and buy shit over the counter or under the counter or whatever from them. So there's that. So I didn't want to resort to doing that. I know you can just order seeds online. You can order seeds and you can order spores for mushrooms online because seeds and spores do not contain anything illegal. The illegal compounds is THC and psilocybin or psilocin. And there's a couple others. Any indole drugs or tryptamine drugs or whatever or no psychoactive compounds is pretty much it. Seeds don't have that. Spores don't have that. So you can order them for scientific purposes only and novelty use, of course. They come, for instance, when you order spores online from, let's say, sporeworks.com, very, let's say theoretically, when you receive those spores, which of course you wouldn't do anything with otherwise, then look at them under a microscope. So what they actually send you is the little glass slides too. So they're like, dude, this is for microscopic observation, research, and novelty use only. So you can order those, just like seeds. So I ordered up some seeds, which I didn't. The thing with seeds is I don't normally like going with seeds, even though you get a better product in the end. It's always worth the time. And now no, it's still not better. You have to grow a certain amount of plants to a certain size to sex them because I'd say 70%, 60% of them are going to be, I'd say 65%, let's just jump right in the middle, that's probably perfect, are male to female when you're growing from seed. The place I knew, which was an old school company, was the Kind Seed Company and or TGA. There's a bunch of different places I wanted to go. None of them did feminized seeds. So when I wanted to grow seeds that I knew would be female, so I wouldn't have to do the sexing and grow them to a certain size and waste time and effort, my choices went down. I ended up getting seeds from a different company, out of America, having them sent in, which is a little weird that I'm in a legal state. I just went with the best rated online, which is hard to understand what that even means. But I went with one that. So anyway, I got some green crack feminized seeds. I haven't started growing them because every fucking week, this guy I work with is friends with a guy, and he's working with this other guy who has tons and tons of clones. He even has a mid-sized plant that he was like wanting to give my homie. My homie only had room for one. He's trying to give him two, so he's like, I'll give you a mid-sized plant that's pretty much ready to flower or I'm gonna maybe grow it a little bit more. I don't know. I hadn't decided. And then that'd be perfect. So, and then some clones from a really reputable guy who's like done his own crossbreeding. And I actually talked to him and did a video chat with him, and was looking at the grow room, and I'm like, yes, this is what I want. I was like, it's been 3 weekends. Every weekend I keep doing updates. So Tristan, you should do a video of the update on your growing, of you growing them, and it'd be like cool set of videos. And that's exactly what I was going to do. And I was going to do from seed to finish, and just do updates, and then at the end of it, take all that footage and make a real quick video of how I did it and how I would recommend, just the cool updates, and pretty much, and then keep you updated every week with this shit, which I'll show you some of it where I'm at right now. I think it was maybe 2 weekends or 3 weekends ago, live. Now this show, it'd be hard to do because it's been, there's so much of it, but there I go again with the funky. But I ordered those seeds. I opened that package live a couple weeks ago on this thing, so it's been this has been my live update. Ordered those, and I ordered some a spore syringe, which has mushroom spores and water, pretty much, I believe, and in a syringe, and then got that all going, which was kind of cool. I ordered pre-sterilized jars, the whole nine, started those going. At the same time as when I would have started the seeds. So I could be, the cool thing about growing pot, and the way I have it right now isn't perfect, but it'll do. And the cool thing about growing mushrooms is once you start, theoretically, if you just have a little bit of room, a little bit of time and effort, you can self-supply off of them. You can, rotate around and keep growing, keep harvesting indefinitely. Now, my idea was, I have room for 5 plants, 1 in one room, 4 in another. I could do one of 2 things. Most people would grow really small plants and harvest them, which I might have to do, and have one room for a mother plant that you could just keep cloning all the time. So you always have clones, you're always harvesting, you're never growing huge plants, you're doing constant green. Sea green type thing, I think, is roughly similar to that. I don't know that very well, though. I should look that up there. I believe that's similar to what I'm talking about. But the way I usually do is grow mid-size plants, or as big as I can in rooms, because I enjoy growing a big plant. And I don't know, I'll probably have one varying size at each points, and then just take clones, and I have a clone room. So clone room, 1 plant, 4 plants. So I'm trying to figure out how to do it, but pretty much I'll keep cloning off of one, so I'll keep a constant set of clones. Give them to that guy if I have some extras. Just keep them growing. Put them outside, do shit like that. No, I won't overclone, but it'd be nice to have some clones all the time, and then I can just see how long I can make. Like I said, I got 10 seeds, or let's say I start with the 4 clones and the 1 plant. If I don't like his product or what I got, I can always start some seeds and do something else. But if I do like it, I want to see how long I can stretch that 1 strain out for myself. Nick, made it home safe and sound. That was a long ass trip, motherfucker. No, I'm just joking. That's awesome. 2 hours. I'm glad I was able to bullshit with you. Thanks for fucking tagging me along, buddy. Normally I get car sick. But that's cool. I'm glad. Car stuff's weird. But so I'm gonna see how long I can stretch that 1 strain out, and see if I can constantly clone, harvest, clone, harvest, harvest, clone, harvest, harvest, clone, harvest, harvest, something like that, and having them at different stages. So maybe the 4 will be vegging, this 1 will be harvesting, And I've always noticed if you grow one plant, and I've grown in this one fucking place right here, one plant gets much bigger and gets much more love than the 4 plants in the other room. So try and mix it up, see how that goes, and see how long that goes. Same thing with the mushrooms. Nick, so apparently the Saharan desert spat a bunch of dust eastward. Okay, so apparently the Saharan desert spat a bunch of dust eastward. I too shall lead a go forth eastward. That's kind of crazy. Uh, all right. I haven't been out east at all of this great country much. Gone out west far more. But so at the same time I ordered seeds, I also ordered spores. Inoculated jars, and they are damn close. I thought I was going to get them ready. I'll show you one where we're at. Ugh. So close. Ugh. Yeah. All right. So, sorry, buddy. So this guy is my jar, which he's going right back, but he's almost there. Needs to be solid cake. And if you look, that is a really ropey, good-looking mycelium. So, excellence. I was hoping to birth this bad boy tonight, but it looks like a day or two again. It's been such a long process, but it looks so good. I'm not complaining. I'm super happy with it. So that is where we're at. I could have had seeds way sprouted by now. So I should have done my own seeds and said thanks, but no thanks to Homeboy. But I would really like to have that started. All right. All right. So, that's a neat and even beard. Although I haven't kept it, it's kind of got some scragglies. It's the most beard I've ever grown. So, uh, I've got nothing but good things told me about it, so I'm keeping it for now. My thing was I'm going to keep the beard until I no longer have to wear the mask. And I'm still wearing the mask every day at work and out everywhere, so why would I not shave? Because it's covered anyway. So that's my theory for now, and I'm sticking to it. So, but that's my beautiful mycelium, that pure white snow. And yeah, like all psychedelics, being in possession of it makes me happy, but it gives me that weird, it has a weird aura. I have a lot of respect for it. So, Nick, conditions have been nice up in the mountains. Plants are growing healthy. Temp has stayed around 60 to 70. It's good temps. I'd love to go and look around. I want to look up a bunch of stuff on just looking at wild mushrooms. I don't even want to take them or do nothing, not even like eat them or even take them and look at them. I just want to hunt for them, identify them, take pictures, dip out. Mushrooms are just great. So Um, that jar is so close. Do you see how fucking white that jar was? I don't want to put it in the light like it has right now because that just slows everything down, and I'm sure it's not good for it. But I have to check it every now and then. So I'm real close there. I have stuff on the shrooms too. I'm going to show you how I build a Martha tent, uh, birthing the cakes. I tried to do a video of me inoculating them with I have a little GoPro on the helmet, on the little head thing, but it didn't. Of course, I didn't charge it, and I just got the random impulse to just do it. And I'm like, oh, grab the head thing, and it died. So I haven't checked how much of it I got recorded, but I figured I'll do it again. And this Luis, hey dude, hey buddy. There's some wild mushrooms at my cabin that look otherworldly, along with some plants and bugs. Yeah, no shit. Well, mushrooms seem otherworldly. A lot of the times when you watch alien movies, they use mushrooms because it's weird. It seems like something that should be growing on another planet. The largest organism, living organism on the planet is a mushroom colonization of mycelium. That white shit I just showed you, growing, I believe, in the Napa Redwood Valley area in California. There's between those areas, there's a forest, and they say it's all one living, interconnected being, just like that one, and it's over a mile in diameter. If you lifted that up and weighed it, it would weigh more than anything, any living great whale, any of that shit. So it's really crazy. All right. Luis, mushrooms used to be as big as trees before the time of trees. I could see that. This planet goes through different oxygen levels, and either it's rich or depleted, and at that time, different animals seem to take place to thrive. Sometimes it's the bugs' times, and sometimes it's not. So, what's mycelium like? Mycelium is on the roof. Uh, mycelium is covered with posters. Um, Imagine frying up one of those suckers. Yeah, no shit. A mushroom, a tree-sized one. That'd be crazy. But there you go. Yeah, that's a good one. That was off the cuff, and I'm not even wearing any. So, there you go. Uh, but anyway, mycelium. So, what's mycelium like? Mycelium is this ropey, cobwebby, pure white substance that threads itself underground. Even if you get good stuff, there's two different types. There's fuzzy mycelium, which is usually not good, and then there's really ropey mycelium. If you look at the stuff I have, I'll take pictures and stuff. Uh, I plan on doing a lot of videos. I don't know. I wanted to get shit going and stuff, but I plan on doing more videos. I should start doing that now and just taking pictures and doing little videos of me showing. Every time I look at them, I should just take a quick video and we'll update this shit together because it's fun to look at. But it grows in heat and with no oxygen need, very low oxygen levels. It's really crazy. Uh, Nick, I've seen stuff like that under bark on logs. Is that what it is, or is that something else? It's very possibly mycelium, unless it is cobwebs. But it, mycelium is very white and it's ropey. It's really crazy looking. It's kind of the picturesque. It's like a snowflake white. It's crazy. The way you can tell it has a contaminant is if it changes colors. If it's not pure white, you got a problem. mold or other bacteria or contaminant has infected it. It is very the same conditions that it grows in: darkness, low oxygen, high humidity. That's exactly yes, that's exactly what I've seen. See, yeah, then and that's where mushrooms do grow under sides of barks and shit like that, on trees and shit like that, on fallen trees too. A lot you'll see them, um, and yeah, so those are the same conditions that grow a lot of bad shit too. That's why eating wild mushrooms, I've been told by someone who is uh, very wise on the subject, borderline expert, very collegiate person, and he said never just eat mushrooms. He's like, even if you know what they are, he's like, you don't know how they've been grown outside, and they could have had infected mycelium that made tainted mushrooms, and you just never know. So unless you're a real fucking pro, and you know, you can be an old explorer or a bold explorer, but there are no old, bold explorers. You know what I mean? But so I should have already sprouted some plants, and I want to keep that updated. Also, I've been kind of letting my life kind of go in a weird place, slide around, not have a set schedule, sleeping in late, waking up late, not doing things like I normally do. Normally, I get up, cat litter, make myself a smoothie, start my breakfast, work out, eat my breakfast when I'm done, type thing, because it's usually just put something in the oven or something. Uh, Work out, take a shower, and then that's before I go to work for fucking 10 hours, come home, make food, take care of the cats again, feed the cats right before I leave. So there's a lot of shit, and I have a very set schedule. But now it's been sleep in, wake up, jump in the shower, feed the cats, run out the door, come home, take a nap because I'm tired again, wake up fucking at like 8, eat, watch TV, fucking some shit. I was gonna say watch TV, but it's more like fucking recently looking at mushroom shit because I've been trying to get that in more. Because that's when I'm usually on my treadmill and I'll watch a little bit of something. So it's just, and then I normally have a set schedule, but some nights I just don't even fucking wake up, and I just wake up, eat, go back to bed, restart for this another weird life. But when you have plants and shit like that, and even mushrooms, I haven't made an automated Martha tent, which I will show exactly how I make and all the stuff I'll do, because it's pretty basically how I've seen other big guys do it. I'm just gonna make my own little tiny adjustments, but because I'm not home for a lot of the day, and plants need a lot of love, and you can't just automate everything all the time. Even though I've got everything automated really nicely right now. Um, yeah, but it gets you on a schedule, and that helps me a lot. And that's when I was going to be like, okay, when I'm on that schedule, I'm going to set up my schedule and make it stick to it really well. Start shooting the videos, have a fucking scheduled day that I'm putting out more videos. Like Shatterdaze is nice because it keeps me okay. 4 o'clock, I'm going to start broadcasting. Good call. It's 1:30 a.m. in the UK. Shit, Luis, I'm super high. No shit, that's fucking super late in the morning too. Late in the morning, late at night, early in the morning, crazy. Nick, I went to bed around 7 a.m. and woke up at midnight the next day last week. I'm not gonna lie, I get in bummer moods where my whole life is I just eat, sleep, work, eat, sleep, sleep, eat, work, sleep, eat, sleep, sleep, work. So, it's just circle. And I'm not happy, and I'm very, malcontent, uh, so, and that sucks. So I try not to fucking be that way. And like I said, growing up, cats help a lot too, because I have to clean their stuff every day, clean their litter. I have to give them food. I have to give them love every day because they fucking demand that shit. They keep me very set schedule wise. Like the second I wake up, they want food. So the first thing I do is I wake up, I have to feed fucking Ziggy. He's at my side at all times, too. So I have to feed the cat, and then I have to fucking have to, but I clean their litter every day because it's everyone appreciates that. So I don't know. I just gotta start doing that, and I hate to push it off on the plants thing, but I kind of did. I'm like, once I get these plants growing, I'm gonna set it up. I'll set up my workout again. I've been trying to slowly ease back into my workout, but yeah, Luis, I feel you, bro. It's a great thing about plants, man. They love repetition and a set schedule. So it puts you in a set schedule. And for me, I do well on a lot of things productively if I know I have time set aside to do them. So that's good. The only problem is I realize how little time I have in my life when I start setting that schedule up. But that's all right. I've been just taking it really easy on my time off and just relaxing a lot, sleeping a lot, fucking not being productive because I need an escape from how much I hate everything right now. I keep just being like, I hate my fucking life when I shouldn't because I've had moments in my life I really do hate, and this shouldn't be one of them. So, but it's just you get into those little things. I've been trying to be really positive again, and like I said, I would have already told my friend, well, fuck it, dude, I'm just gonna grow my own fucking seeds, and I don't need the clones. But I've already talked to like the grower. I've already talked to him. I work with him. I'd have to see him every day. So I just wish shit would follow through a little bit on the plants. That would help me out. But the shroomery is doing good, so I'll concentrate on that. All right. Oh shit, Nick. Charlie is like a cat that, in that respect, usually walks and meals are very very scheduled. Yeah, well, dogs will keep you set too. Animals and plants, they have that instinct. They run off of it a little bit better. They made what they're lacking in, consciousness, self awareness, or whatever you want to call that. If they're lacking in that, they make up for by leaps and bounds with their instincts of themselves and their surroundings and their fucking environments that we don't have. So we can learn from them. Luis, we should work to live, not live to work. No shit. No shit. Luis, sometimes I wish I could dip out from society and live in a cabin in the woods. Yeah, sure, Nick knows what that's about. Luis, but then again, I do like the internet. Charlie and my cabin are my place, are my peace and balance. Well, my idea of what I like, and I'm probably going to do, I'm setting up to do, is to live in very like a remote area in a small chunk of land that I own because you can't own anything in this country. Uh, but have it very connected. I like a very fast internet connection. I like it, my TVs. I like my, you know, electronics and my gadgets and my doodads. You know what I mean? I'm addicted to those things as much as any other red-blooded American. Blah blah blah. We all have it. Uh, but I just would, that doesn't mean I don't want to be in nature. That just means that I'd like to, most of my technology is focused inward. I can, like this show, I have to have some type of internet access to do it. So I would like to have some, but my plan is to move up in the mountains. I'm in Colorado. It's hard not to want to go towards, for me, be drawn towards them a little bit. Luis, good for you, Maker. Charlie in the cabin. Hell yeah, sounds lovely. Yeah, it is. In the UK, you just can't do that really unless you're rich. I know, and it's getting that way here too. Well, Colorado is different. It's a huge country. You want to live out in the middle of nowhere where there's dirt, then go live out for nothing. But I can't do that. All right. Well, I don't know. Luis. And most land is owned by people or the queen. Yeah, I know. My grandma's from Liverpool, and my uncle's from there. My great uncle's from Shropshire. They're all out there. I've never met the people who actually live out there, but Nick, it's unfortunate, and that's why I feel blessed to have such a place to go to. Yes, that is really cool. It is your own. You can do it. Now you still have to pay property tax, and at any point in time, it can be seized from you. But they leave you to it. And if you did it years ago, you could have lived your whole life and owned it. So I just never put too much merit in the word ownership in this country because civil forfeiture and other acts could take it from you, theoretically. But yes, my goal is to do this. Uh, my goal is to start with, one house on a place and maybe build others. Start a little fucking place where, a whole bunch of people can grow food, not worry about getting fucked with. Have a little place to go, dude, in the mountains is my goal. Spread out enough, but community driven enough, and not lacking electricity or something like that, but something like that. Nick, I'll more than likely live up there till I die after I do some things to it. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to live up in the mountains too. See, and that's one of the big problems where I was planning on going is it gets cold and snows like a motherfucker in the winter. So it's a bitch, and you have to be very prepared for that. And like I said, I don't want to live with no electricity. I just want to cut it down a lot and consider, you know, uh, as many alternatives as I can, mostly for price, to get as off the grid on certain items. You know what I mean? Collect water, even though I don't know how legal that is, but collect rainwater, grow my own pot, grow my own food, grow my own shrooms, fucking do as much of that as I can, just so I have to work minimally. I already own the place I live in, stoner commune, and you're not wrong. And like I said, I'll start with myself, build it up, dude. But I would like at least one other person to share my life with, and then me and her can get a chick to share our lives with. And no, I'm all for settling down. And as soon as I find the right pair, or even 3 or 4 girls to settle down with, my days of wandering around are over, buddy. Nick, yeah, I usually would just have an emergency camping grill and unperishable food for the events, like deep snow in case the power goes out. Oh yeah, there's a lot of that shit. Mostly, and like I said, I don't know how it'll all work, but I'm thinking about it. I'm investing in it. It's a 15 to 20-year investment. Even if I move out there in fucking 2 years, I'll be working full time for 15 to 20 to work it to the point where I could even have it manageable to think of cutting work down to minimal. working a couple days, or doing something from the home that I can sell on Etsy and eBay, or making the show monetized and telling you all about my shit, selling T-shirts or selling pre-made kits of something, anything. I could invest all my time into doing shows because I'd be out in the middle of nowhere and show how I can just do it. So, Liam, the dwarf reference didn't go unnoticed. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Well, you know. All right. Nick. Yeah, you usually just have. Yeah. All right. Nick, Dan, I just sent a picture of how our dinner turned out. I do have my phone. What we got? There you are. We'll see how dude's dinner turned out. All right. Good on you, Liam. And then Nick, your finances are a bitch. Yeah, finances. I thought mine were. Can't do nothing. Yeah, I have my ideas. All right, let's see how. Oh shit! Zoom, you whore. There she blows. Nice. And did you just put it on white rice? Cause I'll fuck up some white rice. I don't like the what you call it, jasmine rice. Not a fan. Ah, there's some dogs, but they didn't share with me to share to you. So, but if you'd like to share some dogs, cats, pots, I say pets and pot. You can. All right, send it there. We'll have some show and tell. It's white rice. Yeah, see, I like. I like. I mean, I'll do brown rice personally, but as long as it's not jasmine rice, you're good. Nice. Is that yogurt based? Got some curry going on. Yeah, yeah. I'm guessing so. It's usually coconut cream or some other curry, milk and shit like that. I don't. I have to make mine from scratch because no, I'm just joking. Because my little belly hurts. Your little belly. No, I'm just joking. Ah, yes, blurry food, my favorite. Yeah, everything's blurry, right? Right, Doc? You're blind. What are you talking about? Everything's blurry and fuzzy. It's sticky. It looks like blurry and fuzzy. All right. Have you tried wild rice? It takes a long time to cook, but it's so good. I've had good and bad, mostly good. I like what is that? God, it's like purple blue rice, and there's a name for it, but that's pretty good too. And I do brown rice a lot. White rice is really good. I like white sticky rice for like sushi and like sides for fucking that type of food, Asian food. I don't know, but I like rice is good. It's sour cream based. Okay, good call. Everything's blurry only on weekends. Shit. Dan, it did take a while to make. Usually it's worth the time. I make a mean chickpea sweet potato and spinach curry. That sounds fucking off the chain. Yeah, I like that. I'm a big curry fan. Liam, haven't tried that way. It could be interesting. One day, I'm going to show you how I do all my fucking shit. I'm going to do like 3 or 4, if at least 3 different recipes that I cook for my vindaloo, my sushi rolls, and my God, there was another one I wanted to do too. And I was going to infuse them all with pot and make them stoner ones. But I have to have a harvest that I can cook with and do enough to fucking do that. But I was going to do a cooking show on this thing too. And I'll show you how to do everything. But all right. Let's do weed-based curry. Exactly. Shit like that. That'd be easily done. Yeah. So, Nick, did you hear about the Skate 4 release announcement? Mickey D actually announced it last week, I want to say. Were you not here last week, Nick? I don't think you were. But yes, Skate 4. I don't have anything. I'm sure, yeah, they'll release it on PC. The last thing I need is another skateboard game. I enjoy them too much, and I play the fuck out of them. Releasing in 2022. That sounds about right. Yeah, it's and it'll have a good budget, and that'll be good. Skateboarding video games are like my super weakness, so I should avoid them like the plague, like this plague we're going through, and most people aren't avoiding. That's how I should avoid them, just like that. I just yeah, I need to actually go skateboarding. If I actually skateboarded as much as I played skateboarding video games, I'd be ridiculous. Definitely buying. Someone stop me. Yeah. It'll be hard not to, except for I can't put much more on my computer anyway. Out of on this one, as far as stuff on the internal hard drive, I could just put it on the external hard drive. But I've been trying to not get a whole bunch of video games. I haven't played games. Like I said, I have Session, which is $20 and it's out now, and I play that way too much as it is. Way too much. So let's spin the wheel of dabs. And see where she lands. Apparently I have no depth perception. Oh, and we're free choicing it. Luis, I can just make canna butter, then I can just add it to any meal, which is pretty much what I was thinking with the curry. Make canna oil, make an oil. I like making a hemp oil based cannabis oil. So the oil's hemp oil instead of butter. And then the cannabis is infused. So it's cannabis infused hemp oil. THC. It's full spectrum hemp oil. Luis, oh my God, Skate 4. Yeah, no shit. Fuck yeah. Will it be on PS4? I'm sure it'll be on everything because it's EA. I was going to say the same thing. I wonder if it's going to be on PC, but I bet it's going to be on every platform. They'll probably make the Nintendo Switch version of it, you name it, because it's such a big EA has the money in the backing. I had a feeling, I'm not shocked, with the new Tony Hawk game, Session, Skater XL, and there's like one other big one. They're all been pushing towards a new one. I have every PS2 Tony Hawk game, every skate game. I'm obsessed with skate games, I'll tell you that, Luis. This is the reason I started skateboarding, and that's kind of cool. Nick, I record a lot of games and only recently been posting them on YouTube. I thought about making a skate video on that Session video game, but I'd rather make a real skate video in real life. And if I posted it on here, I think it might be a little bit weird because I don't think any. But what's the worst thing that could happen? No one could watch it, so that's fine. I might put a skate video up. Where did you get the wheel? Amazon. I hate to say it. I'm done buying shit from Amazon because they're bastards. I just rather not give the richest guy in the world my money. He can get money from everyone else. But it is convenient, and I did get the wheel from there. And there's still a lot of things that you can't get conveniently anywhere else. But what I like to do is go shopping on Amazon and use their website to look for stuff, and then just price it out somewhere else. If I can even get the same price, I'll get it somewhere else. I don't have like Prime or nothing, so. Mickey D, ooh, I'm in for the skate video. See, yeah, a real skate video you're talking about, right? See, I was talking, I thought about posting at least one skate video of my session video game because I can record on my computer. I'm recording on this right now. Technically, I could be playing that video game right now and we could be watching it where either I'm in the corner or I'm on the big thing and it's in the corner. So we could be playing that game right now together. I could do that. But it'd be very laggy. That's why I don't do it or haven't done anything like that. We could watch movies together, shit like that. But until I get I don't know what to do to make it better. I have a decent computer, decent internet access, but maybe I need the best of the best of both of those things. All right, Nick, same dude. All right, but like I said, real one or you probably wouldn't want to see the video game one. I'm guessing. Try to make it look cool, but all right. The one failure sounds like my entire life. You should totally post it. No toked up gamers on YouTube. It'd be a nice switch up. I'm definitely up for both. Yeah, see, I like a real one. I might do a skate video. And, my guy in skate. Wait, the game is Session. And he's wearing a giant Potleaf t shirt and Potleaf skateboard, which is in their game. So, kind of has something to do with Pot. So, I'll set it up with my music. I should do that. I could do it really easy. There's so many videos I should do. I don't know why I haven't. All right. Luis, laser flip. Yeah. Laser. Freaking lasers on its head. Yes. Definitely. I can't even heel flip for shit. I've gotten the flip down, and then I just can't get my body on it type thing. But so laser's a little out of it. All right. Mickey D, both, buddy. Yeah. If anything, you can see skate or Session. I'll post up the video, and you'll at least see the. You can look at it as like what you can do in that game because I do really like that game. It was really good. All right, Luis. Amazon serves a purpose, but I prefer not to shop there. Same with Walmart. Same with all this. I just don't like. They've really made enough money where they should. If you're working for one of the richest companies in the world, you should be making more money than anyone else and have the most dedicated staff. And there shouldn't be one or two fucking aisles open, or like, you should have it fully stocked. And it's like, yeah, but we lose money. I'm like, you're the richest company in the world. You don't need any more money. At some point, you should stop making money and fucking start working on your fucking service. You don't need to make billions for one person every year. You need to take some of that money and spread it out and have everyone fucking with a working fucking pay and have the fucking aisles open, dude. Fuck that. They're like, oh, you need to stand 6 feet apart from each other. Be like, okay, open up your fucking aisles. Fuck you. I'm gonna stab you in the eye with a chicken skewer. Chicken skewer, chicken skewer, chicken skewer. All right, but yes, Amazon does serve a purpose. It's called a rainforest. Yet we get rid of that. If we treated the Amazon rainforest like we treat the fucking Amazon, maybe they should donate some money to the goddamn place they got the name from that they're destroying with every cardboard box. I'm trying to get out of it, but it is very convenient. And I hate people, so it does play into my hatred of people to order things online, but I'm trying. Nick, I'd say probably tool around with game recording software until it's optimized. Some software does it for you. Well, so I have to play with all my settings on really low resolutions, so that would be something that they wouldn't be the prettiest thing in the world. I would only make like one skate video. I don't want to post skate. I don't want to post video game stuff because I don't play games often. I don't know how I would keep that up. Like I said, but I do have the recording software, the editing software, and I do play one game that I could make a 3 to 5 minute skate video and make it like edit it like a real skate video and pretend that I actually have talent and be like, if I could skate this good, how would I make a video or a little bit like that? So it is still cool to be. All right, but anyway, like orbs or something. I should OBS or something. Oh, you're talking about editing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Luis, what time is it where I am? It's 7:01. So just after 7, which it might be an early night tonight. Who knows? I haven't decided. So, but we're dabbing. I've decided that. Let me read some of this before it gets hot. Nick, it's because the CEO doesn't want to sell 2 of his yachts to make his stores better. Exactly. That's what I mean. At some point, you make enough money, just make the store really, really good and take some of that as losses. If you can't do that, you're just a greedy asshole. Nothing's trickling down. You're just collecting shit and then taking all your money and putting it in a fucking bank account that's not in this goddamn country, avoiding paying taxes. So even you're not even playing the game at that point. That's the thing that people think too. It's like, oh, there's nothing wrong with millionaires and billionaires. I'm like, yeah, if they first off, they're not taxed enough. Second off, they don't even pay those taxes. They rather fucking put their money in offshore accounts. Shit gets real sleazy. I've hung out with fucking people who've borderline that shit, and it gets sleazy as fuck. One failure. People hoarding money like dragons hoard gold or something. Shit is crazy. It's getting worse than ever. I'm glad people are starting to kind of wake up to that shit because the wage difference is higher now than it was during the French Revolution, and they were cutting people's fucking heads off. So it's the worst it's ever been in human history. It doesn't need to be something 4K if it's occasional. Yes. Cheers. Cheers to that. Here's to shrooms, because it's the shroomery. God damn it! Why does that keep happening? Oh, that was such a big dab. I can't lose it. I don't think it hit the ground. It's still good. It's still good. It's just a little furry. It's still good. It's still good. Damn it. What is going on? Balls. Well, that sucks. What the fuck? Ziggy. Oh, yeah, there it is. All right. Well, that didn't go well. Cat's dab. I usually take that if it's too furry, and that becomes a load on top of a bowl. You know what I mean? I'll get as much hair out as I can, and then just do smoke it on a bowl. All right. Anyway, yeah, I wouldn't do them very often, so I don't need super crisp or nothing. And like I said, I don't play a lot of games. I don't do games that often. Consciously, I was obsessed with video games my whole life, and I had to kind of step away because I started realizing if I would have put that much time and effort into anything else in my life, I would have been really good at that instead of just being really good at video games. Fortunately, I do still have dexterity in my fingers from playing video games that I try to apply to playing music. I think that went well. All right, Nick, it doesn't need to be 4K if it's occasional. I'd say 720 is a good game. Cat eats dab. Could happen. I don't know. My resolution on that game is set to low, so it doesn't say what. But I'm sure it's fucked. Like I said, I'm only gonna do like one video. I'll put it out. There's one skate video I made 10 years ago when I started this channel. I didn't start it when I just was watching videos, and I decided to upload a bunch of skate videos because I was bored one day, edited together. So if you look at the oldest video on this channel, damn it. It's a throw together video I made, skate video. So that's on there. The one failure, I had to ground up. Oh wait, I had ground up a quarter of some good bud for a little get together while dog sitting at this lady's house. And let me tell you, I dropped it all on the carpet. It was more hair than bud at that point. Yeah. I just want to see you skate today, bro. Yeah, no shit. I would like to actually go skate is what I should do. I should do both. That's the key. Do one and then the other. One of the big things is I could upload. I'm actually good at playing video games, so I could upload a halfway decent skate video on there. In real life, I'm not great. All right. Louise, dude, that sucks. Yeah, it's not a waste. I'll still get a dab out of it. It's just a little furry. They're not a dab. I'm going to load a bowl. Load a bowl. Warm this up. Because this also ran out. And then Liam, bedtime for me. Keep well, everyone. Have a good night. If we get any of the regulars in, I'll tell them you said good night. Besides who's right here. Otherwise, everyone have a good night. Or you have a good night, buddy. Nick, it's like you do a comparison video between game and real life. Yeah, and it'd be a sad comparison indeed. This is what I'd like to skate like. This is how I do skate. Mickey D, we should definitely meet up and go skate one day. Hell yeah. Luis, good night. To Liam. Yes, good night. Thank you for joining us, Liam. Oh, that guy here. That guy out. That was better. I fuck around too much. That's okay. Skating. I would love to do that. Although I feel like a goddamn amateur. The last time I went skating, I couldn't even ollie for shit. Like, they were like, not even leaving the ground. I was never good to begin with, so not skating for years and years and years sure didn't help. But I'd like to do that again. I would like to. I used to skate. Hell yeah. That's how I feel like. Unfortunately, that's why I have to say now. I got a board, started skating, broke it, and haven't replaced it. And that was months ago. So I never break boards, so I was kind of bummed. I was just trying to do a kickflip because I suck at kickflips. So I'm sit here and get my kickflips back to where I can throw them at least 1 in 3 or something like that. Fuck, I mean, and it's just snapped my tail, threw all my weight on at least I fucking put my feet on it. But, well, I used to skate miles every day. I used to just skate hours every day. Mickey D, it's been years for me too, man. I know it's unfortunate. Anyway, Nick, I can barely do anything without the board flying from under me, causing me to fall my ass. Which, and that's a big part of it, is that didn't bother me as much, but something tells me right now, every time I work out, I think of how that will help me athletically for skateboarding or beating the shit out of somebody or other things that I won't mention. But physical activities that I either enjoy or feel might be necessary, as a precaution or something like that. Uh, when I work out, I actively think about skateboarding. I like to watch skate videos or UFC shit. So it makes me think, oh yeah, I used to actually be a physically active non piece of shit. I've gotten good at like keeping my weight back down again, but that's about it. All right, Billy Bong Thornton. Yeah. Cat looked around. What's going on? Ziggy, why don't you come here? Yeah. Yeah. He tried to make the noise. Come here. Yeah. We got ourselves a kitty. Anyway, Billy Bong, I'm late to the party. Yeah, it's all right. We got a cat now. All right. One failure. Me and my fiance actually found your channel from the How to Make Hash video. Everyone found me from that video, trust me. And a while back. Definitely will be in the live streams more often. Very chill. Yes, I enjoy them. Hanging out with people is one of my favorite things in the world to do. And besides petting cats, petting pussy. Sorry. Uh, and but where's it going with that? I haven't been able to do that often either, of which. But hanging out with people is one of my favorites, so it's great to be able to hang out with you people. So thank you. Luis, it's never too late to blaze the herb. Partake in the ganj. My boss said that one time. Everyone was smoking pot at work and getting busted. I was one of the only people who didn't get busted smoking pot at work. Funny enough, right? All the people who don't look like stoners did. But my boss, brought everyone, was talking to everyone about it. He was like, okay, I partake in the ganj myself, everybody. But, not at work. You can come in, and if you've gotten stoned out at home, that's none of my business. But you come at work, partake the ganj. He never lived that down for long. I guess apparently never with me. He'll never live that down. Partake in the ganj. And we'd have partaked in the ganj. I wish he was my boss now. It's really good. I really enjoyed the fact that at one point in time, I'd hung out with my boss and gotten him so fucked up that he couldn't walk down the stairs or drive home. So I had to help him out. I mean, I always felt like, okay, cool. At least in the back of my head, I always know that, remember that time you got really fucked up and I helped you out, bro? Come on. So ganj in the partake. Yeah, no shit. Partake in the ganj. I partake in the ganj, okay? But not at work. I really wanted to when we were hanging out and smoking weed, be like, so would you care to partake in the ganj this evening with me? The ganj. Man, but I left it alone. Luis, I had a similar experience while in college. Said he's wait, where my I had a similar experience where my colleague said he smokes every day. Yeah, Which I'm not saying that my boss wasn't a stoner. It's just apparently there's an age gap or a fucking language barrier or something. But I don't know. Me and my friend, and we were pretty young at the time he said that, or like early 20s, mid 20s at the latest. We're like, okay, partake in the ganj, huh? Oh, Mickey D, watch the video I just sent you. Okay. All right, Louis. So we smoked a small joint at lunch, and he drove us back at 10 miles per hour. Yeah, no shit. Colleague. Sorry. No, you're good. All right, I'll watch that video. Yeah, well, so when I was a manager, I smoked pot all the time. So I thought it was only fair to let my employees who were working for me smoke pot if they were going to let me. You know what I mean? There was some people who, I swear, I wouldn't let them work without smoking a bowl. They'd become irritable. They would stop doing shit. I'd be like, oh yeah, go smoke a bowl. Take a break. Go out to your car. I know they'd smoke some pot, and they come back and they'd be in a better mood. They'd be talking. They'd be productive. They'd know what the fuck's going on. Great. Let that guy smoke pot. I've had other employees of mine where they would go out and smoke, come back in, and they would be fucking useless. They couldn't fucking do anything right. Everything was fucked. They were slow. They were out of it. They were talking. They were fucked up. And I'm like, okay, you're not allowed to smoke. And that gets you in a weird situation where it's a person by person thing where it's like, no one's allowed to smoke with that motherfucker. If he smokes, I'm gonna be pissed off, and I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna tell him straight up, you're an idiot. Don't get high here. You can't get high here. It's a weird double standard, but it's true. Not every things affect people differently. So, Nick. So when I was doing Tesla training at local community college, that's awesome. My friend and I left in the middle of class and smoked like 5 good bowls each. Oh, geez. And made the choice to buy $50 of Taco Bell. Well, we've all been there. I've been there. He's been there. All right. Mickey D. What we got, Mickey D? All right. All right, what we got here? Yeehaw!
You should be concerned. I'm digging 9 to 4. We'll reuse your phones when you are gone. Cause I just killed your friends, then pulled off all the skins, then cooked and smoked them meat right off the bone. I can tie your arms, attack and cause you harm. You're a tasty treat and we won't know. Then we're gonna lick our lips, cut off your fingertips. They will be getting served as an hors d'oeuvre. Sawing you apart, I'll cook and eat your heart. I must make a mask out of your skin. And if I saw your heart, I'll cook and serve your parts. I might show up and say, well, man,
All right. Oh, good times. Advanced munchies, yes. I'm lying. This is how everything looks for me all the time. What are you talking about? This is how things are supposed to look, right? Fuzzy, kind of, right? Right, doctor? Looks like I have no pupils. Come on. Zoom in. Does look pretty creepy. Well, I'm pretty creepy looking anyway. Stop looking. All right. Holy shit, I can't see, no doubt. All right. All right, Cat. What are we dabbing out of? Huh? McDabbin? Are you a little McDabbin? And Ziggy says I want treats. I don't know. He's had a lot of treats. Oh, Build-A-Bong. Oh, we're going to spin it again. Because the thing is still not cleaned and it's plugged. It's plugged, Ziggy. You're a good cat, Ziggy. It's been raining and storming like crazy around here. I love it. That shit puts me to sleep too, though. Come on, boomstick. I don't want it to be the boomstick because I don't have much pot. I'd rather do a dab, but I'll do what I can. Not just double Build-A-Bong. It just builded a bong. Double Build-A-Bong. I had to say no twice, Cat. Why? Free choice. All right. I can do that. Because that choice is free. And when you're free to have any choice you want, without out of hand. What are you doing? What are you doing, huh? What are you doing? The people are over there. All right, Mickey D. Oh shit, you should have seen the storm at my house yesterday. I'll send pics. Yeah, you should. Shit's sick. Still got it up too. Yeah, it was raining and storming like crazy. I love it. Although, like I said, it puts me asleep. I'm like, oh man, dude. Normally, on the side of my bed is a fan, a humidifier, and like, you know, one of those little Alexa things, and it plays rain sounds when I go to bed. It's like a little rain generator sound thing. So I'm listening to rain sounds, the humidity's up, fucking lights are off, the wind's blowing. I'm having like a little storm every night at my house. So the fact that it's raining and shit outside is like the perfect conditions to fall asleep for me. So God damn you, Cat. Gosh darn you, Cat. All right. Nick, the creek and the crickets at my cabin are the sound machine. See, and that's the problem is I do live close enough where it's never perfectly silent, it seems like. Unless it's like between, 11, 12 o'clock and 6 and 7 in the morning are the only times you're like kind of guaranteed silence. What? Where are you going? Where are you going? What's your little tongue out? What are you doing? All right. Nick, and when it rains, there's actually pleasant. What are you doing? Come on. All right. Nick, when it rains, it's actually pleasant and not bummy. Yeah, no shit. I like the rain sound. Luis, I play sounds like that on my phone at bedtime. I like TV white noise or sounds of rivers and stuff. I can't do white noise. That one bugs me, but the sound of my fan works. That's the first thing that really got me hooked to it. I'd say the first one I really liked, and I'm like, okay, I need a fan. Like I said, it bleeds out any other creaks, and my cats are constantly making noise. The kitten's always running around. She's still a kitten until tomorrow. She's only 1. She's about to be 2 tomorrow. She's still young, so they're always making noise. So the rain noise, the fan, the humidifier, all that shit really helps put me out. And it's a pitch black room with all my windows blacked out in my bedroom. So, yeah. All right. Mickey D, I like them too. It looks like snow, but it's hail. Holy shit. You sent those photos. Okay. Sorry. Zoning out. Let's see what we got, peoples. Holy shit. Damn, that does look like snow, dude. Holy shit, that's hail? That's crazy. All right. Mickey D, and rivers a fast flowing river of water. That shit's crazy, dude. Uh, crazy. Fuck that. I'm glad that hail didn't happen here. I don't want hail damage on my car or on my roof. This is the last summer before it snows. I have to redo my roof, dude, and that's so expensive. I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna afford it. Normally I could pull it together, but shit's really tight right now at the worst possible time. So that sucks. All right, Luis. Yeah, I agree. The sound of the fan was my first noise to sleep. Yeah, that shit got me addicted. The sounds of babbling brook are really nice. I like water flowing over stones and stuff. I like rain because it's a solid pour. You know what I mean? Constant. Although, because it needs to be kind of loud and like constant for me because, like I said, I just like it really bleeding out any other sounds. Uh, I don't do well at sleeping with the TV on and shit because I'll start watching the TV or music. I'll start thinking about music. So. Uh oh. Mickey D. It fucked up my lawn and vegetation. My trees are pretty much stripped. Yeah, no shit. Rain on a metal rooftop is okay, but I like the real thing, but it's hard to get a recording that sounds any good. Dude, yeah, see, I'm always worried about that with planting and shit like that. Is like Colorado's weird. Fucking hail and like it rained so bad here, they would have flooded out stuff. I still plan on doing some planting. Oh, a bong on how things have been going. My indoor gardening. I really wish we could have birthed the cake tonight, but you guys got to see it. At least you got to see where I'm at in the progress. So I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? As far as plants are going, I don't want to start putting in seeds that I've spent money on and then have the guy finally come through and be like, okay, pick up those clones, pick up that fucking plant. And I have no room for anything. So really, they should have been rooted 3 or 4 days ago. At the least, a day or two ago. So, Mickey D, I'll give you some seeds. Well, I have feminized seeds, which are especially female, hence the name. And I want to use those and they're green crack, one of my favorite strains. So, got one of my favorite strains, feminized. I have dope seeds. I'll show you pictures of my seed room. I should. But I didn't want to take a picture of my empty seed room and my empty grow rooms and my non colonized mycelium jars. You can't get your ass fucking kicked, Ziggy. But I do appreciate it. And if I didn't get feminized seeds, there's local seed companies that I should have went to. The Oni Seed Company. Some of the this guy's rocks. I really enjoy his strains. Met the guy, super nice. He always wants to hang out. Every time I talk to him, which is very, very rare. It's on Instagram, so. But he always says he wants to hang out, Blaze. He'd love to hang. If I grow something, he wants to talk about how he grew that strain. I know the guy who does them, so just like the guy I'm doing this time, he actually made the strain I'm gonna grow by, breeding it himself. He's a breeder, so that's one reason I want to go through him, is because I know that he's breeding females. He's cloning, you know what I mean? So he's done that work for me. That's one good thing about clones, is you can get them from somebody who knows what they're doing. So, but like all things, I don't know what to do. Like I said, I'd hate to start doing my seeds right now and then have him come through and I'm unable to fucking have a place for his clones or whatever. So I only have a plant room for 5 plants and then clones. It's going to take a lot of working out to see how long things are taking to grow, harvest, cure, re-up, clone again. It's something I got to figure out. So, but yeah, I will figure it out. That's for sure. I don't know. It's unfortunately one of the only things I have going on right now, and it's not going on right now. The mushrooms have been going better than that. At least they're in their seedling phase in the sense of their mycelium phase. So who knows? I'm a little upset about that, but that's okay. Because the goal is once it starts going to have it continual, to have it supplying itself by cloning and cloning. Luis, what mushrooms? Uh, they're called B plus, like just below an A. A just below an A minus. They're called B plus. So that's what type. If you're interested in looking up what I'm growing, but my goal is to be able to grow a bunch of different types of mushrooms. Did you not see the jar? I picked it up. I showed everybody the jar. It's looking really nice. So I can always show everybody again, although I don't want to put them in the light for too long because they'll just slow the rate down. They just should be left in the dark. I have them incubating in a box on a heat mat, seedling heat mat. So the box is sitting on that, and they go to 8, and then there's a temperature gauge. They're temperature controlled in a box in the darkness at 86 degrees. So KKK 69 says KKK. I don't know, man. I, yeah, hold on. Yes, KKK. All right, hold on. There we go. I got rid of them, man. There we are. You can KKK fuck off. Okay, KK? You can KK kill yourself for all I KK care. Alright, enough of that. Yeah. KKK 69. Seems like 69ing would not be in the agenda. But none of my business. What dish? Alright. Oh. Oh. But that's one nice thing is I can kick anybody off. What a username, yeah. You mean a loser name. Nice loser name. Alright, what are we dabbing on now? How's Ziggy? What did he say? All he said was KKK. And then his next one was, yes, KKK. Re-up right now. Uh-oh. And we're purple sharking it. It's Daydreamer. I don't know what re-up right now means, but if that means hit it, or you just re-upped, or I need to re-up, all those things are going to happen. So, I need to re-up on some water, but it's great to have you, Daydreamer. Thank you for being in. Luis, what the fuck? Yeah. Nick, yo, yay, Daydreamer. How it do? Yes. And Daydreamer, Maker is now is Nick. So that's Nick. Luis, Crazy Dab Rig. This is the Purple Shark Dab Rig, named after the Purple Shark album I did, and the Purple Shark Band, which this song we're listening to is from the Purple Shark. So, uh-oh, just for me and all of you, she re-up. I'm glad I'm still here. It was getting low on people in here, like 3 people, and I'm like, yeah, geez, maybe I'll call it an early night. But all my favorite people are here anyway, so that's what counts. We need a few others. Liam was here. He already said goodnight. I said that I would say goodnight to everyone from him. Ooh, White Chronic. Hopefully that means it's super crystally. Luis, it's cool. Is it a custom piece? It is not. Like I said, it was something I bought for myself as a little celebratory thing for making the album. It is it's a knockoff of a Nico Cray, but the Nico Cray ones cost about starting at $1,000, way up. This one did not cost that much, maybe a tenth or something. I mean, not that, and not as much as the originals. So I do feel bad. Both of these, and I have another one too, I'm sure, or if not 2, are glass artists' original thought of designs that were very popular and sold for a lot of money and still do. And people clone them, copy them out, and make them on a higher production level with lower overhead and overseas, and not quite the same materials, and we'll make hundreds of the same one, shit like that. But I do love both these pieces, and knowing that, I would definitely go to the original artists and buy something like that because they function great. So there is goods and bads to it, but I feel bad that I own so many not super legit pieces. But that's okay. I'm not balling. I haven't bought a piece in years, so it's not a current thing. I'm gonna grab me some water. Load up your bowls. Roll up your joints. Get your white cron. Get your chronic. And we'll smoke up, hang out. I'll be right back. Oh. All right. What is it? What is it? Is it a fluffy monster? Does someone follow me around? Yeah. What's going on over there? All right. Nick, so I guess he's invisible now. I'm always invisible when you can't see me. All right. So, I don't know why the cat just came up here to jet out, but she said hello. Excuse me. Good to have everybody back. We are dabbing. Well, we're almost dabbing. We will be dabbing shortly. All righty. Yeah, I hit the purple shark again, right? Yeah. Well, if I didn't, we're hitting it again anyway. Perfect. But yes, it's always great to chat with everybody. Let you guys know how everything's been going. Like I said, I'm glad to be able to show everybody the mycelium growth. The perp shark. The shark is perps. Oh yeah, Daydreamer didn't see it. But tis what it is. I thought I'd be doing a live birth. Tonight, the goal was to be doing some birthing of my mycelium cakes, my vermiculite, my PFR cakes. Wait. Whatever. BFR. Anyway. Baby Shark do do do. I'm glad I don't know that song because apparently it's like really catchy. And I avoided it somehow by not having kids or anyone around me to play it for play it for me. So but I've gotten a few Baby Shark, Purple Shark references, especially since he's a pretty tiny, he's kind of the Baby Shark size. So consider yourself lucky. I do. I hate earworms with a passion. So, cheers, everybody. So glad you could be with me again for another night of blazing with homies. Let's hope it goes in there this time, huh? Blazing with the homies. Oh, Luis, yeah, it's so crappy, the song. Yeah, I guess I'm lucky I never heard it. Ute Alking is my earworm. Ute Alking. Talking, I mean. Frick. I wish I was able to do it more often, to be honest. I don't get to talk a lot, so I don't feel very honed in the skill as I should be. I even notice when I first start talking at the beginning of the evenings, I trip on my words more than after I start smoking a lot of pot. It's one of those things where it's I don't know, it gets easier as I do it throughout the evening, and the more I do it, the easier it is. I enjoy speaking. I enjoy asking questions and having questions asked to me. I feel like that's the key to life. People start figuring things out when we talk to each other. You know what I mean? It's not the best way of communication in the galaxy, in the universe, but it's what we have done best with. And as long as we speak the same language, at least we can try to convey some of our thoughts and feelings to each other. So we need to do more of that. I uh, I think that's talking to people is the only way to figure things out. You know what I mean? If you have a civilization and another civilization, if one of them conquers the other civilization and you eradicate everything and you burn it, you know, all you've done is double your, you know, your area, your uh, commodities. But if you make friends with those people and you learn from them and you take and integrate each other, you can build. That's what this country should be built on. That's what the people who stole this motherfucker wanted, was for equality. Damn it! No. But you know, you should be able to integrate things and build better together. You know, rather than just spreading your own ideas farther, building together is the only way to go upward and outward, and that's where we're all inevitably trying to go. So, all right, Luis, I enjoy your streams, bro. First time I came here was on 420. Yeah, that's great. Shame about the time difference because it's 3 a.m. here. Yeah, it's getting a little late. Uh, Early again. That squeaky noise sends shivers down my spine. Squeaky. It's probably the music or something. All right, Nick. In public or social settings, I like making people laugh and feel good, but I get super reclusive in any other time. Yeah. Um, hey, it's better than most people have. You know, some people can't talk or do anything ever. I don't have social anxiety. I'm not claustrophobic. I'm not afraid of heights. But you put me on a plane and all those things sure fucking become real. So I get it. Oh, does it wipe out? Does it make a noise when I wipe it out? I've never noticed. Ah, yep. Okay, now you said it. It does kind of bug me. It's one of those things where it's worse for other people than when you do it yourself. Holy crap, you have to turn it down. Sorry, I didn't mean to just do it again. I saw that on Reddit. Smoke it up. I just smoked another one. It's time for a bowl, I think. Even though I don't have much pot, I'll just have to re up. Oh yeah, come here, bud. What is it? What do you got? What do you got for us today? You doing all right? Are you a cat? Are you the ferocious with the mostest? Yeah? Are you the ferocious with the mostest? He's just a kitty. He's just a kitty. All right. Nick, I'm not afraid of heights or small spaces, but when I'm in control of the situation, that's exactly it. And in a plane, I'm not. All right, Luis, it's fine, bro. That's my problem. Yeah, no shit. Uh, that's my problem. No, that squeaky noise when I clean it up. I didn't notice it until you said it, that it even happened. So, but still, I feel you. There's noises that bug me. Nick, meow meow, meow meow. Oh, yeah, he's a good guy. he's always close. You know what I mean? If you can't see him, he's near. No, he's near. Ziggy's always here for you. Oh yeah. He lives to please. Yeah, right. He lives to be pleased. He's like, feed me, clean my poo, pet me. Luis, one of my kitties, is a fly killer. She has caught at least 10 flies midair. That's kind of cool. I'm sure my cat, I haven't had any flies in this house in years. So either she's really good, but moths. My cat's a moth torturer. She just bites them and she wants them half alive so they kind of get away and then she can catch them again. I'm like, man, it'd be better if you just ate that fucking thing because what you're doing to it is fucked up. You're fucking like letting it think that it can go die miserably in a corner and then you just kick its ass again. Nick, my dog ate one of those nasty looking giant crickets. Oh, they love those things. It's a lot of protein. It's not great for them just because they could have parasites and bugs in them. So, but other than that, sometimes you gotta eat a cricket. Louise, it's brilliant. Look at that cat. Look at him. Look at him. He's just so happy. He's just so happy. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Making cats happy is my main goal. I've failed in the sense that one of my 3 cats ran away. But other than that, the cats I have been doing good. Luis, I have to go to bed, bro. Very sleepy now. Dude, 3:20 in the morning, I'd be fucked. So good night. You have a great one. It's been fun as always. I will see you. I'm glad I was able to do an early one and catch you for as long as I did. It's already been 3 hours, 33 minutes, and I'm trying to wait for it, but 13 seconds by the time I say this. So have a good night. We'll see you soon. Nick, they're called spider crickets, I think. That doesn't make them sound any better. But you have a good night. Luis, this bowl is for you. Oh, let's smoke it. Let's smoke it, buddy. And we'll put that hash I dropped on there. Does that sound good? Does that sound good? We'll have hash. Huh? We'll have hash time. We'll have hash time. Me and you. All right. I already saw that on Reddit. Every time I read that, I'm like, I already saw that. I'm like, I read what? I already saw that on Reddit. I had a ninja cat. It would jump off the wall and shit. That's cool. I've never really had a ninja cat. All my cats are somewhat chill. I have a cat that runs up and down my grow tent, and I have to grow, which is kind of ninja-like. And I have to buy fucking foil tent tape that's like fix-it tape. But there's no plants in there anyway, so it's not a big deal yet. But I should get back into it. I just it is what it is. I need to find a little bit more income would help. More income, less hours at work, right? I would like to make income of some sort, but that ain't happening either. So, oh yeah, I keep on to grab a dab because I have more of those. Let's do a bowl. It's bowl 30. It's bowl 30. It's bowl 30. Yes. All right. Cats are cool. I would love a dog. Uh, Fortunately, I have at least one friend with a dog. I have a couple, and I get to hang out with their dogs. Is there a cat here too? We have cats about. There's a cat. There's a cat. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, there's a kitty. There's our kitty there, huh? What's up, dude? What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Are you just bugging him? All right. So, yeah, dogs are just a little much. So are cats. I don't know. I'm just always, you know, it's just responsibility, which can be good. Like I said, they keep me on a schedule too, so I've needed them in my life. There's been a lot of times in my life where without them around, I don't know how great I would have done for myself. You know what I mean? Like they gave me a reason to come home. I had to come home to feed them and hang out and give them attention. I still do. They just, I don't know. They gave me a reason to not be a fucking complete piece of shit bum. You know what I mean? Because I'm good at that. Mostly the bum. Even when I'm a bum, I'm not a piece of shit. I'm actually really good at being a bum. Grade A bum. I have a grade A bum mentality. Nick, grind up some kitty weed and give Ziggy a joint. Yeah, no joke. Although he's run no, there's still definitely I could roll up quite a few joints. He's not as into it as he's getting 17 and he's a little bit done with the kitty joints. Panda's a little bit done too. She just likes they aren't as interested as they should be. I don't know if I over catnipped them or if they just don't love it, but I'm glad I videotaped the time when they really enjoyed it because he would have ate that whole fucking thing if I would have let him. Brandon Burritos. Wow, you're still streaming? Yes, still streaming. I always stream all night, dude. I got nothing better to do. House is clean, dishes done, laundry's done, all the fun stuff's done. I was gonna do a live birth this evening of my mycelium cakes, but that didn't happen. They're fun to look at. That's about it right now. Oh yeah, no shit. Mickey D, kids and marriage will keep you on the ultimate time schedule. True, but that's kind of someone else's time schedule. But it's still helpful. Just like the cats is someone else's schedule. The plants are. It helps me too. All right. Mickey D, take happiness in the thought of having only kitties. True. There's the grass is always greener. I've been on both sides of it. I was very close to, you know, moving forward towards that direction and doing that type of thing. But at the same time, you know, uh, you make decisions. I don't know. There's a good chance I wouldn't be live streaming right now had I made that other decision. You know what I mean? The family and dedicating myself to that more. I wouldn't be here. I don't know. My goal now is pretty much to live. I don't know how, but I just need to increase a little bit more income to save up. Because, well, actually, once I pay off my car, that will be huge. That'll be $420 a month off my life right now, which I could use that money and try really hard to live the exact same way I'm living now. Take that money, save it every month, get myself a few $1,000s saved up because after fucking COVID, all my money is gone. I had a couple thousand, now I have 0,000, and I don't know. start investing in things for turning my house into more self-sufficient, eventually trading in a lot of things, just living differently. Probably going out to the mountains is probably now my goal. And like I said, I think hippie commune, although stoner commune sounds much better. Stoner commune out in the middle of nowhere. That's the goal. And I'll do it because I'll buy fucking land. I'll start fucking growing my own shit, hanging out, having fun. It'll be good times. Worst comes to worst, I can do it by myself. But like I said, it'd be nice to find some at least one person to share that with. One person, you know, to live with and do that whole thing. But it's not a necessity, I guess. Life is what it is. Mostly a biatch. All right. Well, let me just say hi. I'm glad. Wait. Let me just say I'm glad you're here, Nick. Yes, because I wouldn't be here, like I said, probably if I was still doing the relationship thing. I was very close to marriage and that whole thing. Well, at the same time, I knew it was either that or nothing. It was all or nothing. I'm that type of person, and I sure waited long enough. And apparently, when I finally came down to it, I made a different decision. It is what it is. All right. Reddit. At what point does Keith become hash? What's the line? If it's solid, if it goes into powder, it's Keith. Or even sand, powder, Keith. If it's stuck together and holds together so that even when you like break it apart, if you can break it back apart, you can't just press a bunch of Keith and then if you break it apart, it just dusts back up. I'd say that's still Keith, just compacted Keith. Hash is when it's actually you're crushing and combining those trichomes together. They're becoming a solid piece. Where anything from Play-Doh to even yeah, like it has different textures, but I'd say that's about the line right in there. Nick, it's kind of early, but I don't know if I'll ever marry. I was extremely close, but I had thought about it for many, many years and saved up a lot of money and got to the point where I'm like, I think I'm going to buy a ring and still put a down payment because I was going to buy like a really expensive ring and do the whole wedding thing. But fortunately, I didn't. I waited, close to a decade with somebody, and after being with someone that long, I realized that there was some. It was just probably wouldn't have worked out anyway. So I don't know though. Who knows how things go? I wasn't against marriage. I'd always been against kids. My sister just had a kid. He just turned 1 years old 6 days ago, and I will say I really enjoy having that kid around and watching it. It's kind of like dogs, where I'm like, I'm sure I see the joy in it, but I like your dog. You clean up after it. You fucking take care of it. You fucking deal with it while you're at work and while you're home and while you revolve your life around it. And I don't say I envy you, but that's not where I apparently found my happiness. In my ideal world, I didn't want a wife and kids and a house and neighbors and barbecues every weekend with people that I didn't. The barbecues every weekend actually sound like the best part of that. But depending on what you're barbecuing, I guess for me. But I just the atomic family of one wife, 2.3 kids, a dog, a cat, and uh, chicken in every fridge. Just that's not my idea of happiness. But I totally get how that can be somebody's. But it's also not the most in. It's not something that's been going on for a very long time. Yeah, Nikki D sent some more pics. That's cool. All right, let's see what we got. Yeah, I think I think that it, like I said, hasn't been going on forever. It's a kind of a recent phenomenon. Good for him. All right, let's see what we got. Michael Key. I was gonna say, what the fuck? That's weird looking. I got a cat in my lap, so it's hard. There we go. Oh, what the fuck? That's funny. I don't normally share non-pet or pot-related things, but that was pretty good. Batman's cool. I'm sure it will be okay. So it's Bat. He's in the Flash movie, and he's probably going to make a movie himself and be. Yeah, I can see that. All right, but yes, I think building on the idea of I'm gonna find somebody. I'm gonna find somebody, one person, and I'm gonna put a ring on their finger, and I'm gonna put one on mine, and it's gonna tell everyone else that those are that's the only person I care about, and everyone else don't even try to make contact with me, of a sexual nature or of a any type of relation. You know what I mean? And like it just and me and this person are gonna put our backs together. Just me and them against the world. You know, people don't know their neighbors. People don't know anybody. We'll have our select group of friends who go home and do their thing and have their homes and their families and their problems, and they're putting their backs up against the wall. And you set up with these little mini islands everywhere of I'm here and my next door neighbors are there and they're there, and we don't have any sense of community. Uh, we've gotten rid of that, which I love. If living by myself, and I love the fucking fact that I can, and the solidarity of it, and the independence of it. Uh, but at the same time, I think that you know, shit, it's just new. It's just new for humans to do that, and it can kind of breed this mentality of me and you against the world. And you're always going to lose, you know what I mean? Unless we're all in it together in a community sense. It can't be you and me against the world. It should be me, you, and everyone with the world. And until we make that difference, marriage and the 2.3 kids and all that just seemed like what I was set up to do. Seems like for me, and this is something I have to think about and deal with, I had that option and I could shave my hair, shave my face, present myself in a way that was attractive to a woman to the point where they would marry me and want children, not just have sex with me, but procreate and set up a life with this person. They want that with somebody who, would, my chances of doing that were greatly increased with short hair, shaved, good job, stable. And they kind of make you in this country feel like if you don't do that, if you grow your hair out long and you go against the system and you uh, don't play the game, that, who's going to want to marry you? Who's going to want to have children with that? They push that away. Uh, because it's shunned upon. It's just a different way of living, and it is what it is. And it's caused me to be very alone because people look at me and say, well, how could he possibly have a house or a car or a job? And that's a really fucked up way of looking at somebody. That's true. And at some point, they're not wrong in the sense that you look at me and they're like, I'm sure he's a stoner. I'm sure he's into this. I can't tell you how many people are like, are you in a band? Do you play music? Do you smoke? Are you, I'm as typical for how I look. But you know what? I don't hide. If I shaved my beard and cut off all my hair and wore a polo shirt and drove a different, and did my thing, everything like that, that would be wearing a mask in a disguise, which I just don't do. You look at me and you see who I am because I wear it on my sleeve. I haven't grown out of that. People said, I was going through a phase when I was 13 because I was wearing, you know, horror movie T-shirts, had my hair braided, and I was smoking pot. Well, here I am, decades later. You know, I've stayed pretty true to that ideal. Anyway, all right, Nick, let's all get this party started. Yeah, no shit. Sent my dogs and one of the kitties this time. Sounds good. Billy Bong, fuck marriage. Bunch of papers and bullshit. They made me write. I ain't taking no fucking test. I'm just saying this is my fucking shit, son. This, I don't know. Don't get me wrong. Uh, I'm not supporting, I'm not advocating like polygamy or anything necessarily because it sucks for a guy. Being in a polygamous relationship seems like it would suck. Where it's like, oh yeah, let's just openly date people, and it's like she'll go out and fuck five guys, and you're like, yeah, I fingered this chick at the bar. If you're lucky, and it's like, yeah, that sounds like a bad deal to me, bro. To me, it just seems like unless it doesn't seem like it would work out. For me, it'd be like, okay, so if I was in a polygamous relationship, it'd be like, okay, so the fact that I got you was a fucking pretty long shot. So now you can be with anyone you want, and I'm pretty much gonna be with you, except for my time divided. And I'll always question if you're eating a butterscotch, who was sucking on it before you were. Yeah, I'm good. Bunch of papers and bullshit, and then you go, bro, Billy Bong Thornton, have you been married? Uh, I'm not against marriage. It's not for me, and at the same time, I got married in the sense that I was comfortable with, and I, it just wasn't what culture has built it up to be. And it's not enough that I would say, I would never cheat on you. I love you for the rest of my life. These are things where I've been broken up with this person for years and I still have trouble out of it. I truly meant these things. Uh, I just didn't want to get paperwork involved and all this bullshit involved. And if I did get married, the only reason was I'm like, okay, I want to get married on like Halloween, and we're having everybody like a crazy goth party and some like a you know gothic church and make it really cool, or on 420 and we'll do the weed thing, although that wasn't around at the time I was thinking about it, but that would have been cool. I'm like, it's got to be a crazy party, otherwise what's the point? We could just go to the registry office and just do this shit for fucking $50. But that's not what I. So I always wanted to build up this crazy thing of, okay, I want to have enough money to get a ring to do this thing because I'd be paying for all of it. So that just never happened, that I was satisfied that it'd be worth it. And in the meantime, I'd lived with someone for fucking 7, 8 years, signed taxes together. So we were legally married, common law married for sure. You know, the day we started filing taxes together as married, I'm pretty set. We didn't have to get divorced, which is cool. But that was a touchy thing. So during our split, I stayed very uh, courteous as possible, overly, sickeningly, to the point where I'd leave and if they're like, "Oh, I forgot to pick up this out of the house," when will you be there? I'd be like, "Just take it. Here, I'll leave the door unlocked. You take it." Because I'm like, you can take anything you want. You can take something now. Don't bring it to court and bring it into this big thing because legally you could just take half the place with you too. And it wasn't, even though I fortunately it went okay, as good as it can. But, yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Things happen. But yes, so there was a very big risk on that anyway, that I did anyway. So technically, I don't know if that's. I've just never put a ring on my finger. Invited my friends and family to go watch us get dressed in a little suit. And the only other reason I wanted to do that was to impress my grandma and be like, hey, look. But my grandma don't give a fuck. I'm glad that I'm so tight with my grandma that I've learned. I've had enough conversations with pretty much this exact same thing with her, where I'm like, look, he got married 3 fucking times and he keeps on cheating on them. And they keep sucking and being horrible people, or he's a horrible person, and vice versa. All these different situations with different people. And I'm like, see, fuck that. And she would be the first one to be like, I'm so glad you didn't get married. And I'm like, oh, thankfully, because you're the only person I wanted to get married for, to be like, proud of me. But my grandma don't care. As long as I was happy. The people who truly care about you only care about your happiness, not how fucking good or bad, you know, uh, it appears to your friends and family. You can throw a huge party. If you are upset marrying someone you hate and your family doesn't approve, it's not very good. But if you have a small, intimate one with someone you love and care about, then that's fine. Personally, I don't have anything against marriage. It's having kids with people that you don't want to spend the rest of your life with. That's fucked up because you're gonna have to spend the rest of your life with that kid. All things considering if it goes well. So that's where lines are like, okay, if you're gonna have a kid with somebody, I think that's more of a commitment than marriage. Marriage, just get divorced, lose half your shit. If that's the worst thing that happens, fine. You do that with a kid, they lose half of their fucking security, half of the people that care about them, half of the time that they get to spend with people that are supposed to be the people who are there to take care of them. How can you be the person who takes care of you if you're not there half the time? So, if you're not have kids, be with that person, or at least you shouldn't have kids with people you're not going to be with forever. And then live a life that maybe you're going to be around for your kids to get old. Might be nice too. You know, that's important. Take care of yourself so you can be there while your kids are old. Even though that'll be a burden on him because he'll be broken down and useless. But god damn it, at least it's better than doing that earlier. Is the only other alternative because that's the only place we're going. So take care of yourself for your kids too. All right, Billy Bong, yup. And Billy Bong, I'm married now. I kind of thought you were, which is why I'm like, Fuck marriage. Marriage papers and bullshit. Right, honey? That's right, babe. It's fucking bullshit. Fucking hate you. No, I'm just kidding. Hate you too, babe. Fucking love that woman. No, but no, that's cool. That's how it goes. All right, I'm married now. I pay child support. Yeah. Wait, wow. I pay child support and I don't have kids. Fucking Indiana for you. Paperwork bullshit. Being married has no benefits to anyone, just reassures you you're getting boned in the end. Or maybe, oh, wait, yeah, I kind of mixed those up. Getting boned in the end, which, the only reason I did it for two reasons. One, obviously, I was willing to marry that person. B, the tax benefits. So the year before we claimed married on our taxes, I made $200, maybe 3 or something. Claiming whatever. I forget what I was claiming. The year we were married, over 2,000. So 10 times the money. I gave her half of that, even though she wasn't working, and I still made way more, and she was way happy. We were both reluctant until we were like, okay, well, $1,000 at the end of the year sure fucking helped us quite a few times. So, and the first year we did not file together, uh, it made me broke inside and financially, uh, but mostly financially and spiritually and mentally and physically. I'll be fine. All right, Nick. Honestly, I think I'll stay away from relationships for a while. I had some shifty situations. Or shitty, shitty, shitty. A shitty. Well, yeah, I think we've all been there. I have. Uh, but then again, who am I? I suck. I can't believe anyone was with me for 10 minutes. So there you go. That's not the right way to look at it. I'm pretty awesome, right? It's not a good way to look at when you're single. I need a more confident look at that, but oh well. Um, ah, so, or maybe get a vasectomy. Yeah, my friend got one. I was always worried that it might fuck with you hormonally. Like I don't want it to like destroy my testosterone levels and have to like take like pills or something like that. But other than that, vasectomy sounded fine. I really don't want kids. I don't think I can handle it very well, even though I think I'd be a great parent. I just don't think it's something I don't even think I want cats again because of the responsibility. So, I don't know. All right, Nick, one of my friends has been lucky enough to have a father who's been there despite his parents being divorced. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to stop being there for your kids by any means. You should be, and but it'd be nice to be with that person. It's not a necessity. I come, my parents split when I was 10. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible or it'll ruin you or ruin the child. It's just, I think that should be more of a committed bond than marriage. Marriage, you take off the ring, you sign the papers, and you're done with it. Kids, I mean, you have to put them in the back seat, tie them down, put the fucking thing in the ocean, and it's a whole big mess. No, you can't do anything. You have to be there half the time, or usually a lot of the times. Well, they're pretty good here in Colorado, about 50-50 times, but on the percentage of who has the kid. But sometimes eventually somebody shows that they're a jackass and the other person gets them. It's usually really the female, but you can argue that yeah, because usually the males are fucking jackasses. But it goes both ways every time. Shit's crazy. Anytime the courts get involved, they got to get paid. So it just gets expensive for everyone involved. So the least amount of bureaucracy you can get involved with your relationship, I'd advise. That's why when I have kids, no one knows that shit. They're born at home, shipped away, off the grid, son. Militarized, foreignly. No, I'm just kidding. Billy Bong, I used to get 2,700. Now I get zero on taxes thanks to child support on someone else's kids. It's almost over though, thank goodness. I found a good car and I know where the ocean is. No. Yes, that's fucked up. You know, I've never heard a good situation about child support. Every person who's receiving it says they get too little. Every person who's paying it is paying way too much. So I'm like, I think it seems like the government's just stealing it all and making everyone feel like they're getting fucked. Maybe that could be possible. I don't. It's possible. All right, Billy Bong Thornton. I wonder how people got married back in the day, like 1800s. Was it paper or ceremony? So the 1600s, I'm sure they had, or the 1800s, so 17, whatever. I'm sure they got married. There was, yeah, I'm sure there was ceremonies, but on paper too, yeah, because they were dictating shit on paper by then. You got Mozart by then. Oh yeah, registry. He was 1760, I believe. So ish. He was alive during that time. So yeah, but at the same time, you could just say that bitch is crazy and give her a lobotomy, and it was. So you're set, dude. You're fine. I don't think that's great. I think that's fucked. It's so true though. She's crazy, and you're on to the next one. Let's just say no vote, no say, no nothing. All right. Okay, back from the re-up. Alrighty, I think I just gonna get some rest. Nick, you have some sleep? Daydreamer. I had to show them. I had to show them who you are. Uh-oh. Me being a douche. I wasn't even smoking pot, probably. All right. Nick, had a productive day. I had a good night. Day, everyone. Thank you. Me too. I'm still here. I'm still hanging. Billy Bong. She's a witch. My wife's a witch. Yep. It was just like that, dude. So that's fucked up. But very, very true. Up until like the fucking 60s and shit, it was still like lobotomy this chick. She's having emotions. And they would. All right. Get her out here. So many fucking like shit, like especially like celebrities' wives and shit like that. It was like she suffered delirium and she spent the rest of her life in a home. And he got married to another actress. It's like, Jesus Christ. Daydreamer, you missed the conversation a little, but it might be true at the same time. With spells and spices, witches are cool. Paganism's cool. They've had a bad rap too. I think that explains it. Um, they're the original goth chicks, and that's no complaint here. Goth chicks are cool. They're some of the only chicks who fucking like me. Like, oh yeah, he looks like he'd kill a bird and drink its blood. I'm like, shit, yeah, let's do this. Uh, Billy Bong Thornton, no daydreamer. Well, How do you know, Billy Bong? Are you sure? You ever come home and she spilled salt in a perfect circle in the living room? Or is that just me? Daydreamer, I'm just asking because I hear voices, no joke. Well, that could be any number of things. Uh, it could. I fortunately don't. Uh, that'd be scary to me. I already know who it is. Uh oh. Uh oh. I don't know what's coming here. Anyway, this plugged. All right. Let's unplug it. Who is it? Yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna roll blunt. Yeah. Billy Bong Thornton went ahead and asked. Yes. Blunt rolling is good too. Yeah. Now I'm like. But all right. Well, is it Shatterdaze? Is it me talking? Yeah. I hear kids screaming outside. Outside. All right. Anyway, here's to everybody. Cheers. I love having people to hang out with. Oh, there are lots of them, but one who stands out more than others. Yeah, that sounds a little rough. Although not, uh, you know, if it's not intrusive, that's not bad. I know people who it's not something new. I will say that uh, the occurrences of such things have been going on for, since recorded history. So, but here, cheers, everybody. Thanks for joining me. I would imagine so. Yeah, that would be a big reason why I'd be smoking too. Like I said, I've heard similar things. Uh, fucking cat hair everywhere, man. That's one thing about this stupid beard is it attracts that shit like a fucking Velcro. Uh, Billy Bong, cheers. Hash bowl. Some Moby Dog on top of some mystery pot that's really been in a jar for too long to remember what it was. So cheers. Also, it's weird having a beard, smoking out of a bong. You like have to put my beard on the bong. It feels funky. My mustache. I don't know. Woo! Well, cheers again. We're gonna get this bowl down. We're gonna spin that wheel of dabs. You gotta hang out. Ah, for at least a little bit longer. It's been a nice early day. Nice long day because I got on early, I guess is a better way to say that. Well, I am really bummed I wasn't able to do the live birth tonight. It's actually just a birthing. I don't know why I say live, but my mycelium is not ready to pop. I've had some slow ass mycelium growth. I don't know why, but it looks very healthy. I inoculated 6 jars. All 6 have taken. I also inoculated a bag of rye. Then I'm going to do a substrate and a casing layer on top of it to grow mushrooms. Just a different method than the vermiculite and rice flour cake method. And all my rice cake worked. My bag of rye didn't take. And I don't know why, because it was all from the same batch. Well, I don't know. Shit happens. Billy Bong, sweet. God, did I not show you the mycelium? My jars? If I didn't, I'll show you one when I do the next dab. I shouldn't keep taking them out, but I'm bummed because I was supposed to pop them tonight and show everybody. But I did not. Because they're not ready. I did quickly show. If you want me to, I'll show you where I'm at. Because they're looking good. 1 jar is ready to go. It's crazy. So, inoculating. Billy Bong, I didn't see. Inoculating the jars. They should be ready within 10 to 14 days. I'm sitting at, I did on the 11th. Was getting slammed earlier. Oh, no worries, bro. This white chronic smells dank. That sounds pretty good too. Like I said, it should be crystally as fuck, I would imagine. But I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys the mycelium growth here in 1 second. Even though bringing it in the light, well, doesn't help it grow. Not at this point. It needs to be in darkness until it fully colonizes what I'm growing it out of, the substrate. In this case, it's rice flour and vermiculite. But that chronic, are you still rolling up a blunt? You got a blunt ready? Almost. I love blunts, but they're addictive as fuck. I find myself wanting to smoke them, and I burn too much pot. That's my only big problem with them. I gotta turn this fan off. All right. Are we burning? Yeah, we're burning. We'll smoke this for a little bit longer. So, I want to shoot some videos on how I make my. I'm just broke. Everything I want to do costs money. So right now I'm just doing everything the cheap way, inoculating jars and shit like that. Doing them in tubs, growing them with perlite, shit like that. So nothing special or fancier. I kind of felt like there's nothing to really show yet except for on here. Tonight was supposed to be the first cake that was ready. But anyway, I inoculated them on the 11th. It's now the 27th. That's way past when they should be ready. And 1 jar I thought would be ready tonight. I hadn't checked it in 2 days, and I thought, okay, tonight's going to be ready. I think another 2 days, and they'll be ready to go. Billy Bong, I'm growing my own food. I'm broke, too. So mushrooms is one of my biggest parts of my diet. So I'd like to start just fucking growing mad mushrooms, son. Filling up my fucking hole with a bunch of different types. Lion's manes, mushroom for medicinal reasons, shiitake mushrooms, oyster, maitake mushrooms. So, how long do they take to grow? Now, everything very well. So, I'm in Colorado, and for some reason, everything takes longer here. Just it does. Everything takes longer here. The high altitude makes it so when you bake things, you got to bake them longer. When you boil things, you got to add a little bit more water and boil it longer. If you look on the back of certain ingredients, it'll say high altitude directions. other shit. Every time I do my mycelium inoculations, they take forever. To the point when I first did them, I always question. I'm like, they had to have not taken. Just nothing happens, and they always turn out. Fortunately, I get lucky, but they take forever. So I thought Colorado was the hot spot to grow shrooms. I'm not saying it's not, and I'm not saying it is. It seems like it's okay. You can grow shrooms anywhere inside. Outside, I don't know if it's the best. Although I've seen shrooms grow plenty outside, but not the shrooms that you want to eat. But like it is a mushroom-rich environment, but it's kind of dry, which isn't great. So, but you go up into the forest, I'm sure it is. All I know is I get good growth. I'm going to show you the jar right now. I'm going to turn off this cold shit because it shouldn't be this cold. I'd like to keep it warm. And hopefully, I got 6 jars, and I keep getting lucky and grabbing the right one I want every time, but it's in a place where I can't really see them in a dark place and dark box. So I'm going to grab it. I'll show you where it's at. But by this point, it should be ready to go. Billy Bong. The word on the East Coast is you can find shrooms all over Colorado outside. And I've heard it. I've known a bunch of old schoolers who used to do it. But you know what they did is they started putting some type of fungicide in the food of the cows, a chemical which goes into anyone who eats that animal. And it keeps the mushrooms from taking hold in the dung. The cockrophytic mushroom is unable to colonize a substrate. So, let's see how lucky I am. That's my boy. That's my boy, Blue. It's my boy, Blue. All right. So I need to stop pulling this out until it's ready to go. But it's so close. So that's my mycelium. See? There. See the ropey? And that's where it's not colonized. So you got yourself, what is that? 90%, 80% colonized, that pure white. All right. So that, and once that's filled in right here, I'm going to take it out of the jar, pop it out, put it in a terrarium, and it'll go into fruiting. So I'm that close. Now, that should have not taken this long. Should have already been done. So all right. So here's another jar. It's good to check for contaminants too, which I don't see any. It's very white. It's exactly what it should look like. If it's not perfectly white like that, you got a problem. So you'll see that that one, look how much isn't done. There's just that one spot where it was inoculated. So this one's gonna take what? Another fucking 2 weeks or something at this rate? It's crazy. Shouldn't take this long. That one jar is the only one. Most of them look like this or less. But beautiful mycelium, and I'll tell you what I'm doing with it. So that is the first stages would be underground. Uh, oh, there we go. All right. But um, that white stuff that you see that looks like cottony webs because it's really good shit. The not so good stuff looks like cotton balls, fuzzy. The good shit looks like threads of fucking cotton webs. All right, let me catch up here. Billy Bong needs some shit like that. Yeah, hell yeah. Uh, thanks for your time, even though it doesn't exist. Stay not so chubby. But anyway, uh, stupid reference. Anyway, Daydreamer. Okay, blunt rolled, lit. Now let's get smoking and chilling. Good call. Let's do that. Billy Bong. So what do you do with that? I'm about to get into it. Okay, what is that? Mushrooms. About to get into that. I just asked Google. I love Google. So you're looking at mycelium. Mycelium is the beginning stages of mushrooms. Mushrooms are the fruiting bodies and the reproductive part of the growth. Mainly, the mycelium is the main deal. It's what's normally underground. That's why those jars are, there's no air getting in there, and they're put into a dark, warm place. And they're just let, so it's mimicking being outside in the spring or fall, sometimes areas. But anyway, so they're just staying warm. uh, Eventually, that one that I showed you, the first one, where it's almost completely filled up that whole jar, once that jar is all full, it'll go from being I think there's vermiculite in there. It's vermiculite and brown rice flour mixed together. Uh, that'd be just dust, or when you dump it out, it'll grow into a solid cake. That mycelium will fill that jar and make it all solid white. Cheers to Daydreamer and everyone else who's smoking with me. I love having you guys around. Thank you so much for joining me. Let me talk about what's already going on in my head. You'll notice sometimes you'll ask questions, but I just still kind of curve it right back to where I want it. Telepathically, we do it together. Cheers. I like that. So, once you have a fully colonized substrate, your substrate is whatever you inoculated with your spores. And then thus you can repeat the cycle. But I need to learn this trade, Billy Bong. And you're going to be able to learn it all through this channel. Because at least by the next run, I'm going to start showing shit. Shrooms have been deprioritized in Colorado. I know plenty of people who do it online to make money from it. I'm not even asking for money. Also, the shrooms I grow could be any shrooms. They could be edible, medicinal, poisonous. You can grow any shrooms you want. I could be the mushroom killer of Colorado. Somebody gave this man the angel of death mushroom, which there is one. Even the Amanita muscaria is a dangerous one. That's been, but anyway, so you inoculate. It's a circle. You start with the spores, which is also the last stage. So you get your spores. You can inoculate it through spore prints, or which are dry The spores just drop. Sometimes you buy mushrooms from the store, button mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms. I'm a big portobello mushroom fan. The big ones where they just cut off the stem, and I like to fill them with stuff and bake them, cheese, and the whole nine. They're great. Smoking white chronic, feeling like a smoker. I'm fucking trying to hang in with you. Trust me. Got some sunshine. Hell yeah, that helps too. It was a nice day. I didn't, but I will tomorrow. I work. I'm outside a lot. But so you can get the spores come in three ways. You can really inoculate three ways. You get your spores. They come on a spore print. Like I said, I'll buy those shiitake ones, or no, the portobello ones, and they just cut off the thing. That's literally how you get spore prints. Those gills, the ridged underside of a mushroom, they drop spores. Anyway, you take those spores, you inoculate your substrate. I inoculated brown rice flour and vermiculite mixed together and sterilized, and so that's what I did. Inoculate it with a spore syringe, which is spores in liquid, hydrated, so you can just shoot it into that jar. Then you let it do its thing. Once that thing, I was hoping tonight it was going to be the night, has fully inoculated. It's the mycelium has grown from one end to the other. Instead of being a powder that you can pour out, it'll be a solid cake, and you have to slam it out, and it's ready to be fruited in your terrarium. Or I'm also, if I had the money, I'd have a fully automated Martha tent, which is just like a tent made for fruiting mushrooms. And but right now, just a tub or aquarium filled with perlite with a light set up on it for 12 hours on or 12 hours off. Billy Bong Thornton, what happens if you eat the cake? Now, I've questioned this. Okay, so you bring up an interesting point. Is mycelium, does it contain psilocybin or psilocin, the psychoactive compounds? I think that short answer, I think so. I think you might get fucked up. First off, you wouldn't want to eat that cake because although not being particularly hazardous, it'd be rough. I mean, that's brown rice flour. So I guess it's been sterilized, kind of cooked even, but that's rice flour, mushroom substrate, and vermiculite. And vermiculite is not, it's like potting soil with no nutrients. I mean, not pleasant. It's like superfood, right? Now, honestly, if you ate just mycelium, especially from an edible plant, you're okay. But if you look at that stuff, when it becomes a cake, there's no fucking way. Now, another way to do it, which is a way if you're doing it, I'll be doing that too, is to inoculate rye berry. So rye seeds, grain. Grain is what you normally do. You can do it with popcorn. Some people do it with rice. Different things. The traditional one is rye, and you can inoculate that just like that. So instead of taking your spores and inoculating into vermiculite and rice flour cake, you inoculate rye berry, and that white stuff grows all over the rye, the little rye kernels. They call them rye berries, and if you shake it up, it'll keep it from becoming one solid mass. They'll be broken apart, and they'll all turn white, and you can fill that white stuff up. And then you need like a manure and a cow. It's manure and potting soil mixed, so it's not that much different than anything you grow with anything else. It's not like poop straight up, but it is. But it is just like if you grew tomatoes, you just take what grows from that and you wash it off, and it doesn't touch the shit, it grows out of it. The mycelium does. So you let this substrate colonize and then cover it with a casing layer, and that keeps it in good condition to start fruiting. Um, whether you do the cakes or whether you do the rye berry, which I tried to do both, but my rye berry, I haven't given up on it with how slow everything's going, but I don't have any more spores to inoculate until I get the circle again. So, and like I said, so you take it, and let's say you've either done the rye berries and you've now covered them and encased them in a small container with your casing layer, which is usually, you could do it just vermiculite too. It needs to be a potting soil with a low nutrient base. You don't need nutrients really in it. That just ups your chance for contamination. So it has a low nutrient base, and then you just put it into a light cycle of 12 hours on, 12 hours off. And it doesn't need to be a grow light. You can use a T5 light. You can use a LED light. I'm using just a 40-watt bulb light. Mushrooms don't need light to photosynthesize the same way plants do. They need it for a scheduling and to let them also a directional pull. They grow towards the light, but they don't necessarily need it in the same way. They don't pull their nutrient source in the same way from it. So you put them in a terrarium at that point to fruit. So the easiest way is to cover a plastic tub, a bigger one to hold the whole cake. So I have a big one. And you can drill holes, or I have a drill bit that actually pokes the holes in the sides lowly for carbon dioxide exchange. The fruiting mushrooms will need oxygen, and they'll create carbon dioxide, which goes to the bottom of this thing. So you'll fill up the bottom of your tote with perlite, which holds moisture and keeps a high humidity in this enclosed terrarium that you're creating. And if you can keep it at like 100% humidity, they'll love it. And you'll put that cake in there, or you can put a giant cake that you've created from that casing of dirt and substrate grain mixed together. Those are two ways to put them in this little tote, and let it go from there, and they'll just start 12 hours on, 12 hours on, off, high humidity. Don't let water touch them, but that white cake just starts fruiting bodies off of it. They'll start pinning, which are little dots start growing on it, and those pins, a percentage of them will turn into full mushroom bodies. So that's one way to do. That's the successful way I've been able to do it. I've been trying some other ways, and I will update on how I do on that. Then my goal is this. Uh-oh, Daydreamer, halfway through this blunt already feeling it, and I'm hardly keeping up with you. Thank you. I'm going to smoke this bowl at the same time it takes you to smoke a blunt, and that's sad. But I've done a lot of dabs. And I'm really into mycology at the moment, so it's got my interest, if you can't tell. So my goal at this point, once I have mushrooms this time, is to be self-sufficient. So rather than having to source out spores, which again, you can just go online and order them, because spores are not illegal. They don't contain any psychoactive compounds whatsoever. Just like marijuana seeds don't contain any THC or psychoactive compounds. So you could just order both those online, and there's nothing illegal about it. There's certain states that have problems, but whatever. Billy Bong mushroom. The Amanita muscaria mushroom is the red capped, white dotted mushroom. I've seen Mick Jagger eat it in the movie Performance, but don't eat it. Don't do that. Although someone on here was telling me go check out Amanita Dreamer, and they're all about it, but I don't know if I would recommend it. Amanita muscaria is the classic one you see when people talk about mushrooms. Could be the inspiration of the Rig Vedas, Sims to Soma, which is a big part of whatever. So, but I personally, I don't know. Anyway, uh, my goal is this time, rather than go online and pay the $30 it costs for spores for 10 milliliters of liquid in a syringe, which is actually quite handy because I'm going to use that syringe again with a big needle. Like, not, you'd never want to put that needle in you. Although, yeah, I mean, for something really big, I don't know, something serious. But anyway, a very big gauge needle. It's filled with spores in a liquid. You can shake it up. You have to shake it up, and all these little tiny, it looks like flecks of something are in there. And uh, so you order that for $30 online at, like, let's say sporeworks.com or something. Or you could get lion's mane from lionsmane.com or wherever you decide to go, theoretically. You get that, and then rather than do that again and pay $30 every time, because it kind of gets expensive. There's an expensive way to do it, and then just like pot, I'm trying to clone it, take clippings, root them, grow them. So I'm harvesting, rooting, growing, but I don't have. It's going to take some fine tuning, just like this will. But the great thing with spores is spores last months. And the hard thing with growing pot is I'm not getting seeds. My ideal way to grow is sensimilla. Sensimilla means all female plants, and they don't get me any daydreamer in the wristband, exactly. And much like the seeds, so I got the seeds and the spores, ordered them the same day, got them different days. Um, but my idea is, both those things you can make go forever. But again, they're self producing, in a way. Mushrooms, every mushroom will drop spores. You can grow more mushrooms. They're not sexed. They're asexual in a way, but they're all connected. It's a weird organism, but they're they fruit and sex independently. One mushroom, the way you the way they don't really, they drop spores. Those spores create more and connect with others, but they don't really need each other to create those spores. The way you get the spores, like I said, I've gotten portobello mushrooms and shit, and you take them off the bottom of the thing, and there's a perfect spore print on the bottom where they've dropped their spores, and it looks like a purple sketching outline. If you took a pencil and just drew lines in a circle, the ones I'm talking about are purple. But they drop different colored ones depending on which ones you eat, which ones you get. Even the ones I'm talking about, the shiitake and the portobello and the baby bellas that I get, they all drop a very dark spore print. And you just take, that's how you get it, is once you've actually fruited the mushrooms are there. You have fresh mushrooms. You cut off, it's as simple as this. You cut off the mushroom head, place it on something, and technically you could just leave it for a few days or a day or so, come back before it's even dry, and you come back and it's dropped all of its spores out of its gills. Another thing you can do is just put a drop of water on it, and it really makes them drop those spores. Now, if you're going to use those spores, you want to keep them very sterile, and you put them on a piece of foil in a clean room, and then when it's done, you fold it up and keep it really nice. Put it in a baggie, put it in a fridge. Those spores can actually make it through space. They're covered with one of the strongest organic substances on the planet. So spores are very hardy. They can last years. You can save those spores for a very long, long time in a fridge, just like pot seeds can last quite a long time in a fridge. which is nice because it's nice. But anyway, so you can collect that spore print, and the nice thing with mushrooms is you can keep that spore print forever, practically, and put it in the fridge and forget about it. When you're ready, do it again. That mycelium I showed you, that white stuff growing in a jar, if you're growing it on a potato agar substrate or a different substrate, or even where it's at now, I could put it in the fridge and just freeze where it's at. It will stop colonizing, but it won't die. Freezer might kill it, but a fridge will just stop it from. It wants to be in like 80 something degrees. So if I keep it really cold, it'll stop moving, which makes me think it's too cold, but it shouldn't be because it's nice and warm. I have it temped, for God's sake. But I would think, and I don't want to keep increasing the warmth. But so, you know, I could freeze that and hold on to it and use it to inoculate other ones or grow a shroom from it and use that one shroom. Even if one shroom comes out, I can use that to spore print more. It's really easy to be self suppliant with mushrooms. But after the collection of spores, what next? So that gives you right back to the circle. I wonder how these mushrooms were a million years ago. From as far as I know, written history is only 50,000 years old. I'm sure there's people who have looked at fossilization of mushrooms, but mushrooms have, and I've heard this, it's really hard to know because mushrooms don't leave a solid fossil print. There's nothing of it. Uh, so you only have 50,000 years, but I'll tell you what, for all those 50,000 years, as long as there's been people, there's been some representation of mushrooms. And like I said, I love eating them. They're a great source of protein. That's how we know that psychedelic mushrooms exist, is because we eat mushrooms. We've eaten all of them, even the deadly ones. How do you think we know they're deadly? Because we were looking for ones to eat. They're a great source of protein. So, especially when you're hungry and all that. But anyway, I'll get back to one thing. They say everything was bigger and gets smaller over time. Well, I don't know necessarily about that direct thing, but that kind of makes sense for most evolution I see. But I will say, I'm sure they can guess by the oxygen levels and shit like that. They're like, no, this was prime time for fungus, or this was prime time for aquatic life. This was prime time for insectoid copulation. So different things at different times. That's the difference. Paleolithic era, Jurassic era, so on and so forth. Um, People like you tested them out. LOL. Well, I mean, I'm actually not the most adventurous, courageous person. What I say earlier is very true. There's bold explorers and there's old explorers, but there are no bold old explorers. It's one or the other. Um, Okay, so Daydreamer, after the collection of spores, what next? What next is back to the circle. So you have this collection of spores. You can do one of two things. You can take the spores and literally take that sterilized spores. The one thing with mushrooms is you need to be in a sterile room wearing gloves and a mask, and preferably, in a clean box. But I just I have one of my bathrooms just dedicated to being super clean. I take out everything. There's nothing. I have two bathrooms, so one of my bathrooms doesn't really have anything but like towels, and so I take out all my towels, toilet paper, shit like that, and I just bleach spray everything, or disinfecting spray it. So you need to be in a really clean environment. But so just pretend that you're doing most of this in a really clean environment until they get out of the jar and in a terrarium. They are extremely susceptible to growing mold and contaminants. But up until that point, after that, they're decently okay. Uh, so, because the mycelium has made a strong enough, it's claimed that substrate strong enough that nothing else is going to get a foothold in it for the most part. Harvey Wood, fungi is fascinating. Well, I'm a fun guy. And I hope I'm fat. No, I'm just checking. Thank you. Yes, it is. Daydreamer, I love pasta with mushrooms. So one of my favorite things to do, and one of the times I see the biggest spore prints I've ever seen, is I get those big portobello mushrooms. You know, the bigger the better. The ones that look like a small bowl, and then I fill them with pasta sauce that I've made. Cover that with cheese. Cover that with whatever else I have cooking with the pasta I'm usually making. Bake that in the oven at like 420 degrees for, I don't know, however long you need it. It's usually like 30 to 45 minutes. Let's say 42 minutes and 0 seconds. And you got yourself some wicked awesome sides, which you don't need because I'm already making pasta and shit, and it's just heavy. But if you want to sleep really good, I'll make some dinner, and you'll pass out because I'll fucking give you 3,000 calories in your meal. But I love cooking them. But anyway, so those big ass portobello mushrooms will drop crazy spore prints the size of this. And it's like, holy shit, that's a fucking crazy looking. So you have the spore prints. What do you do with them? Again, pretend everything you're doing has been in a clean environment this whole time. You're gonna take your spore print, which is just a piece of paper, a piece of foil, something where the spores have dropped onto something. You take a sterilized, heated up uh, scalpel, knife. There's actually little tools called spore collectors, I believe. Uh, Great name. And morals. My backyard is loaded with them. Pull pounds out at a time. You know, it's crazy. I've heard morals are like one of the hardest ones to grow indoor. They're next to impossible unless you have like, and I'm not too sure. I haven't researched that, but I've been reading a lot of what is it? Not so stupid when it comes to shit like that. Blogs, reviews, Reddits. I've been reading stuff that people post on forums and shit like that. It's what I know to call it. And people talk about morals being just a pain in the ass. Daydreamer, getting hungry now. I know I purposely try to eat right before I start this show because it always happens. And it helps. So the only time I don't want to smoke pot is when my stomach and my brain are saying eat. Like, stop, shut up, eat, drink, eat. That stupid biological bullshit. Anyway. And again, so those spores, I love that you can just put them away. Or if you have a good mycelium substrate, and like I say, especially like an agar. Can you guys hear the fireworks outside? Someone's like right out my window doing them, for God's sake. I'm sure I could just look in my front window and just like see them. That's cool with me though. Actually, my cats don't mind it, but there's, you know, vet some pets, guys. Vet some pets. But anyway, all right. Yeah, again, talking about mushrooms. I love mushrooms. I wish I had some to eat right now. Billy Bong, we sell them $50 a pound, son. Dang, son. That's one thing about growing magical mushrooms. They're literally not worth as much as growing lion's mane mushrooms. Portobello, not portobello, lion's mane, shiitake, and maitake mushrooms are worth more by gram than magic mushrooms, I believe. Or it's not, maybe not, but I mean, it's not fucking, they're not worth that much money talking about like magic mushrooms. If you want, also when people grow uh, edible mushrooms, like what I'm going to do is I'm going to literally fill up a closet full of edible mushrooms because I eat them and I want them growing in different stages so I can eat them a lot and give away ones I don't want. I rather have too many mushrooms. Edible mushrooms, although all mushrooms are edible, some are only edible once. But I want to make some edible mushrooms and fill up my closet with just a bunch of different kinds. as far as I know, most mushrooms grow under the same circumstances. So, but the problem with growing pot, marijuana, marijuana, the ganj, as my boss would say, my ex-boss. I wish I still worked for that guy, even though he's a dick. The biggest reason he's a dick and I hate him and he's a piece of shit is because I don't work for him anymore. And I wish I did, and I'm pissed. So he's fine. But I am mad because he owned that store and he kind of promised me he wouldn't do that, and he did. Daydreamer, I love my plug lately. I've been getting some choice on variety, but yeah, that's always nice too. And that's one of the problems that I'm going to face is once I pick a pot to pick a once I pick a pot strain that I would like to keep growing, I'm probably going to keep growing it for quite a while. Did I kick my camera? Oh, well. Once I'm just going to say the same thing apparently. So because I want to start cloning it, and the thing with cloning it is, as far as you should clone it during the vegetative state. So there's a time to clone, which is actually early in the pot stage, as opposed to the mushrooms where it's at the end. So you have to clone at an early stage, which is weird. So this one's in the middle of its cycle of life, and then you're starting a new one. So by the time that one gets to the middle, hopefully you'll be harvesting, depending, but that's not a guarantee because you can harvest it at different times. And it gets a little, different strains take different times. There's a lot of fine variables. Anyway, so you clone it, and you have this little clone of a pot plant, which is a cutting that you've taken care of. I personally cut it 45-degree angle with a sterilized razor, cut it again underwater with that same sterilized razor, dip it in my cloning solution, be it a gel, powder, or liquid, put it into my growing medium, which I use rock wool or cocoa core, uh, and then let it root. And as soon as I see roots, I put it in either this pot, the soil that I'm going to grow it in, outside in the soil I'm going to grow it in, or for me, it's my hydroponic units. That time of having a clone and having it root, and you can only do so much. So you can grow it pretty big, but eventually you need to put it even that's way too big. You need to put it into a growing medium. So there's this weird time constraint of, okay, if I do clones, I need to make sure that they're able to grow the next ones in a room somewhere. That's why it's good to I have at least 2 rooms, even though one of my rooms is only one plant. Really, that should be my mother plant, and I keep cloning it and just keep growing it. Shit gets a little bit confusing, but eventually you can only do that so long, and you have to either flower it or kill it and then replace it with the clone and mother that plant and keep cloning it. So that's what I'm probably going to have to do, and never flower my second room. But it's weird with one plant. I've never heard of. Well, yeah, you can. I'll just mother the shit out of one plant and then replace it with clones and refill that. So I don't know. I just buy clones now, 50 for 12. That's a great price, and that's great. My problem is I've had bad luck with the clones that I've bought. Now, the only reason I haven't started my whole cycle up is because my homeboy has been supposedly hooking me up, like I said, with a breeder. And I talked to him. I live chatted him on the camera. He's like, here's the one I want to give you. There's a plant that's about this tall right now. That he's like, and I want you to take one of these because I'm trying to give 2 to your homie, and he only wants 1. And he's just going to plant it outside by his shed because he's like, fuck it, I'll take 1. And I only need 1. Because I was going to use that as in my mother room, although I was probably just not flower it. So I don't know. It's weird. But that time scheduling on cloning, harvesting, and vegging is going to be interesting to work out at first. I've never done just a mother plant like I'm going to try to do, be self sufficient. I always had the inner connects to have good clones. But, I've known enough people on the inside of all the fucking around here locally that they're like, don't buy clones, which I won't. I'll buy seeds. Seeds have a tap root when you grow it, so they grow stronger anyway, usually. So, but Billy Bong, no more seeds and fucking around. I don't have much experience with it, but I do know that my seeded plants from seed, have always grown much better, stronger, healthier, and hardier than their clones. And I've seen pros that have had the same results, but it's work and time. So that was my thing. I was gonna say my first batch, I was just gonna get some clones from my homie, especially because hella hooked up fucking breeder who's sent in for Cannabis Cup and like gotten some medal, or I don't know if they do like a participation. So I think he's ranked. I didn't talk to him exactly, but he's like, I did this one for Cannabis Cup. This one won me this. I won a. This is my Cannabis Cup winning one from back then, and now I've crossed it with this and that, and he just goes on and on. When you know breeders, you realize that indica and sativa is a joke. They're all fucking cross strained like fucking 20 times. Everything's a weird hybrid. It's just what's dominant at some point. Daydreamer, I just took the small growths from the bottom of the plant that doesn't get light. So don't get me wrong, I clean that shit out no matter what, if I can. You know, sometimes when you grow one plant and it's getting plenty of light, I just do enough to keep it aerated, to keep it air flowing. But for the most part, I do keep a lot of those shitty little ones, but they do just kind of steal nutrients from the big buds. But a lot of people I know don't want big buds anyway, so I'm like, but then why are you cutting the lower ones too? But I get it. There is more benefit than I just hate snipping and snapping at them. But all the dead shit should go. And then, but you should be cloning from healthy ones with at least 6 nodes. The healthier you're cutting, the better your clone. And like I said, I do a double cut system, and that system has done me well. What I just said. Billy Bong, buying seeds are expensive and it takes longer. It's just preference when going outside. They blow up no matter seed or clone. Yeah. Well, even outside, uh, I watch guys who grow 10-foot plants. You know what I mean? Plants where you need a ladder and like 5 guys fucking harvesting full speed. It's crazy. People would take chainsaws to these plants. Stalks like that, crazy plants, and they'll show you the clones, and the clones are huge, but there's a slight difference, and it's like they all look like sativas. You know what I mean? Comparatively, even if it's the same strain, the same. This was our clones. These are seeds. One looked bushier and bigger, and the other one looked longer and skinnier and taller. Same fucking strain, but the clones just never fill out, and they're just different. And I've been told that that's the taproot. When a seed is grown, it has a taproot, its strongest root. When you clone, it never grows a replacement taproot. So, all right, let's see here. Daydreamer, the 6 nodes thing, and the only one. I tried that 6 nodes thing, and only one survived. Well, you don't take 6 from there. You only take one, but it should be one that's growing 6 nodes to be healthy. A healthy one with 6. Although I've heard, I don't know, I've seen random shit. I had problems. A bunch of mine kept dying back in the day. Granted, this was a long time ago and I was young, but what started fixing my shit was double cutting. So I'll cut it, like I said, sterilized. I always had a razor cut it, then underwater cut it with some, you know, proper water, distilled good water, cut it underwater, then dunk it in the cloning solution. That was my best bet, and that really helps. So, all right, Billy Bonfuller and Dang, that's a big stock. No joke. Well, and they do they're called Mendo Dope. They're also rappers, and I'm a big fan. But they do big stock competitions. They're all on YouTube. They have thousands, hundreds of videos. They rolled the world's biggest backwood. They're cool. I'm a big fan. What was I gonna say? But yeah, they do big stock contests, and they were talking about doing apparel with some of their old stocks in the sense that they'd sell them as like coat hangers and shit like that because they're that thick that when you lacquer them and shit like that, like you could hang a coat on them. They whittle it down to just the big parts, and he made a microphone stand out of one, just grew it tall, so it's just a solid stock that's hollow. So they ran the cables through it, and fucking it's sick. It's sick as fuck. Billy Bong, yeah, I heard about them. So I watched them, and if you watch, oh yeah, God, I suck at that. Admira. You'd have to spell it phonetically for me. Dabbing out. Let's do a dab. I've never actually done that, but I've done plenty of dabs. I feel bad for the first time I've ever done it, but I was just emulating the little guy. I don't know what that means, who started it, or why it is what it was, and why they took the name dab. It's like the Admiral's arms. Okay. The Admiral. This one's Lieutenant. Which one do you want first? It's the Admiral. This one's the Captain. I guess Captain. All right. Dab. It is dab time. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm feeling it. Anyway, so that's what's hard about growing pot for me is that timing schedule. But I think I just thought of it right now. Probably the only way I'm going to do it is I'm going to have to just keep a mother plant room, which I have, the single room. But I want to harvest it too. I don't know how. Yeah, and then I can just move it to the harvest room. That's what I'm going to have to do. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know why I hadn't thought about that. And then I can just change my mother plant from the original seed and then just rotate it with clones. That'll buy me the time it'll take to harvest. Something I've been thinking about. Mushrooms are so easy. So once you get that spore print, I should get back to that. Super chat available. Super chat, I don't know exactly what it is, but I know like it gives me the option to ask for money, and so I turn it down. I don't want this monetized. I don't want to talk about it like that because I'm sitting here talking about fucking growing mushrooms, edible mushrooms too, just mushrooms in general. They all grow in similar conditions. So I just leave that out. And I don't know what the advantage of it would be. If it's anything like some of the chats I've seen that are big chats, it just seems like people mostly can give you money. I don't know. I would love to make money off of this, but I don't expect anybody to give it. So, but anyway, the great thing about spores in contrast are, let's say I've had those spores in a fridge forever. The ones that, once you get a full mushroom, like I said, you just cut off the cap, cut the stem off, put it on whatever piece of parchment paper, wax paper. I personally think that just a piece of very clean, sterilized, wiped down with rubbing alcohol piece of foil that you have, it's wrapped up and it'll just drop those spore prints on there. You take the cap off, eat it, store it, do what you're going to do with that cap, and then you have that spore print forever. You take it out for a very long time. If you keep it sterile, put it in a baggie, throw it in the fridge, you're good, dude. When you're ready to use that spore print to start a new batch, you can either just take a scraping with a clean, sterilized knife or there's also a spore collector or a scalpel. Flame cleaned, knife sterilized. You scrape that up, and you can just dump that into a jar of sterilized rye substrate, popcorn substrate, shit like that. But that's hard to take because those spore prints are not hydrated, and when they're hydrated, that helps them uh, to not, really claim itself. And yeah, Billy Bong. Oh yeah, super chats. Daydreamer capping. Oh yeah, I need to roll this thing too. Uh, God, I can't say this guy and this name. Ed Admira. Admira. If people like your topics, it gives people the access to donate for your time, which is cool. You participating in my conversation is a good donation of my time for now. So, Billy Bong, you're going to eat one with us when you're done. Uh, I am definitely going to eat. Out of safety precautions, I always have to be the first one to do it, even if I didn't really want to or have the balls to, or, but it's not safe, fair, or right to give anybody something that you wouldn't do yourself. The only way to prove that is to do it yourself. So, also, growing connects you with things that you want to do more. Like if I grew a vegetable that I didn't normally eat, I would still want to try it if I grew it and just double check that. So, but anyway, smokers be smoking. Let's be dabbing. But anyway, the problem with just taking that spore print and dumping it into like that jar of vermiculite is it's too dry. Free choice. What are we free choicing? Um, Shroomy. We're talking shrooms. Short forest. Shrooms. Tree of life. Short forest. Um, but that dryness makes them not work. So that's why people mostly have them in a syringe. It also makes for inoculation much easier, and the hydrated spores take to the substrate much easier. So you can make your own spore syringes by getting distilled clean water. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Sterilizing the syringe, taking the spores, scraping them into usually a shot glass full of that clean water, sucking that water up into the syringe, and you have to use that syringe then pretty quickly. But since you can store the spores forever, for a very long time in the right conditions, uh, if you vacuum seal them and do the whole nine, probably fucking indefinitely, and put them in the fridge or freezer and not have a varying temperature, so something that you don't open much, they would they'd be okay. But then, so you don't have to make that syringe right away. But then you have the syringe, you're back at step one again. You've just completed your own circle. The only thing you have to replace is your substrate, your casing layer, your grain, things like that, depending on what you use, which are usually cheap. Hardest part is sterilization. Keep it clean. So that's the full circle right there. That's my goal, is to have, and that's for food too. Mushrooms, you have to grow quite a bit to eat them, or I eat a lot, so I'd have to grow a lot to make them part of my diet and make that a financially viable thing. But I'm going to do that, along with starting to grow vegetables. I like peppers. You name the pepper, and I like them. So. God, you should spell your name phonetically so I know how to say it. Otherwise, I'll just keep calling you Admira, if that's okay. Admira, cool Freddy and Jason shirt. Thank you. I like it because it's like a horror shirt. It's Freddy and Jason, but it's very like cartoony, and he's like smiling and happy, and it seems like he's like half stoned, and he's looking at the little house where they're making out or like getting it on. And I'm like, yeah, for some reason I just love this shirt. Uh, Actually, It's kind of funny. I have two of them. I think I was at Walmart and I bought me one, and I bought my girlfriend at the time one, and or she no, I bought one, and then she loved it so much that she wanted one. She would cut them up and do shit with them, but she got one that for whatever reason she ended up giving it to me, so I have two. Or do I have two of them? I think she did take it up and made it like a dress out of it. But for a while there, I had two of this same shirt, so I love this shirt. I love Freddy and Jason. Although Freddy Krueger, I think, has a much better repertoire of movies than Jason. But iconically, they're fucking both awesome. So, she already did 2 dab hits, and I'm not even dabbing. I suck. All right. Shirt's rad. All right. Your video close-ups are awesome. I don't know which video close-ups I like on my actual like the shots of close-ups and shit. I haven't done any of that shit in a long time. I way overproduce and over edit things, but so it takes forever. I shouldn't always do that, but yeah, when you first get into it, I guess that's a common mistake of editors. So I don't feel too bad. Live streams are the epitome of there is no editing. I just hang out and bullshit for 5-6 hours and hang out. It's great. So, but yeah, so basically that's my whole idea, is to be self-sufficient in growing. The great thing about growing things inside is I can do it year long. I'd also like to find a way to do it with an outside greenhouse. But the problem is eventually I'd like to buy some land, which is in a place that gets fucking freezing cold, feet of snow. So it's gonna I'd have to build a covered atrium almost, as opposed to a greenhouse outside. I don't know how to do it, but I'll figure it out. Or grow such an abundance of food that I can freeze and cook with it throughout the winter. That's my way I'm going to retire, is have enough of my own food and supplies that I could do myself as possible. And then maybe make a little bit of cash. And then maybe I could start monetizing somewhat off this channel, or I could do something else, selling something. So I feel like at this point I don't have anything worth selling to charge people. My time, your time is as valuable to me as mine should be to yours. So I can't sell you my time. Not yet. Eventually, if my time's so kick ass that it's worth selling to somebody, then maybe I'd do that. But right now, my time is enjoyed with you, not anything else. So when you dab, the close-ups look sick. Thank you. That was a little clarification I was wondering, but that's what I thought. I thought some of those looked pretty good. Other people do good too, but some of those are getting a little bit old. So hopefully the next time I do it, it's even better. Here's to everything getting better as we get older. Daydreamer, I have been an inspiration to marijuana. Well, it's nice when someone says that they made good hash, or, you know, I've gotten some pretty positive ones where, people are glad that I spent, like, Admira. I'm sure I'm butchering the name, but Admira, we appreciate you sharing your time with us. I usually get quite a few of those. that makes it all worthwhile for me, dude. Inspiration's rough, but when we're really upset or bummed out, a lot of us lean to entertainment. You know what I mean? Like watching movies, TV. There's usually one TV show we all have that's our escape. We are a TV generation. We're a generation raised by television. That's why I try to stay away from it a little bit. But we all have that, that comfort home. Sometimes it's just a movie, Sometimes it's a lot of things. It could be an actor. But, in those moments, I find a lot of value in entertainment. And I think we all should at that point because you're leaning on them during your times of need. I mean, what more, you know, how much more powerful and impacting can something be? Uh, so being a small part of that is important to me. Um, I feel like you can consume or you can create, and my small little bit of time I give to you is a great thing to do. So, uh, we daydreamer. Yes, I started to grow my own because of the script. See, right there. Uh, so that's really cool, and that's what's important to me. Like I said, any little thing like that, super awesome. And like I said, things will change on this show for the better with my growing. So I'm happy about that. But eventually, I love smoking. If I stop smoking, it's not because I don't want to smoke. It's because I physically just don't have the lungs for it anymore. So maybe one day I'll have to just eat all my pot. Do it different ways. So I'm enjoying my time now. I really enjoy this time with you guys. It doesn't even matter that this is recorded. It's cool, but it's I'm living in the moment for right now. I don't really look back too much. You know, the future might not happen. The past is unchangeable as far as we know. So I'm living in the moment right now. So I really appreciate right now with you. And that's all I can really express and mean it. I can tell you how much my time in the past meant, and as far as I remember it did. I can tell you how much joining me next week will mean to me, because it probably will. But right now, I can tell you because it's happening, and I'm all about it. All right, I'm really happy to hear that, Daydreamer. I started my grow back up because of time, place, and circumstance. Everything just started working out. Like I said, my mom moved, and she had no room to hold on to my shit. It'd been long enough where I was over my previous failings as a grower of taking care of a living creature and just letting spider mites and other bullshit just take it and be like, throw it in the garbage. I'm done. I hate everything. Such a douche. So, all right. Admira, how much have you invested in glass? It looks like you can start a store with all that glass. Uh, so one thing to keep in mind is I haven't bought. I do have a beard, don't I? Yeah. It's look how white that bitch is. Don't get old. It sucks. That's the number one advice I've ever gotten in my life. Don't get old. It sucks. Here's my advice to you. Don't get old. It's like, okay, Grandpa, what are you saying? Shoot yourself. No, I ain't. YOLO. You know what I mean? YOLO, kids. Well, that's not me us giving advice to our kids. Come here, selling Grandpa's knee. Here's some advice from old Grandpa. YOLO. Now get off of Grandpa's knee. Yeah, here you go. Anyway, we've gotten our attention span down to the point where it's just YOLO. Marco, YOLO. You only live once. Ask Marco Polo. He dead. All right. Billy Bong, have you ever tried Pro Mix HP? Daydreamer, love the beard. Okay, I'll get back to that in 1 second. Have you ever tried the Pro Mix HP? Please elaborate. I'm not sure. What did I? What was I? I don't know what I was talking about. So anyway, how much have I invested in glass? Because some of it has appreciated in value, I'll say that I have maybe like $3,000-4,000 in glass, all of it. And that's with like two pieces being real expensive, like a quarter or more of that, almost half. That's just one piece in particular would go for like maybe half of that. I would hope. I wouldn't sell it for all of that. But really, really, not that much because I my homie who's like hooking me up with the clones and stuff like that, just hooking me up with stuff like that. I went over to his house and shit like that, and his cousin, who's they're all blow glass. They have a shared. It's a display rack like from a store. It's huge glass rack. I couldn't tell you how much glass is in there, and all the names, and they know every. I don't know, 20, 30, 50, $100,000 of glass. So I mean, one piece is worth everything I own. So everything I own is a knockoff except for a couple of these really lovely American-made custom pieces. But for a lot of them, it's just manufactured cheapos that I just didn't know any better for years. They sell them at head shops and shit like that. So, all right, but that's how much I have there. Yeah, I hope you elaborated on the. Okay, all right, hold on. Daydreamer, love the beard. I just got a glass rolling tray as well. So glass rolling tray, sick. I got. Oh, this is the old one. I don't know where this one is. I think my mom. I stole it from my mom. She gave it to me, but I'm like, I would like that. So she probably got it from a thrift store too. But this one feels like it's legit metal. Let's say that's not rust. That's hash on there, so that's good. Um, but they got dollar at the dollar store. They sell like fucking these rolling. God, I put everything away weird. But I love rolling trays. Glass ones are even nicer. The beard thing, thank you. Uh, one compliment from a chick is worth like 20 from dudes. Dude saying your beard looks nice, I'm like, yeah, I don't really care. Chick says your beard looks nice, I'm like, oh really? Should I grow it more? So, all right. Admire old timer voice, yeah. It's becoming less and less of a. I don't have to do anything to do it. Wowzers, 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 wowzerl. Anyway, Billy Bong. It's soil, cocoa core, micro rise, and perlite. I just got some. I like it so far. That's cool. All pre-mixed, light and fluffy. So I don't grow with soil much. I've only done it once, uh, and I used. I can't remember. I did have bugs, but I don't know if it was the problem with that or just my negligence. I have no problem with soil. I might be getting a soil plant. That one I said is going to be about this tall or whatever. He's like, it's ready to flower. I don't know what I'll do with it. I might grow it another like 6 inches, foot, and then flower because I can grow and up to the ceiling in one room. My bedroom, I can grow it fucking like 7 feet tall, 6 feet tall, but my tent's 6 foot on the dot. So, and then with the lights, I mean, so I have to grow pretty short plants. But uh, it is hydro basically. Yeah, Billy Bong. With that cocoa, as I say, cocoa core is a non-nutrient substance. Vermiculite, didn't you say? Uh, oh, perlite, cocoa core. Those two things have no nutrient value, so that's cool. Perlite's really good for holding. That's what I'm using to for my terrarium. Admira, what's your favorite weed brand? I live in Los Angeles. It's a bit pricey, but Alien Labs are so good. Also, Marathon OG is good. So you're saying brand? If I had to for marijuana, I was gonna say my favorite hash brand, like company that makes hash or person that you can buy, and you're in an area where you can get it if you tried hard enough. In Colorado, it's really hard. I have to get out of Colorado. But I feel bad for anyone who lives in California. Prices go up. Yeah, no shit. Uh, I laugh at that word too. I don't know what I was laughing at, but I'm glad someone else is laughing at too. But anyway, what my favorite brand is Alien. Uh, now, so brand, I would say hash Frenchy cannoli. You want the Frenchy cannoli hash. He's the person and the brand. And then I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been super blown away by any pot I've ever had in a dispensary. All the best pot I've ever had was grown by people, by the grower, every time. They're not in my top five. So brand is a hard one for me. Uh, yeah, a little rough. But favorite strain, I don't know. I went and bought some green crack, so that's got to be up there. When I saw that, I'm like, oh, I want that. And they're like, it's an old school strain, and it's not that expensive, and yada yada. I'm like, I like that one. I'll get that one, and we'll see how it turns out. If I don't like it, I'll get a different one. All right. Billy Bong, it's hydro. Basically, the coca core is hydro. Yeah, and perlite's pretty much hydro too. Daydreamer, I feel bad for anyone in California. California prices. My favorite one is the one I smoke at the moment. Yeah, or the one I just smoked, or the one I'm about to smoke. I like at this moment best though. Billy Bong Thornton, right? Daydreamer. Everything in California is expensive. Yeah, Colorado's up there too. They're both pricing themselves out of being able to live here, which I don't know. That's why I would really like to get some land now, even though that's like a fucking marriage too. It'll be a lifelong investment trying to pay for that bitch. No, that's not how I meant any of that to come out. Back to relationships and stuff, but because it's also not true. But I just it's a big, huge fucking like lifelong investment. I mean, paying that much for a little bit of land and then living there for the rest of your life. But I'd like to do that for Colorado because it becomes impossible. And we were just talking to people from another country in the UK and stuff. They're like, dude, you can't just do that. Yeah, and it's a little island. You can't. There's not area. Billy Bong, I heard Utah is nice and land is cheap. So Utah and Wyoming and a few other states, New Mexico. The problem is all the ones you just mentioned don't have legalized cannabis, but it's easier to make money if you wanted to with cannabis there. Plus, you could be ahead of the curve because I'm sure they're going to legalize it in many of those states. So find a state where it's going to get legal and you're probably okay. But in Wyoming, a friend of ours, dude, for the price it would cost for nothing here, got a huge house. Dude, yeah, it's way too expensive in Colorado. all of Colorado, no matter where you go. All right, Daydreamer. One of my brother-in-laws lives in California, and their gas prices are higher than ours. Uh, I forgot where you're at, Daydreamer, but California. I went there last year. I don't know why I'm opening that. Let's spin this wheel. Wait, did I already do my? Yeah, free choice. Okay. The wheel is spun. I went there last year in August, and everyone's like, "Oh, gas up before you get to California. Gas up before you get to California." Granted, yes, they were more expensive than the states. Yeah, it's 3 times got the bills bong. It's out of commission. Um, Everyone's like, gas up before, and it was bad, but gas prices in California were not that much higher than Colorado. 15 cents, something like that. Oh, purple shark in it. So it wasn't too crazy. I was told they're like, oh, that's kind of weird. Also, I managed to fucking skip. I drove through LA and skipped all traffic pretty much, and they're like, okay, that's not normal either. I'm like, man, the last 2 times, and then I drove back, skipped it again. So I've just gotten really lucky. And also the people I drive with really know their way around and their times, but I don't think that was it. They're the ones who are like, dude, that's not normal. I'm like, well, cool, we're making great time. And I haven't had to sit in traffic on the fucking whatever in the middle of LA. So Daydreamer. Oh no, Billy Bong. Oh no, yeah, Daydreamer. One. Daydreamer, one of my favorite brother. Oh yeah, no, that was the one. All right, Billy Bong. Not only gas, fucking 1 bedroom apartment is 1,000 a month. Okay, so that's here, 1,000 a month solid for 1 bedroom here. I know people who pay much more than that, depending on where you want to go in Colorado too. I guess that's a big thing. Just like California, there's certain places where it's like, okay, starting at it's crazy, but that's right where Colorado's at. Standard. If you said I'm moving to Colorado, didn't give me an area or place, what's my monthly rent? That's about right. For a 2 bedroom, 15. For apartments, 15 to 18. Not including the garage that they'll fucking charge you every month for, or something shit like that. I couldn't live in a fucking apartment. Or I'm really glad I never have. To be 100% honest, I don't know how well I would do. I've had well enough friends and family who have lived in them to experience it through them. And one of my big goals in life, which I've managed to do, is not live in one. But it is what it is. There's nothing against it. I mean, there's good parts of living in an apartment. You don't have to do yard work. Your house should be taken care of properly, like cosmetically, and like if the sinks go out and shit like that. But I've seen some horror stories too, so I don't know. I don't mind being responsible for my own fuck ups and shit at my house and being able to paint my shit whatever I want. That was really hard to do. I painted my dining room and one of my bathrooms, which is less than half of the job I was planning on doing. And I gave up. But here's to finishing all the shit that we were starting, huh? Cheers, everyone. That's why I'm really proud of the Purple Shark and the Symbiote albums I did. They got no reviews, let alone bad ones or good. It took a lot of time and a lot of effort. I put a lot of money into it. But the fact that I finished something that I set out to do was worth every penny and all of that shit. Oh. Trying to figure it all out. And then once I have a basic idea, I'd like, my goal is to start being self sufficient, growing everything for myself, food. the pot I eat, shit like that. And the pot I eat, pot I which I do plan on eating. Food I eat, the pot I smoke, even the dabs I take with rosin. I'm gonna make a rosin press. Although I got this cool bad boy, I think I showed you for I think it was like $5 maybe. So I don't mind if I break it. I'm gonna squish me some rosin up. I'll show you how to make some rosin with nothing. It's out there, but we'll do that. All right. Gas prices are $1.39 right here in Texas. Okay, Texas. Yeah, they're more than that here. It's like 2 something. What's next to the lava lamp? Is that a monkey? Asks Billy Bone Fortin. Oh, Jester. Bogglehead Jester inside of. There's a bunch of little Jester stuff. It's all matching. Purple and red Jester. It's all blacklight stuff too. Here is the little cigarette thing that you put out. So they all kind of look like that. This is like a mini version of the bogglehead that's bouncing over there. You put cigarettes out in there. I don't know why. But it's all little ceramic stuff, which is crazy because I collected it over the years at different points. There's an incense holder, candle holder, bogglehead, ashtray that's made of plastic that has a little light up eyes, and an actual ceramic ashtray. It's just funny. I found them over different times, and I wanted to see if there's other shit that matches those, but it's a really obscure thing, and they don't have any writing on them, so it's like, I don't know. All right. Will 718. Yes, what is it, buddy? What am I smoking on? I am smoking on Moby Dog. Some Moby Dog Shatter. If that sounds weird, it sounded weird to me too. I have some really good distillate too, but that shit's kind of hard to smoke out of. And you just can't appreciate it. Like, I'd smoke almost nothing but distillate if it weren't for 2 things. One, it's like a liquid, so it's really hard to dab with. It's like honey. So even in this room with all these lights on, it'd be like it's really wet and liquidy. But yeah, Billy Bong, that's what it is. Daydreamer, Purple Shark, love it. Billy Bong, the bogglehead looked like an evil monkey, and I could totally see it when from there how that looks like that. Really, you can't see too well all the little knickknacks and shit I have, but that's okay. And it keeps going too. There's more. That's all right. But that distillate's really good. It's just like I said, it's hard to work with. It's like runny honey, and it's so beautiful. I don't want to just. I'll do one more dab with it for sure. It is 10:08. It's about time. All right. You seem pretty hardcore. Do you smoke buds still? I don't know why I seem hardcore. I smile too much to be hardcore. I like hardcore music a little bit. East Coast, some East Coast hardcore, some Madball, some Terror, some God, why am I drawing a blank now? Stoner. Apparently, I don't like them. All right. Have I ever ashed in one? Those the ashtrays up there? Yeah. Yes, I have. Uh, And I'm sure I've probably put a cigarette out in that fucking Jester. They're like 20 years old or something like that. They're old, some of them. But I don't. I like this little hanging ashtray here. That's what this is too. It's all made of wood and it's got pot leaves carved into it. I'm sure you might not be able to see it, but I really like this guy. My little hand poker. See, look how awesome that guy is. It's got fucking gems in it, little rocks actually. Um, Big fan of that guy. So old. I got that such a long time ago. That's got to be up in the 20-year-old range too. So super sick when I do use that. But now I pretty much just keep it hung on the wall and I ash in it. So, all right. We're going to smoke a bowl, do a dab, hit the hay. I'm actually going to eat more burritos and stuff. I made a lot of stuff to make burritos. So I've been eating burritos for like breakfast and just making breakfast burritos in the morning and then dinner burritos at night. So, but that's not the worst thing in the world. Just that couple days and then I'm out. All right. They are like guy knickknacks. They are. A lot of the stuff is stoner stuff, but it's crazy. I have tubs and tubs of old action figures and stuff when I was a kid. Ninja Turtle stuff. I try to keep everything really clean in the rest of my house. You wouldn't, not like minimalist by any means, but a lot tamed down from like this room is just an explosion. Like I don't know, I haven't tripped in here in very very long time, like over close to a decade or so, something like that. So this room can be a little bit too much. It's overstimulating. It's always there. You know what I mean? If you feel like going there, but I try to keep everything in this room. And like I said, I try to keep it overstimulating for when I'm trying to be creative. I find that to be good for me. Um, although I haven't been very creative. I've been playing a lot of the bass. It's kind of loud. I love playing the bass. That's always fun. I like playing the guitar too, but I don't have a nice guitar. I have one nice guitar, and it just needs a little bit of work. And it's in C standard. It's got a Floyd Rose, and it's difficult for me to work. But I like bass. Bass is easy. Uh, Malfunctioning wise, very self-explaining on changing strings, and well, that's not necessarily true. I just like the bass. It's a little bit. It's not just the lack of strings, but when you learn guitar and bass are the same string set and they're tuned the same way, but when they add strings, there's a shift in the pattern when they do guitar that fucks me up. Especially after years of playing the bass, I want to have it a symmetrical pattern, not a shifting pattern. It's just. But if you learn guitar, it's always easier. I learned right away is if you ever want to learn bass and guitar, learn more guitar because it'll translate into the bass more than the bass will translate into the guitar. It's kind of like learning Portuguese as opposed to Spanish. It's the exact same kind of analogy. where transferring from Portuguese to Spanish, you take away things you've learned, where going from Spanish to Portuguese, you have to gain vocabulary and pronunciations and spellings and writings and meaning. Yeah, yeah. Spanish is a bass guitar. Portuguese is a normal guitar with 6 strings. It's just got more to it. There's more to learn, and you can backwards. You know, a bass guitar can be understood by a guitarist, but sometimes a guitarist can't be understood by a bass guitar because it's hitting registers that a bass guitar can't. And weird, although it's not a perfect analogy, but in my mind it makes a lot of sense. Which my mind's all I got, so we'll deal with that. Daydreamer, I'm feeling lit. Apparently, I am too. Smoking this bowl, and I'm gonna try and do a really big distillate dab so you can see the beautiful glob. It's like golden neon honey, and it tastes like, I don't know, this weird sweet. I don't know. It's very sweet. I wonder if I can smell it. It's hard to describe. Sweet, flowery, almost floral. Just a hint of citrus, like one of those like honeysuckle flowers where you're getting floral, but it's very highly. It's almost on the citrus. It's really good. Daydreamer, good night, Venom. I'm gonna finish this bowl, do a dab, and I'm going to bed myself. So you have a wonderful night. It's always great to have you with us. Please grace us again with your presence next week if you so care. I shall be here. Keep it keefy. I always try, although I haven't been doing a good job. But soon, but soon. You have a wonderful night. We'll see you soon next week, which isn't soon enough. But we'll see you. Again, like I've said for the previous, I can't even tell you how many weeks. I'm hoping next week I'll have updates with more growth on a lot of things. I wouldn't mind planting some other things inside, but I don't know what the easiest indoor plants to grow that are edible that I'll actually eat. But mushrooms seem to be a high on the bill because they don't need much light. It's more of a heating thing, and once you get a room, it's easier to like heat a pretty decent sized closet, stack it right, and you can grow quite a few mushrooms. So mushrooms are cheap, and I eat them a lot. So like I said, that's a big possibility. You can grow multiple different types of mushrooms. That's cool. Um, I don't know, figuring it all out, being you being self-reliance gonna be my ultimate goal. I figure I got about a decade to figure shit out, which is probably way more time than I actually have. But and not like mortality wise, just on you know. All right, it is time. Get a nice dabber going on the old distillate since we were talking about it. It's got that wonderful smell. Yeah, it's very perfumey. really. Like I said, like a flowers and maybe a touch of citrus. I mean, that smells like a something floral. I wish I could get you a better view of it. Oh well. But this stuff rocks. And if I had my way, that would be the majority of what I smoked. Well, it'd be up there. Also, yeah, see, I really wish.
I just don't agree with everything I hear just because I hear it over the TV. Sometimes I got to ask myself what I feel about things. That way I can get a closer reading of what's true. Drugs have done good things for us. I believe.
Ah, there we go.
Drugs have done good things for us. Hard to believe I'm saying this.
All right, I'm done fucking around.
You don't believe drugs have done good things for us.
You need a macro shit to really see that. But so we got that.
Because you know what? The musicians
See, it's so runny that it's hard to work with. Keep playing with it like that. All right. Well, we dabbing at it. If anyone's alive out there, we're doing this together. It's a good night bowl. If you don't say anything, oh no, it's Kenzie. Damn it! Hi and good night. No, 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 no. It's good to have you here. We're definitely still doing a dab. I don't know if you saw that beautiful wob, but no, it's great to have you here. I'm sure it's a bummer you just missed Daydreamer. She just said goodnight. It is a little late, but I'm going to do a big dab, and if you have any suggestion of what to smoke out of, I will smoke out of it. If you don't, I can spin the wheel of dabs or just pick something. So, you name it. It's my magic wand of dabs. Dabamus Maximus. I was out at a friend's in Wisconsin. Wisco? Probably. Oh shit, the boomstick? Suffer. I'll do it might not work out good with this many things going on. But if that's the request, I can make it happen. What do we got here? I just hate how runny this stuff is. Hold it. No, no, I'm not dipping out. We are boomsticking it. I'm just figuring out how to. This stuff's, see, it already ran up, but I'm trying to. What I'll do is, thinking in my head, we're boomsticking it, trust me. I'm not dipping out. I'll pack out. I'll pack while you do. Trust me, I'm happy to have you here. And just like in real life, even a late arrival warrants a fresh, good bowl. So you're absolutely fine. And I ain't dipping out. I'm contemplating on getting this done. That's already off there. All right. But we can do that. I have no problem with it. Oh. Oh. That's a rough one, too. Good enough. All right. Oh, yeah, I broke that thing. All right. Let's see here. Oh. Let me see. Oh. There we go. What do you know? Oh, Ziggy. Oh, Ziggy of little faith. All right. What's this thing? An ashtray that hangs. I'll put that back. It's normally hanging out in the background. Right, meow. But for some reason, I felt like showing it off because it's cool and it's really old. All right. All right. What do you know? We have a new pot leaf bowl. Brand new. To the point where, man, that hole in there is huge. I'll have to put like a giant chunk of pot in the bottom of that just not to suck through the bowl. All right. That's super cute. What, the hanging ashtray or the little bowl? Probably the hanging ashtray. That hanging ashtray, can't remember where I got it. It is so old. Probably like a Freakies or a head shop. I just can't remember which. And I mean 20 fucking years ago, dude. Such a long time ago. Feels like it should be right around there. The bowl? That bowl? Okay. Yeah. This is the bowl that came with this piece. There was two of them. Both glass, I don't know, pot bowls. Bowls for smoking flower bowls. But I just said, oh no, I know what I'm doing with that. I am doing one dab rig, one bowl. It must be so. Make it sure, I said. I said, make it sure. And then I made it sure. All right. We need a big ass bowl. It has a big ass 18 millimeter. All right. So of course nothing else fits. Where is this? All righty, come on. Oh. Oh, I see it. Oh, I got too much shit going on. What are you meowing at? It's almost time. It's almost time. He's like, dude, it's time for you to feed me. And I want to cuddle up. I know, bud. I know. All right. Yes, you're a kitty. You're a kitty. All right. But to be 110% honest, I don't want to like stop these, especially when I don't have a headache and these lights aren't bugging me. It's not 100 degrees. It's perfect. I wouldn't mind doing these much longer. It's just, you know, time and place and circumstance of work, getting up early and having a fucking life. So it doesn't take much for me to want to load a bowl and keep bullshitting and talking. You missed my mushroom rant tonight. I'm working on a bowl to catch up. Nice. says Kenzie, I should say. I don't know why I read it all sporadic, spastic, but I'll have more updates and I'll post some videos. God, I haven't posted a video in probably 6 months. It's like I pretty much quit. I do these. These are fun. But these are different. All right, so I don't think the distillate's gonna work. This is gonna be too hard for me. That's okay. This yummy, yummy distillate I will save for myself for later. I love that shit, but it's like liquid. It literally just poured off of that. So I was trying to scoop it on, and it's even remotely warm with all these lights, and no go. That's, oh yeah. Gosh, it's fucking packed with shit. So much shizzle on my dizzle and the hizzle. No, that one's hole's too big. Little things bug me about fucking carb caps. The old tried and true. All right. All right. Got the bowl. Got that. Dab. Lighter. Cat. I don't know if you want on my lap right now, Cat. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a rough one, kitty. All right. Keep that one there. This one here. All right. Yeah, that'll be fine. Happy blazing with you, Kenzie. This one's for you. Got a Nipsey in the boo boo. I want to end your night with a boom, she says. Definitely a good way to end the night. It's been a while. I can't remember the last time I smoked out of this thing. I think I broke the fucking pot leaf off the other bowl that night. Oh. I can make a bunch of jokes about it, especially all of it, but it's too painful at the moment. I'm seriously hurting. See this? Man in pain. All right. Oh, holy shit. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Just got quiet in here. No. No. It's like someone sucked all the air out of the room. Not quite, but. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Kenzie. Uh-huh. Oh, you guys are sick. You're sick for watching me suffer. Mm. You shouldn't watch people in pain like this. It's not entertaining. It's horrific. If my lungs could talk, they'd be like, "Call someone for us now." One of them would be like, "I'm out of here, man. You get an iron replacement," because he's given up. He's given up on this whole oxygen thing. We've been telling him for his whole life. Oxygen in. Oxygen in. He just doesn't get it. I'm enjoying it while I wrap up my bowl. That's not fair, Kenzie. It really does. But I got 2 types of ice cream. So that might help. I got s'more ice cream, flavored ice cream, which is okay. And I got chocolate, mint chocolate chip ice cream, which I shouldn't be eating either, but the heart wants what the heart wants. The heart wants ice cream. Yeah, s'more ice cream is pretty good. Not super. The only. What brand milk are they made from? Yeah, you know me. I try not to say it out loud. The God, I can't remember the ice cream was might be so delicious, and it's oat milk s'mores. Which the only complaint I have is there's no pieces of graham cracker in it. And I'm like, okay, you're missing something here. You need graham cracker in there. Graham cracker the shit out of that. Chocolate covered graham cracker would have been the shit. All right, there's only 6 people in here fucking. Oh no 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 no! I'm just joking. But I do. That's why I was joking the whole time. You caught me. One of my favorite dudes. I know a bunch of people who are vegan, dude, who are extremely open about it. They don't give a fuck. So I don't care. Oat milk is the best. So creamy. And hemp milk. Hemp milk. I haven't had hemp milk ice cream. That sounds like just awesome. But it's oat milk, which I will say drinking oat milk's not very good. Oat milk yogurt was one of the worst yogurts I've ever had. It was like water. It just what that was my big complaint. It was like drinking it, and it just wasn't. And it was like very not sweet, yada yada. But that one's pretty damn good. I haven't had the ice cream. I'm just talking the milks, which I don't think I've had like a nice cold glass of oat milk, but I know. Am I? I'll try it because the ice cream is damn good, but the yogurt was subpar. I think I'm judging it mostly off the yogurt. Anyway, the other one is Ben and Jerry's, and it's made with sunflower butter, which that's different. I didn't check if it's the main ingredient, but I saw it's vegan. It's their vegan one, the vegan Ben and Jerry's. So that stuff is good. Oh, try Good Karma flax milk. I've seen that. I should try different ones, but I'm so obsessed with the almond milk. And I was obsessed. My favorite milk of all time is don't get me dirty. No, I'm just joking. Don't get me in a dirty mind. I'm just joking. But no, my favorite milk of all time is half cashew, half almond. God, that was so good. But I can't find it anymore. I don't think they make it anymore. I think it was Silk or one of those brands. God, I love that stuff with a passion. Because cashew milk's really creamy, really good. The consistency is great. Flavor, okay, a little blandish. Almond milk has great flavor, but it's a little watery. The 50-50 blend, perfect. I just tried it for the first time this week and loved it. So I should try different seeds. I want to say I've had hemp milk once and it was okay. But it was really thick and it was really sweet. It was like drinking like watered down cake batter, which isn't bad, but not what I expected. No, okay. You know what I'm thinking of? Pistachio milk. Have you ever had pistachio milk? This shit's fucking good, but it's way too thick. And it's really sweet, but it's fucking good. It's just kind of weird and it's expensive. Pistachio milk. I was surprised. I've had 2 different brands, and one wasn't spectacular, but the other one was really, really good. Love pistachios anyway. All right. If you like chocolate cashew is amazing. Oh yeah, it's Maze Balls by So. And I got that forever, and they just stopped carrying it in not just one of the stores, but 2 of the stores I go to. The only 2 I shop at, which makes me kind of wonder why they stopped doing it. Now they only sell the almond one, and it's by Silk, and it just usually has protein. They still sell the protein chocolate one at both stores, and these are different. Vitamin Cottage and King Supers, which is our like main, pretty much our main uh, grocery store, which is really good about vegan options. So it weirded me out that both those places stopped carrying my favorite one, but I'm glad because I would buy those while I'm at work driving all day, and within a 10-hour shift, I'd drink it. I'd slam was a half gallon of chocolate almond milk a day, no problem. I used to get one of those half gallon of chocolate almond milk. I do have to go. It's getting late. I gotta get up early in the morning, and haven't even eaten since it's been 7 hours. Jesus Christ, that's a long fucking How does that guy doing? It's the weedage. No. All right. A lot of cheeses are made with cashew because of how creamy it is. See, yeah. See, and it's a little bland, so you can add any flavor to it, which is crazy because cashew's not bland. Cashews are amazing, but for some reason the cashew milk is just not. It's really creamy and doesn't have the same flavor. Almond milk has a great flavor, but it's just a little watery. 50-50, great dough. A lot of cheese and you make it. Yeah, kind of retracting, but yeah. Right now though, it's a matter of I just need to eat cheaply for a while, get my funds back somehow, start rethinking my life on how I'm going to finance things. I guess I'm pretty lucky that I was able to live a life where I could collect shit and pay for my place that I live in. Oh, it didn't hurt. I don't know why I made that stupid noise or burped at you. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yep. Sorry. But it is late night. What is weird is if anyone ever watched this whole thing afterwards, it might not be late night. Actually, shit, a lot of people watch it from other countries. It's what? Way early in the morning? It would be like, it's got to be actually like 10 in the morning. It's pretty late after, it's early afternoon there at most. So crazy. Here's to hanging out with you soon. Kenzie, thanks for hanging out and keeping me on for even longer. It is nice. It's always nice to have people to chat with. So this thing works though. I'll tell you what, gets me really stoned. I could easily sit here and start talking on another rant, which I've had many. Oh, I wish I wanted to show you the mycelium. I wanted to show you mycelium. I wanted to show you my mycelium. But it's late and I'm getting tired after this fucking thing, and I still gotta eat. Updates. I'm gonna be growing mushrooms, edible, and I'll reiterate, all mushrooms are edible. Some are only edible once. But I should be growing some cool mushrooms. So I want to grow at least 3 or 4 different kinds, if not 10. But yeah. Whatever. I feel like I've never done shrooms. I feel like I'm not a true stoner. So being a stoner and doing shrooms aren't the same thing. Being a stoner is smoking pot. So if you smoke pot, you're a stoner. End of story. 99% of the time. Even if I don't like somebody, or even if I disagree with everything they do, I guess the big question is, oh, they smoke pot all the time? Well, they're a stoner. You can be a businessman, stoner, whatever. But shrooms are cool. Uh, I'm not a huge fan of doing them all the time, but I like having them. I really enjoy, but also I'm talking about edible shrooms too. I would like to grow lion's mane for medicinal purposes. I'd like to grow shiitake for eating, maitake for eating. God, there's a few others I'd really like to grow, but they get hard. Some of them. Uh, Button would be okay. A lot of people grow oyster, but those can be hard too. I don't know. They're all different. I'd like to grow a bunch of different ones that grow in the same, so I can just have one fruiting chamber. That's where you like let the mushrooms grow after they've done the first half of their grow life cycle. I would like to grow as many mushrooms that have similar grow cycles so I can do them all at the same time, different types. So, all right. Kenzie, yeah, but I feel like all stoners have done shrooms too. Have you ever done any hallucinogenic drugs? Which is, there's nothing wrong. I don't, there's nothing wrong with not doing them. I think pot is, it's just a different thing. So, uh, me, I definitely don't do anything often. My thing is to do high amounts at low frequency. You know, when I do things, I do it a lot. But other than pot, I try to keep everything because I get too much of a habit, like coffee. Uh, I've just been really tired lately, so I'm like, working out again and trying to be healthy and work and back at my work schedule from having a lot of time off. Although I tried to keep a good schedule then, mentally working more and thinking about growing and all this shit. So I'm exhausted mentally, so I drink coffee, and I'm like, okay, I'll have some coffee, and then I find myself fucking drinking like, I have 4 or 5 cups of coffee, and I'm like, okay, you have a problem. You need to do this and then not have coffee for a long time. Alcohol, I stay away from. Nicotine, I stay away from. Caffeine, I try to stay away from. Not because of anything. I don't care. My body's pretty much fucked anyway. As far as mortality, I've accepted my mortality. It's gonna happen. But I do. I don't really care for how those things make me feel. All right. No, I would really like to, but my friends have. But I have no friends. Yeah, I feel you there. You're my friend, and everyone who's hanging out with me right now is my friend, which is like 5 times as much as my normal friends or whatever. I have a lot of friends. I do and I don't, and some of them watch the show, so like that cuts into this number sometimes. I'm like, man, all right, all right. So I really want to do some sort of psychedelics. Mushrooms is definitely what you should do. Don't do anything else as far as psychedelics. In my opinion, you don't want to do acid. Ketamine's not really a psychedelic, or it's a pseudo psychedelic, which is like acid, both man made. Ketamine's easier to get pure, but it just don't do it. You have to snort it, or I think the only way you can do is snort it or inject it. Don't do that. Acid's not what it used to be, and it's a very long, intense experience. I don't know why I laugh, but Ed Mary, you're my bud. You're my bud. Well, I have a T-shirt. I've seen T-shirts with weed, and I have one with Cheech and Chong, but it says "Good buds stick together." They got 2 sticky buds. So yeah, hell yeah, guys. But I will keep you updated on my psychedelic adventuring. Um, I will tell you about my past experiences and where I would like to go with it. Um, that will become part of this channel. This channel, I was told you should name it after something where people know what you're doing, like Weed Info 101 or this or that or something like that, so people would actually find me from looking at shit like that. But I'm not too. I don't know. It's just me, so I like having a broad, ambiguous title that the 420s in there, but it could be anything, and it's fine with me. I might change that one day and still just keep the title and change it to you know who knows. But like I said, I can never button it down. So I don't know. But that being said, I will incorporate doing mushrooms, mostly growing them. But I do have, like I said, a psychedelic adventuring left to do in my life, uh, and breaking down what that means for me, the importance of it or non-importance of it. There's only one way to find out if it is important. Some people I think should do them. Some people I don't think should do them. Some people I think the only people I don't recommend do them are people who are psychologically fragile to begin with. Otherwise, you know, the worst it will do is destroy boundaries for you. And for some people, that's a blessing. So, like I said, my experiences with hallucinogenics, can't remember the first one I did. The first night. God, I suck at that. I can't remember the first time I smoked pot either. I think it was probably mushrooms. And probably it was not a high enough dosage to be a real psychedelic experience. Kind of like the first time you have cigarettes, you don't inhale it, you just get a touch of it. Or the first time you have coffee, it's coffee ice cream, and you're getting more of a sugar buzz than a caffeine buzz. It's nothing more than soda at that time. So it takes a strong cup of espresso to really let you know what that individual feeling is. Um, but again, I think acid is too unreliable. It's man made and therefore is subject to man made error. Mushrooms are a natural occurring plant, fungus, actually, that's been occurring for thousands of years, has a good track record, has, yeah, thousands of years of pretty substantially positive, track record. So start with mushrooms. Don't go to like a party or something. Like I said, there's a bunch of weird things. This is a future subject, and that will start becoming a little bit more because I feel like it's something I wouldn't mind doing. But like I said, I don't do them often. I haven't done them in years. All right. Ad Admira. Do you recommend DMT? Never took it, but I heard good spiritual things about it. So DMT seems like something I really wish I would have had when I was younger. I would like to have some. It's extremely illegal. It's extremely hard to produce and have a trustworthy supply. Nowadays, everyone who gives you DMT will give you it through cartridges, a brown liquid. I recommend you stay away from that. It's much like acid, where it's DMT is a naturally occurring compound that occurs in almost all living beings, but definitely us. Me and you are carrying DMT, and our pineal gland produces it along with other chemicals. Um, so it's naturally occurring, but it's a monoamine oxidase. So monoamine oxidates are broken down in the stomach, so you can't eat them without having an monoamine oxidate inhibitor. So to make the DMT orally active, that's ayahuasca. Again, a man-made drug, although done in with natural compounds in an Amazon, it's still a drug, and it's subject to fucking it up, just like anything else. You have good hits and misses. Um, that's one of my problems with it. DMT, to have it really well done, should be done much like acid in a laboratory by a professional. It takes, to properly do it, $40,000 to start up a lab, not including the space that you're in. Most people don't do shit like that. I know ayahuasca is hard to brew too, which is a orally active DMT containing drink. And it makes the problem is also is the drink itself can make you violently ill, much like mushrooms kind of make me sick. I'm trying to work out how I know how I'm gonna do it. Is test a bunch of different ways of doing mushrooms until I find one that doesn't make me sick. Because that's one of my problems is it's hard to enjoy the experience when you're violently throwing up. And then it just feels like you've been poisoned or something, which is exactly what your brain is telling you. I have a very sensitive equilibrium, you know, I don't like flying and heights and drops and shit like that, which is much what sometimes that can feel like and give you vertigo and shit like that. And it just makes me sick, which is just something you can ride through, you know, like a roller coaster. Eventually, you can just put your hands up and enjoy it, and it's so much better than fighting it and clenching up. So you have to enjoy it, taking air, you know, screaming and yelling for joy, or singing and being happy. You're pumping in oxygen. You're doing well. If you curl on a ball and fight it, it gets a little bit harder. So DMT, I'm still waiting on the magical time when that becomes available. Acid would be cool to have, but acid's not what it was when I took it decades ago, or within for over the last decades. And when I took it, people said back in the day, the old schoolers were like, that is not what we had. So it's degraded itself from becoming harder and harder to produce. Therefore, you don't get as many people doing it. You get less and less accuracy. Old recipes go away. Although with the internet, the information's out there. But again, to do it properly, you need a skilled chemist with hopefully degrees of knowledge under his belt. $40,000 worth of equipment or more. You could easily double that to get nice equipment. Um, but you could also with acid, because it's this is why shit is really illegal, is because it's effective at the 50 microgram, you know, fucking that's not the word. I'm stoned, it's late, I need to go to bed. But yeah, 50 gamma, you know what I mean? That's you could make that, means each hit, you know, let's say a drop is a hit. How many drops can you make in one vial? Hundreds, hundreds of thousands. So that's why it's just too big of a thing. You have that $40,000 in a lab could potentially get you millions of hits. Millions of hits. That's enough psychological and drug power to bring attention to you. You know, when you have a drug trade on that number that can compete with what countries have to do to produce to supply millions of people, you know what I mean? Uh, it's too risky and people get shut down before they even start. You know what I mean? You buy that equipment and you're already fucked. You give that information out, you're already fucked. Talking about it's not the best idea, except for in theory, and to denounce it, which I don't think is right, but that's the situation, that's the wall we've backed ourselves into, or they've backed us into, whoever fucking made those laws before any research was really even done on them. A lot of those drugs, like DMT, had less than a decade of research on them. And then ketamine and MDMA, a lot of those drugs never had shelf life. never had research, anything done on them. It was just recently brought back onto the playing board, and even now you have to jump through hoops, and a lot of it is what is it, ratonomy, where it's all done with rats. You know, you have to actually use rodent test subjects, which is wrong in my opinion, especially when there's plenty of willing subjects out there. All right. I like to experiment with different plants, and I have been doing Cranton lately. It really helps me relax my body. Have you tried Cranton? Didn't even know what it was. The only problem with Cranton is it has really bad withdrawal effects, which can tell you that it's not a natural compound that's being broken down in your metabolism, and it's a foreign compound, I can guess. One of the cool things about a lot of drugs, you can tell how close they mimic human, uh, the human biology or what have you, uh, by how quickly we're able to break them down and get them out of our system. DMT lasts no time at all. Pot lasts very little time and is broken down in our system quite quickly, although it lingers in our fat, in our cells. That's how you can get drug tested for it and other ones. So, all right, we're cashing this bowl. We're going to bed. It's way past my bedtime. Hopefully, everyone out there is doing great. I know I am because of you guys. So, hopefully, that does something for you. There it is. Pop that shit. Kenzie's cashing it. We're cashing it. And like I like to do this time, is we're going to get cozy with it. Yeah. Let's get a little cozy, huh? Oh. We're getting cozy in here. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a lot cozier. That thing on my face. All right. Whew. All right. Kenzie, good night. Chatting for a quick sec. Hey, I added on. I was literally signing off when you came in. So you have a great night. I love chatting with all of you guys. You guys mean the world to me. Here's a good night second bowl because I didn't quite catch this one. So, and now we're nice and cozy. We just got real cozy. Things got cozy in here. Oh, yeah. That's a chogger. That's not a chogger. Telling you, we got to smoke when I'm there in August. Yeah, it's not too far away, especially if things are safe and you want to come out. I know Gypsy, I haven't seen her in a couple weeks. I hope everything is good there. But Gypsy would say the same. So I'm sure everything's fine. Just Saturdays are what they are, especially when you got a little baby and a little kid and a husband who's a little kid. I'm sure we're all little kids. We're all somebody's kids. But I'm definitely down. Looked like all my lights just dimmed. Just confirmed with my Airbnb. Well, things are back to normal in the sense that they're being reopened, but just be so careful. Here in Colorado, we just started getting our second spikes and shit like that, and they're pretty bad. So I've known multiple people who've gotten them. I hate to end on a bad note, and I don't want to. So as long as flight is good, I'm good. If it gets canceled, I can drive. Well, there you go. I am. I'm so down. I wouldn't mind. Are your dogs going with you at the Airbnb? I was gonna say, can I meet your dogs? Me, I'm such a dork. But yes, of course, we already said it. In August, if all goes well, when you go to Watercourse, we'll do a full meal and a hangout. Nope, just me and John. Okay, and he spells it with no H, like my stepfather. Stepfather, yeah. Sorry, I don't say that out loud much. My stepfather spells it with no H. But anyway, so if you care, me, you, Peppermint Gypsy, and yeah, well, I'll hang out. You have to pay for each dog the same amount as a human, not paying another fucking holy shit. Yeah. How long are you staying? I'm like, I like dogs. No, I can't take care of dogs. I shouldn't offer. I'm like, you could drop your dogs off with me. I'll take care of your dogs for a couple days. If all was going well, God, I would absolutely love that. My friend has the most wonderful dog, and every now and then they need to take a week off. They go out of town, and they kind of offered me in the sense they're like, you're one of the only people I know who loves my dog, and this and that. I'm like, 20 through the 20, a whole week, yeah, that's not bad. No, for two things for that long, that's a great time. But I was just maybe asking for different reasons, maybe about the dogs. Like, dogs can stay with me a couple days. A whole week? Fuck no. That's too long. I'd be at work the whole time. But I'm like, if you're only here over the weekend, you could just, me and your dogs could hang out. I got dog treats. I like dogs. Like I said, my friend hinted at they wanted me to hang out and take it. June is good. Paco is fucking madman, which I've had that too. And at my place, I always clean up for the dogs that come up here, and they magically come up with some crazy fucking cat toy that's too small and they could choke on, and all this crazy shit, a cord. I'm like, how the fuck did you find that? I spent all day cleaning out all the shit so you wouldn't be able to fucking clean it. But he chases my cat like an asshole. Hello there, sir. Tristan Skates. Hello there. I'm still at it. It's good time. Good night time. Yeah, my cats are really freaked out, but they're kind of used to being scared of dogs. I can say that. Ziggy used to like dogs, but now he's old and he barely likes me. Can't blame him. It's my fault. He was leaving and I got on. Oh, hello there, sir. No, it's not your fault. I'm great. I got to shove food in my face and fucking go to bed, which is a horrible schedule and I don't like doing anyway. But these nights mean a lot to me. They still do. So nothing to be sorry about. I'm happy. I'm as happy as I've been in a while. It's been a rough few weeks. I'd say I'm bipolar. I'd say I have, but I just feel like that's just being human. You have your ups and your downs. And for me, just staying level is good. I count my blessings. Here soon, things will be better. That's why I want to start growing. It's a great representation of growth, rebirth. The way I'm going to be growing is continuation. I've never done that of, you know, spawning and redoing and cloning and respawning and the whole thing. So I'm just glad to be able to hang out with you guys and take you along with the journey, dude. If you were obsessed with it, somewhere throughout the last 7 hours, I showed my mycelium twice of where my mushroom growth is at tonight. In 2 days, I'll be birthing them. I might record it. They're doing really well. I'm just nervous because I haven't done it. This is only my second grow, and the other one was about 10 years ago again. So, and that one went really bad. And I'm doing everything as best as I can. So I'm just a little nervous to show everybody. Pot, I'm a little more secure. This is the last hit of the night, everybody. To all 6 of you. Good for me. It's a good number to be passing the bowl around. Thank you so much for another night of awesome times. We're going to be doing good. We're going to keep it positive. Hang out with me. Our stoner circle will grow. Grow stronger, that is. Cashing. I'm cashing with a passion. All right. We have a keyboard. All right, everybody. As always, take it easy. Keep it keefy. Till next Saturday, I will be able to hang out with you guys again for obviously countless hours, because that's what I do. And then, what was I going to say? I should put out some videos, but from now, this is my Sunday night. So I start work in the morning again tomorrow and start back at my week of work. So, but I'm going to try and get some videos out. Have a great night. I'm going to miss you guys. Till next time.